So we're recording?
Yeah.
Wait, Sophie. Do you have 2 pens or anything? Bet. Actually, you know what, Sophie? Forget it. Thank you. Josh, get your ass in here.
Dude, this is such a long episode.
I know.
Wait, but I said 1998 though.
You said
before
99.
you said.
You said 99.
No, I said 98, and then he said 98. We both got the wrong.
You said 99 and got it wrong. Welcome back, my friends. How we doing? What is good?
What is going on, everybody? You beautiful people out there. How we doing?
How we doing?
How are we doing?
Joshy, how you doing, bro?
Me personally, man?
Yeah.
I'm doing really good.
Yeah?
I'm doing amazing.
Did you have a good
yeah.
week?
Amazing week. Yeah, it was a really good week. I had a lot of, I'd say, emotional moments when it comes to shows. Because, I mean, just to get right into it, you know, I just finished, obviously I finished Kuroko. I don't remember if I finished it last week. Do you remember?
You finished it
Did I?
within this last week.
Okay.
Yep.
So I didn't talk about the ending at all before?
No.
Let me know if I did. No, that's
Josh,
okay.
how was the ending to fucking Kuroko?
So fucking good.
Yeah?
I gotta say it seriously solidified, like, in my mind why that show is so good. And to anyone out there who does not watch anime or does not know anything about Kuroko.
Kuroko's basketball.
Kuroko's
by the way.
basketball is a sports anime. It's, as the title, you know, kind of says, it's a
Yes,
basketball anime. And it's incredible. It's so good. Last week, I think I talked a little bit about it, so I got to say, like, you know, it's very emotional. There's a lot of emotions that go into it. And the ending is just, it's literal, like, everything and culminated into the final game. And it was amazing. And just last night.
By the ending, are you talking about the movie? Or are you talking about
I was
the
talking
anime?
about the anime ending,
Yeah.
but the movie as well.
Okay.
Very good.
Because it's canon, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and it wraps up some things that you don't see before.
Cool.
And it's really good. It's
Fuck
so
yeah.
good. It's
Yeah.
so good. I just watched it. I showed Sam some clips. Our good friend, I don't want to spoil anything, but our good friend, Dorian. Moredori. He is in town right now.
He's in the house,
Used to
bro.
be in Alaska.
He's back.
He is back as Jack. So he's I shouldn't have said that, huh? Because we have a friend named Jack. Anyway, no, he's back as an attack. I'll say that. As a heart attack it is. Hey,
Heart attack, bro.
they're very
I'm gonna kill
dangerous.
this
There's
guy.
nothing funny about heart attacks. By the way.
Sure.
But yeah, so very good week. I did that. I also started Vinland Saga.
Oh, did you?
Yes. So
What?
I'm on episode 14. And yesterday,
Yo.
I love this show.
Yeah?
It's so
Vikings,
good.
right?
Yep. It's Vikings. It's very brutal, very, very, like, you know, it's actually done by Wit Studio, the same people who did the first 3 seasons of Attack on Titan.
No shot.
Yeah, so you remember
Okay,
how it
I didn't
changed
know
to
that.
Mappa? Yeah.
Yeah.
And ironically, the funniest thing is, season 2, which I haven't gotten to,
Yeah.
I'm on season 1, there's 24
Okay.
and there's 24 episodes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's done by Mappa. So it's the exact same
Interesting.
thing that happened with Attack on Titan,
Yeah.
where Wit did the first season, dropped it, and then obviously, you know, Attack on Titan, they did more. They
Sure.
did 3 seasons.
Yeah.
But then they dropped it, and then
I
Mappa
don't
picked
even
it up.
know Why?
Isn't that
because-
hilarious?
Yeah,
It's
that
so
is
funny.
so
It reminds
ironic.
me. It reminds me of a quote that Dr. Doofenshmirtz said, where he
Why did you
said,
think Dr. Dre?
yeah, from Dr. Dre. No, Dr. Doofenshmirtz. He said, I'll try and do the voice. He said, if I had a nickel for every time that Wit dropped an anime and Mappa picked it back up, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's crazy it happened twice, right? That was something. That was close to the quote.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
I wish I knew what you were referencing.
You don't know Dr. Doofenshmirtz?
Who's who?
What?
Who?
From Phineas and Ferb.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, you missed
I
that one,
haven't.
huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, that one. All the good shows, I pretty much haven't seen them.
That's
you know?
a good one.
God, that one and Rick and Morty, people always give me shit about.
Yeah, Rick and Morty's good.
Morty.
Rick
Yeah.
and Morty's good. Phineas and Ferb is different because it's like a kid's show.
True.
You know, and Rick and Morty you
True.
can watch whenever. But I think if you tried to rewatch Phineas and Ferb, I don't know. If
Yeah.
anyone's out there has rewatch Phineas and Ferb into adulthood, maybe it's really good. I remember it's probably similar to SpongeBob, the way that it's just funny. It's very funny. Like that quote.
What was it like on? Like Cartoon
It was
Network?
Disney Channel.
Oh, Disney.
Yeah. Which, like, I don't know. In my opinion, I don't think Disney had a lot of good cartoon shows besides, like, Gravity Falls.
SpongeBob. Wait, that
Nick.
wasn't Disney.
Come on! Fake fan!
I was thinking of fucking really good cartoons.
No, yeah. I want to ask, though, how was your week?
Bro, week was good, bro.
Good?
Week's been really good. Actually, so much has happened because girlfriend Kendall, her birthday is coming up this Friday.
Oh, happy birthday, Kendall.
Yeah, shout outs, happy
So this
birthday.
is going to come out on her birthday.
Yeah.
Yay, it's Kendall's birthday today.
Birthday episode.
Anyone who knows Kendall, wish her a happy birthday.
Please.
And if you listen to this not on the day that it is, wish her a late happy birthday.
Yeah.
Unless you already wish her happy birthday. In that case, actually wish her
Do it again.
Yeah,
she would love
well.
it. Yeah, feed her ego. Spoon it right up, bro.
Spoonful here. Spoonful here.
No, so we spent a lot of like last weekend with her parents. Me and her like spent our like kind of like my little birthday day for her on Monday because we both have Mondays off of work. It's usually our date days. Yeah. So just a lot of like of course, bro. We have to, right? We watched. I took her up to the top of South Mountain. This beautiful view.
Gorgeous.
That you can basically see all of Phoenix.
Oh, yeah.
All of like the greater East Valley is just all kind of right there.
Oh, yeah.
The grid system, everything. And we watched the sunset up there. Man.
Anyone who
so
hasn't
beautiful.
been there, by the way, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
If you're in Arizona, seriously, check it out.
You don't even need to hike. You can just drive up to the top.
You can drive up to the top.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I went with
You've been up there, right?
Yeah, I went with an ex. I'll say an ex.
Yeah. Keep it nameless around
Keep it
here.
nameless right. There's so many.
The lost
There's
sea
so
of
many.
nameless souls.
Also known as my body count. Hey! No, but I went up there. It's beautiful. You can see the whole thing,
dude. Yeah,
it's crazy because I want to ask how it was for you because and for anyone else who is in the Arizona area, kind of think about it because if you grew up here, the each section is very, very distinct, and you can tell when you're in Tempe. You can kind of tell when you're in Chandler. You can kind of tell when you can see Gilbert or Mesa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I felt like you could see everything. Obviously, you couldn't see everything, but for the most part,
you can
could
basically see from that top lookout.
Yeah,
point, you can see basically our house is like West Mesa.
Exactly.
And you can see up to that point.
You can see the house.
So then you can see basically where we live.
Exactly.
Right? So we're like east of ASU by probably like 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. And so you can see our point all the way west, all the way you can see all of ASU.
Yep.
You can see
Tempe Town Lake. You can see all those. Yeah.
You can see downtown Phoenix, the skyscraper buildings down there.
Yeah.
You can see Camelback Mountain.
Yeah, you can see
everything. all this like basically Chandler, Tempe, Phoenix. It's cool.
It's very cool.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm glad you went. I honestly forgot about it. And I hadn't really thought about it since you told me.
Yeah, okay. I actually, it's kind of on my list as kind of a top romantic spot.
Definitely romantic.
After, like, I found it, like, probably 2 or 3 years ago.
Can I tell a funny story?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to tell a lot of personal stories because this involves somebody else too, but I'm not going to name drop.
Yeah, cool.
So, you know who it was, but I won't say for the audience.
Okay.
When I went there, it was so romantic.
Yeah.
It was so unbelievably romantic, and I just had this feeling over myself that I asked the person I was with to be my girlfriend, and she said no. So okay.
Wait.
She didn't say no, but she was like, maybe we should like talk about this, and I was like, but I was so swept up. You remember? I'm not gonna say no guessing.
Gosh.
No
I
guessing.
won't guess, but I will tell you. Then it's not coming to me. I don't know.
Okay, so it was like one of oh my gosh, it was one of the most like. I was like taken aback because I was so swept up in it.
Yeah,
you're up
course.
there. You're with a girl. It's like, you know what I mean.
Oh my God.
And then I was just like, "Hey,
the rest of your life
will you be my girlfriend?"
Let's make a baby now.
I don't know about all that. So yeah, it was funny. It was a good time.
It's funny.
Anyway,
Wow.
so yeah.
Well, Yeah, man. Other than that, we actually did on our birthday day was we tried to finish Until Dawn.
Oh.
So we're I think on the last chapter now.
What chapter? 10?
It said 1 hour until dawn. So that's what makes me think it's like we're either on the last chapter or we're right there. So
yeah, I won't say anything.
I'm gonna keep it spoiler free.
Yeah.
Because it's worth you told me though, I think last week, when I see a character, it'll click, right? Or it'll be like what the fuck? I definitely had that moment.
Yeah, that moment.
Where this character pops up out of nowhere and me and Kendall both are literally like, what the fuck is going on?
Right,
No,
totally. I'm glad. Yes. I won't say anything, but I'm glad that you've got.
Yeah. What else I'm going to say is, just a lot of, I feel like right before the character reveal, before this plot twist, I had an idea that out loud where I'm like, I feel like this is happening.
Right.
And then I wasn't too far off.
Sure.
But there's still a lot that's really unpredictable. And there's other characters I still don't know anything about.
And yes, I agree. And honestly, even when that said reveal is revealed, I'm keeping it very spoiler free in here. There's still other elements to it, and there's almost like little mysteries that you've seen throughout the entire game. You're like, okay, this makes sense, but it isn't everything. It doesn't all add up.
Yeah.
Everything isn't like that. Wasn't just a snap. Oh my gosh, this is what it was.
Yeah.
It's almost like, is that everything?
Yeah.
Is something else going on?
For sure.
Is it as like, I don't know. I don't want to say too much. But
the game does a really good job, I think,
Yes.
with it lays out a bunch of it's a video game, right? So it's not just a movie. So kind of along that is it has an explorative element where you find clues to what's going on.
Yeah,
it literally says clues.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So what really kind of stuck out to me kind of towards the ending of the game now, when characters are kind of being reunited, when it's kind of revealing the major plot that it's been giving you clues for the whole game.
Right.
When you're looking at the clues as a game, you press like R1, you're holding the object,
right?
You like go into the description, you read it.
Right.
Me and Kendall are sitting there kind of solving a mystery, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like I was gonna say Blue's Clues. It's like a Scooby-Doo.
It's just like Blue's Clues, dude. I love it.
Notebook.
It's
like it's like Scooby-Doo, where they're kind of coming together, like me and Kendall. Are like, all right, let's solve this mystery.
And I would say it's definitely like. With that idea in mind, I think it even takes a little bit of inspiration from that idea of like teenagers, and it's like there is a mystery element that is
and there's
solvable.
Supernatural shit, right? Which is kind of like okay,
and you're like, what's this
what's
all
in the
about?
wheelhouse?
Yes,
here,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I'm so glad you're. I'm so glad you're still.
Well,
playing.
and to finish that up, like
please.
Something that was really cool is like you switch and alternate between different characters, right? And as one character picks up and finds the clue, later down the line, when some characters kind of meet each other again, they're literally telling the other party about the clues that you found, right? Yeah. So that kind of, to me, it kind of made me think, how deep is this butterfly effect shit? Where I'm finding clues, and then the clues that character finds, they go and there's actually a cutscene where they reveal the clues to the other party, and it ties it into the story. Yes. And it's done really well.
It has gotten to a point where I've played so much of the game and I know so much about it, but there are so many little tiny details where it's like, I don't know what would change the story so much more than another thing would. I just assume all of it would. And that is the reason I genuinely think it's one of the best games ever made. And I know that's such a crazy idea to say, but the reason it's one of my favorite games is what I'll say is because it breaks that dimension of it's a video game. Because obviously you can say, oh, technically, you pick up this and then this will react, but it's done so seamlessly and it's done so like authentically that I'm like, everything I do in this game is real and everything will have a reaction. And I don't know another time I've been as in a game like that,
immersed.
Like, you know what I mean, where it's like everything I do has a reaction, you know what I mean? And a good example of like how how sometimes some things can kind of take you out of the game. You play a lot of JRPGs. Have you ever had like a game that you're playing where one of our friends, Sophie, is waving at us through the window, by the way. She's
our roommate, right?
Our roommate, our roommate Sophie.
I saw her shadow.
Super sweet. I got scared actually when I saw her. I was like terrified.
Until
so
dawn.
Funny.
We're all freaked out.
Hi, Sophie. So, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought.
We're going to scare our readers off the road.
No, you're totally right. So, like, in some JRPGs, you play JRPGs, there'll be a really important mainline event where something's going on, and then you can just do a side quest.
Yeah.
And it's like nothing's going on.
100%.
One of my biggest, and I don't want to spoil, but the end of Xenoblade 2 was almost kind of made me, like, laugh a little bit.
Okay.
Because so much was happening. It was, like, stakes are high.
Yeah.
Huge.
For sure.
And then you can just like do side quests.
Wait, keep it vague. What side quests kind of
So I'm thinking like, so I don't want to spoil, but honestly, spoilers for Xenoblade 2. Skip a little bit ahead if you don't want to hear it. I'll only talk about it for the next.
It's pretty niche, so I feel like.
Yeah. But I know, like, I think Ben Handorf wants to play it, or shout out Ben.
Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, basically, there's a huge the land masses that everyone's living on are under attack, and basically there are some that are getting like destroyed, killed, and sunk into the cloud sea.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you can just teleport and do a side quest. You can, because I got to the end and I was like, oh, I still have some side quests I want to do.
Yeah.
And so I did them. And they were completely like able to be done. Mm-hmm. No character mentioned it. No like thought about it. And so I see that a lot in JRPGs. It happens too in like Breath of the Wild. You know, the stakes of the world are so huge, and these characters are like, oh, give me an apple.
Oh, for sure. It's like the OG memes of Zelda. Of Breath
of
the Wild,
absolutely.
Being like, Link. Yeah, come, hurry to the castle.
You must defeat Ganon.
Link cooking.
Link making a fucking stew.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, just building a bunch of shit and flying across Kingdom Come.
Yeah. So anyway, in the same, not saying that those games are flawed in any way, but there is a sense of being taken out of it. And with Until Dawn, I never was, and I still haven't through all the playthroughs I've done. I've never gotten too meta with the game, but so maybe that would change something. But also, it impressed me. So yeah, I love that you're playing it. I love that you're playing it.
Yeah,
so much.
That's a whole topic. I think of like immersion in games and the beauty of the games that can do that.
Oh yeah.
And then immersion breaking.
Yes.
And then is it done well? Is it not?
And sometimes you can't. Like, there's nothing much you can do about it.
Right.
Because it's like a game, at the end of the day, is a game with things that are meant to be beat and things that are meant to be completed.
Yeah.
You know, and there's so many times when, you know, you'll be playing a game and you'll hear a character. Happens a lot in actually the new Ratchet and Clank.
Oh,
where
really?
it's in this new one, like, the plot is very high stakes.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff going on. But then, like, Ratchet or the new one, I forget the name of the new Lombax.
Oh, I don't know.
Sylvix? I don't remember.
Yeah.
But she'll say something where it's like you'll do a fighting arena, and then it'll be like, oh, we gotta go, we're on the run, and then she'll get out of the cutscene and she'll be like, maybe we should complete all those arena challenges. Why the fuck would you do that? You're on the run. Yeah, like you should not be doing that. If anything, you should be like, oh, I'm getting my shit. They were in the arena to get money. I'm gonna get my money and get out.
The opposite.
You know what I mean?
Where you go to do shit and she's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Yeah. And so
I get that.
It's not that it's like a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's just a game will have, like, you can play it however you want to play it, and not a lot of people want to play the most linear story based. You know, there's side things all the time, and I do think there's a benefit to those, like Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
One of the best games I've ever played.
Oh my gosh.
If anything, probably my third favorite game.
I still need to beat that.
And you still do.
Yeah.
So good. Anyone who hasn't played that or seen it either, I know that there was an HBO show that came out. A lot of people loved it. Check out the show if you can. Yeah. But honestly, try the games. Yes. Like, just give them a shot. I don't know, even if you're not a gamer, if you got an old PS4 lying around, try them out. They are so good. They are, and also Last of Us Part 2 is the best looking PS4 game that exists.
It's so
that and Uncharted 4. So
unreal.
Beautiful. They look so good.
Uncharted 4 is stupid good.
So good too.
Well, Josh, the last thing I've been playing, I'm going all in on Sea of Stars. Yeah.
I feel like that's it almost feels like a part of our podcast, doesn't it?
I know.
Because we talked about it from the beginning.
Right.
We're still on it.
Yeah, dude. And I've been playing it like a lot. I've been trying to squeeze it in whenever I can. So I just kind of like I'm kind of viewing even like a little bit of gaming in a different light since I started the podcast. Because
we're playing to talk and also enjoy it.
And so it kind of feels more like work now. But because this is a passion kind of project anyway. It kind of it makes gaming seem a little more purposeful.
Sure. I was gonna say purposeful, less work.
Yeah.
Because work is like you gotta do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
sure.
you don't have to play video games.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, for
you
sure.
have plenty of
But
content that you could talk about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On a
100%.
podcast.
But I want fresh content's kind of a part of it.
Absolutely.
And kind of like gaming is such an why it's kind of like fun to talk about is because it's always evolving.
It is
right?
always
and,
evolving.
It is such just a good culmination of a lot of different mediums in one, like music.
Absolutely.
And we talk about a whole episode just on music, specifically video game music.
Right.
Graphics, we talked about pixel art last week, but like, we're talking about The Last of Us Part 2. That is not a pixel art game.
No, absolutely
That
not.
is like a
Hyper
very
realistic.
immersive. Yes, same with like Until Dawn. Like,
absolutely.
Two different studios and their vision of what a realistic kind of experience they want it to look like.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And I think that's also so cool, especially going with what you've enjoyed with Sea of Stars, because the variety in which you can appreciate a piece of media is incredible. Like you look at Breath of the Wild, it looks beautiful. Tears of the Kingdom, they look beautiful, but they're not realistic.
Right.
They're not hyper realistic, but they are gorgeous. In the same way that it's like, you don't look at Sea of Stars like, at least from what I've seen. I looked at a couple screenshots the other day just to see some of the pixel art. I just felt like looking at it on the eShop, and it's beautiful. It really is beautiful, dude. In that sense, it's so gorgeous.
Yeah, actually, one of my buddies pointed out. Shout outs to Brad, guy who actually did music for this podcast.
Name drop to the king, man.
Brad.
He's got
he pointed out that the composer of Sea of Stars is the Chrono Trigger composer.
No way.
They brought him on for the project.
They did a ukulele.
Did they?
Yeah. What's his name? Bryce something. Whoever did Banjo-Kazooie back in the day came back and did all the music for ukulele.
Yeah.
So,
that's what you meant. Like, ukulele, what the fuck?
Yeah, man.
There's no ukulele in there.
They made a shitty game.
Ukulele was kind of
full disrespect.
Not Banjo-Kazooie.
Fuck ukulele. I bought that game. It sucks. It looks like an Unreal Engine playtest game.
Hat in Time looked better.
Hat in Time is better, by the way. And it's not based on something. It's, by the way, Hat in Time, incredible. Yeah. Have you played that?
No, I haven't.
You should.
I remember looking at it, though, kind of like Sea of Stars, when it was like being early funded, when it's in early development. They had the thing it was based off of was, besides like kind of this cute Wind Waker cel shading.
Yeah, it was like cel shading.
They had these levels that are just like the Mario Sunshine levels, don't they?
Yes.
Right? Where it's just like a straight like skill based thing and wall jumping.
Yeah. So
How
good.
would you even describe that?
So it's I would say it's similar to Sunshine.
Sunshine?
It's very similar to Sunshine because
like these challenge levels?
It's challenge levels. It's like the same world, but then there's kind of different things thrown upon it. So like in Sunshine, you know how sometimes it would be, there's specific enemies that are there and you got to take them down, but it's at the same map as say, another level that you'd go into, same map, but different obstacle, different thing you got to do. They do the exact same thing, but each one kind of progresses the story a little bit more. I'd say story, quote unquote, because it's not exactly, a story-based game, but for a 3D platformer, probably one of the best I've played that is not a Mario game. It is on par with the tight controls of it. They're obviously not as tight as Mario, but they are up
for
there.
Being an indie game.
An indie game, dog. An indie game, like 3D platformers. I'm sorry, they have a bad rap. You look at ukulele,
and they deserve it.
Yeah,
because,
exactly.
Ukulele falls in that category for me. Like,
it does.
It didn't feel right to play.
No.
At least, disclaimer, I played it at launch. So I don't know if there was some updates
or
anything to make it better.
Could have been.
But at launch ukulele, you could not, with a good, I don't care how much you love to support the devs. Yeah. And I'm all about indie games.
Absolutely.
But that did not play anything close to Mario 64.
Mario 64,
you know what I mean?
Or even the shit it was based on.
Yes.
Freaking Banjo-Kazooie, which, by the way, I didn't grow up with Banjo-Kazooie. I missed Banjo-Kazooie completely, but I replayed it on the rare replay on the Xbox 360.
I remember when you started that.
Yeah. I love it. It's the controls are tight. They feel like a modern game, especially on the Xbox. They kind of, I think Maybe they tweaked it a little bit.
Because they have it so you can to ride on Kazooie.
Yes,
you hold R, and hold L.
Yep,
right.
I think it's hold R and then hold L.
Like,
and then,
just
it's
like,
something like that.
After
and
a while,
you just move
it's
around.
so muscle memory.
Yep.
Like you just do it so
Was
easily.
it not like that on the N64?
No. You held a Z, right? Remember
the back button?
In the back,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
down on the C stick. Or didn't have a C stick. It was the C buttons.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird.
Or left. Like that was like the way you did it. So this just had like the same kind of feel, but just more natural because it's a more modernized.
And honestly, modernized like controllers, I think we take for granted because you look at something like the freaking N64, and it's a busted up fucking piece of shit. Like, no disrespect, I love the N64 for what it did in gaming, but no, that was the first time they had a stick. It was the first time they did that whole thing, And
like, do you remember that stick? That is not a fun stick to play with, my friend.
I had friends with Super Smash Bros. The original. Yeah. And I remember how difficult it was to get into because the controls they felt off, you know what I mean? There was something weird.
Actually, like it had like the multi-direction divots.
Yeah, so
on
they
like
had those
360.
Yep.
But it's a rock hard plastic stick that even the height of it is weird. Yeah. Like you look at it from the side.
It's like long, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like elongated. Yeah. And they break. They shed like the inner plastic starts wearing, and it kind of sheds off in your hand.
So weird.
Just a weird thing, and the evolution of gaming, like
it was revolutionary.
Yeah,
and it was. It's very important.
But going back to Sea of Stars, my friend.
Yes.
I cannot believe what I'm playing. This, especially with talking about indie games. There's been a lot of indie games. I've Kickstarted games before, backed down Kickstarter. I'm not a game dev, but I'm a game appreciator and lover.
Of course.
And passionator.
I like that. Passionator.
Yeah, we're passionators.
I'll be back.
Baby.
The passionator.
The passionator.
I'll be back.
And I just feel like I've definitely had these roller coasters where, and this isn't just indies, this is also first party, second party games where I've loved it. I've loved the tutorial, or I've loved the first 10 hours, then it drops off, or like all these things, or it just doesn't, the ending, how many games you've gotten through, or you get to the ending, and the ending was trash. It just ruined the game for you, kind of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or even Banjo-Tooie, just because we're talking about it, that has an amazing beginning to the game for me. When you get later in the game, it kind of gets a lot, and it stops being fun, at least for me.
That's really interesting. No, you say that, but I've heard that so many times. I know Banjo-Tooie is very divisive, and it's really interesting because I couldn't tell you why, but because I haven't played it, of course, but I don't know. It's just interesting to hear because it was actually Donkey too had a very, very similar.
Really?
Yeah, he fucking hates Banjo-Tooie because he says that the original levels are very condensed, very like it's literally collectathon.
Yes.
Like the peak way that you do collectathon beyond like Mario 64 or Odyssey, and then what they did was they kind of like made the levels bigger. Backtracking was a big thing.
Backtracking was huge, and that just kind of takes away from the immersion,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
That also is another thing that can take me out of a game is when and that's one of the reasons that it's been so tough to pick back up Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh,
yeah.
The
backtrack, there's no fast travel. It pisses, and maybe there is later, but I'm on the fucking fourth world, and I'm literally going through, even if I make a shortcut, I'm running backwards like so often. I'm like checking the map. Okay, here's where I gotta go. Okay, boom, I took a wrong corner. Fuck. Why can't I just go back to my fucking ship? I just wanna go to a different planet.
Yes.
It's not that deep.
Yeah.
So anyway,
and that's a whole subject in itself too of like Metroidvania style, Zelda style.
I think
you acquire a new item, and now you have access to areas you haven't gone to before. It's like gating, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And if done well, it's very rewarding. It's because oftentimes it's only optional things you need that makes it fun.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's like in Zelda, for example,
Zelda's
you get
a great
extra
example.
health, you get a new item.
Yep.
All these things, but they're not mandatory.
They're not mandatory, and
to
they're
beat
also
the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even get the whole experience.
But like, imagine if you had to at the end of a temple, instead of beating the boss and then getting your heart piece and then teleporting out of it, imagine you beat the boss and then you just had to walk through the fucking dungeon again.
No, that would
like
just
it would just be done bad.
Excuse me, that would make me annoyed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think Metroidvanias are a little different too, because I've loved me some. Actually, probably my favorite, which is so ironic, is Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. Have you played that one?
I have played Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Dude.
Really?
Beautiful pixel art. I love the characters. It's such a funny game.
Actually, I need to correct. I have not played Pirate's Curse.
Oh, you played...
I'm familiar, though.
Yes.
It's full pixel art, right?
Yeah,
for
the most part.
It looks really good.
There's character models, not models, but like when the characters talk, their pictures will come in and they're kind of like anime style.
Oh,
so it's
true.
like everything's pixelated except for those, which is pretty badass.
Well, I played the Half Genie Hero. Yeah,
that one's a completely different style because that's level select. It's not a Metroidvania. If I'm mistaken.
No, there is some elements of backtracking and things on there, and I didn't beat the game.
Yeah.
I got lost and confused, and I kind of lost interest.
Oh, interesting.
But I literally got to, I think, the last level on there. Yeah.
Nice.
So.
I was very excited for that game. But honestly, this is one of the craziest gaming takes, and I know that can we explain something about like fluent conversations?
Oh,
I don't want to name drop it yet,
doing right now,
but
baby.
honestly, I just wanted to say I love everyone who's listening right now. I love Sam so much, and I love everything we're doing. If you guys haven't noticed, I kind of have this theory about conversation that every piece of word that you kind of give with someone is kind of like water, and so water is what is it? It's fluent, right?
Yeah.
And so water flows and it changes form no matter what it kind of takes apart in. If you put it in a vase, it's the shape of the vase. If you put it in a water bottle, shape of the water bottle. If it runs into a ravine, it's a ravine. You know what I mean? But that ravine can go into a lake, a river, back to the ocean. You know what I mean? And then that's going to go back up to the clouds. But all those things still exist. So, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but one of the best things I think you and I are able to do is we kind of veer off very far and then we get back to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
for sure.
I just wanted to name drop that in our podcast at some point. May that be, its own segment at some point or whatever we want to do.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because we were going to, in the conception of this podcast, literally from years ago, we talked about naming this podcast Fluid Conversations. We thought about having a segment called Fluid Conversations, although I couldn't really picture how it turned out. I feel like it naturally,
but it just happens. It just
from
goes.
Us talking.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And so I agree completely. With that all said, I want to get back to this quick point I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a game called Adventure Time? Hey Ice King, why'd you steal our garbage on the 3DS?
I think I have.
Have you heard of that?
Actually, isn't it good?
Yes.
Like
it's
good reviews?
Amazing.
Yeah,
like
that's what I've heard.
So good.
It plays like Zelda?
Full pixel art. Yeah, it's kind of the style of
top
Zelda.
Down?
Yeah, but it's top down, but then it's kind of like Sea of Stars where it's top down, then you get to a level, and then it's like it's different. It's kind of like Adventure Link, but more of a Metroidvania.
Okay.
And then you get abilities and power ups, and you get new ways to explore things. Much fun.
What is that title?
It's called Adventure Time. Hey Ice King, why'd you steal our garbage? And it is. It's on the 3DS, full pixel art, but the director of that game is the same director who did Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
No shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and that one was on the Wii U. Very, very good game.
Yeah.
Like both of those really good games. I think that Adventure Time game was one of the crazy experiences I had because I 100%ed it.
Wow.
I had to 100% it. There were multiple endings you could get. I got the good ending essentially.
I love that.
So much fun.
I also love that because if you know Josh, you know that Josh has a small attention span, and I mean that in the best way.
No,
because,
it's true.
It gives you a perspective of if it's not good, you're not gonna keep playing it. You're not gonna keep watching it, right?
100%.
So any game that Josh beats. I give him big props because Josh isn't really known for beating games. He's known to replay games and just really soak up the most of his time. This motherfucker has beaten Smash Ultimate.
Holy shit.
I don't know if you've heard me real quick. I'll repeat it.
Yeah, please.
Smash Ultimate. This is not a game people are really playing for the single player. Maybe at launch. But Josh has played through it how many times now?
So I'm in my third playthrough. I'm 86% done. I 100%ed the story mode twice. I've also Ultimate is a completely different
story. This is a new game
story.
plus 3. He's Dark Soulsing.
I am
Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, you guys,
which is so fun.
That's so fun.
So great. Yeah, I think I appreciate that perspective too.
Yeah.
Because honestly,
mean that.
I agree. I relate, in my opinion, I relate with the quote from Reggie Fils-Aimé so much. It's the most simple quote in the world.
sir.
I've told you this so many times. If it's not fun, why bother?
You say it just like him.
Bar, yeah, he said it. If it's not fun, then why bother? It's so good. It's a bar though. It's literally like
My body is ready.
my body is ready. I love him so much. I miss him every day. Probably.
Oh my God. Rest in peace. He's actually dead. But
no,
he's
not. He's not. But he
Nintendo
is not.
anymore.
Yeah, he's retired, which is good for him. Him and Mark.
But I do want to say, I want to wrap up Sea of Stars. What a fucking... I'm not kidding. I'm borderline obsessed.
Wow,
this
that's
game
good.
is exceeding every... I didn't even have expectations,
Yeah.
which is kind of something I'm trying to be better at, to be
Absolutely.
honest with you. If I did have expectations, Josh, it destroys them.
Yes.
Like... Everything from the demo, which I showed Josh the demo of this game right before we aired last episode.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like fiending about it. Like I'm like, oh my God, Josh, look at this game. Listen to the sound effects. Like they had a sound effect designer as well as the composer. They had all these things. I checked out like their Kickstarter. I kind of went ham on just looking up all that went into this game.
Yeah.
What, dude? And just playing it, it is so good. If you have any love for Japanese role-playing games or stuff that's on the Super Nintendo, the old Final Fantasies, Chrono Trigger, this
Dragon
game...
Quest a little bit?
Dragon Quest, definitely Dragon Quest. This game is so special. Yeah. This is a actual, like... hidden gem in the wild of a hunk of garbage right now. You know what I mean?
No, I do. I totally do.
It is so good. And something that really surprised me is I had all these elements I talked about last week from Chrono Trigger and Super Mario RPG.
Yes.
Something else to add is I don't know if this is in Mario RPG because I never really got far in that game. But
Super Mario RPG?
Uh-huh.
I thought you fucking love that game.
I do fucking love it, but I did not grow up with it, so I don't have like
Was it at your friend's house? What did you say?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I played it at my friend's copy, and I only beat the first major boss. I got to the second major boss, and never beat it. So I think I got...
Interesting.
I don't even think I got Geno, bro.
I never knew this. I thought you said you like it was really big in your childhood.
Like just in a sense of what it was. And Paper Mario was my first.
Yeah,
that was like my real first RPG ever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's because of that I really like grew fond of Chrono Trigger when I didn't even know what Chrono Trigger was.
Right.
You know.
Oh, totally.
But with this game, Sea of Stars, it has I'm a couple dungeons deep now, and I've hit like 3 big boss fights, and it actually has dungeon mechanics that remind me of Zelda, bro. And I don't know. Well,
if you don't mind me asking.
think some people have also said this is comparable to Golden Sun. Now, I've never played a Golden
Sun's
Sun
with
game.
Isaac, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But and so I've heard people say that this.
I never played.
But I haven't either.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what I mean is like you go through a dungeon and. Like in the first dungeon, and I'm just going to talk about the first dungeon. It will be a little spoiler, but it's just in terms of mechanics. I don't think it's a big deal, to be honest. Sure. All you can do traversing the world is running around, and any object, any cliff, or anything, any body of water, you press the A button, and you can interact with it. So you can climb up walls. It's a very kind of open...
It's like Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, with pixel art.
Yeah, that's so sick.
It's so sick.
That's really cool.
So I'm walking around this first area, and there's... It's like a Zelda thing. Yeah. Very clearly some landmarks that are interactable. They're repeated models. Right. But I can't do anything with it yet. So I'm like, okay. So keep traversing, fight a mini boss, beat the mini boss, massive chest.
Yeah.
What's in the massive chest, Josh?
Yeah.
Open it. There is a item where you can burst out wind. So you use this wind. Yeah, it has its own chime. So now you go throughout the dungeon and you backtrack. Yeah. And you can interact with all the things that I saw
which is
before.
very Zelda.
It's very Zelda.
That's what Zelda is. OG Zelda.
I went into the second dungeon. Yeah. It has something else. I'm not even going to say because this item, I'm like, whoa. Yeah. It changes how you traverse the world. Wow. It's like really fun.
That's cool.
So all these elements added in, bro, it's really, really good. And something else I want to add too that's small is... In every other JRPG I've ever played, each character levels up individually.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
This is even in Xenoblade.
For the most part, yeah.
However, in kind of modernized versions, because we've come a long ways in terms of like how saves are handled, because there used to be save points.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So with leveling up in modern JRPGs, you basically, the background characters who are not in your party,
right,
they will automatically level up. You remember in the old school ones though, or even like old Pokemon?
Yeah, I was gonna say
you
Pokemon,
only level up who you use.
Your front Pokemon.
Yes.
Unless you got like an XP share.
Yes.
But
right.
Like, even those things are so crazy. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
in modern Pokemon,
yes,
it's automatically on.
There's
you
no
don't
XP
have to worry about
yeah,
it,
it's
right?
only
it's like it's just more modernized.
It is,
you know?
and there's I think there's kind of an understanding where it's like that's kind of where you go. You know what I mean? From that OG, I honestly cannot imagine individually using each Pokemon that I used in Scarlet and Violet and individually just like killing things. I don't want to go back. And dude, I know. Yeah. No, absolutely not.
No, and
I don't want to have to make sure I have a charm activated to be able to do it. It's just modern. It's the way things change. And you're so right. It's the save points are huge. To kind of keep on the topic of save points, you know what felt like such a big change at first was having your what's it called? Your Pokemon party at the hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's it called? Your Pokemon box, your computer box. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your computer box, your CB, whatever it's called. That thing.
Didn't you tell me in the new one that you can do it anywhere?
It's been like that since Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu.
You're right.
Yes. So was when it started.
Yeah.
And that's just the modern way that things are like done, basically. No save points. There's not really a point you have to go check with those kind of things. You
even
just
Sword and Shield?
modernize Sword and Shield, yeah. Sword and Shield.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, because they give you a special like Rotom box thing.
Because you can't do that in Arceus.
Yeah. No.
Right.
And in this new one, there isn't even a computer to see at Pokemon centers. It's all in your bag, which is they streamlined the fuck out of it.
Yeah,
but it's just so it's just the sense of gaming's change in time. You know what I mean?
And it's funny because I feel like as nostalgia has it, we're kind of resistant to those small changes.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
But after we get a taste of it for a while, the convenience sets in.
Are
then
you
we're
kidding
like,
me?
Yeah, I'm not going back.
No. Fuck no. I remember feeling that way about the Pokemon boxes in general.
Yeah.
It felt weird at first, you know what I mean? Because I like getting to go to the importance of going to a Pokemon Center and checking on my Pokemon, seeing what I can do, moving them around, you know? But come on.
Yeah.
It's 2023. Let's take care of business.
/ fluid conversation.
Yes.
Sea of Stars, leveling. I've never seen this before in a JRPG. There is one unified party level. So the individual party characters do not have levels.
Interesting.
You as a player, your party has a level. So as you level up, all your characters go through like a splash screen where it says level up, and you get to choose kind of like a bonus stat. So all the characters raise stats automatically based on their level. Right. It'll say like +2 health, +2 magic attack, right? But then it has this cool kind of Paper Mario or Super Mario RPG thing where it has a pop-up and it says it's randomized. So it'll be like, okay, for one character, you get a bonus stat. You want attack, you want defense, or you want health. And you choose one, then it'll cycle to the next character, same thing. And then you cycle to the next character, same thing. Yeah. And it's really cool, bro. I've never seen
that sounds really
that exact thing. Yeah.
I haven't really seen anything like that either. So very
Josh,
unique.
That's all I got to catch you up on, my guy.
Hell yeah, man.
So let's jump into the podcast, shall we?
Let's do it. That's just the intro.
That's right, baby. Yeah,
we're just
I think I want to keep these intros like this because I feel like it feels a little more natural than jumping into a blurb.
I agree.
You know?
I agree completely.
Guys, with that being said, my name is Sam, and I will be your host for today's show, along with one of my best friends, Josh.
That's me. What up, everybody?
This podcast is essentially about two fucking nerds discussing, debating, laughing, and farting about things we're passionate about, and what brought us together, wrapped into an entertainment package for you to build a community.
Hey, I like that.
Our episodes are currently being uploaded every Friday. I finally have this schedule kind of working after doing it a couple of times now. So expect it Friday morning on Spotify, Apple Music, and as of last week, YouTube.
Let's go.
That was a big one for Joshy. He really wanted it on YouTube, and with interacting with some of you guys, I know that's important to some of you. Yes. So I will keep that up. And we invite you to join our community at our Patreon page. Check out patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, where you can write in questions as a subscriber, or you can simply email us if you don't want to go through that.
Ooh.
flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
That's beautiful.
Josh and I just honestly want to say your support means everything to us.
That's true.
And your support will keep this podcast flowing abundantly. Without you, we're just two guys broadcasting our thoughts and conversations into the wind.
That is true. And Sam was saying that from the heart. He wasn't reading that off of his phone.
Yeah, definitely not, bro.
He said it on the heart. No, but we love it. We love the support.
It's true.
It's beautiful. I've honestly felt a lot of like genuine support. I feel like, and you cannot make that stuff up. You know what I mean?
For sure.
You can't not feel that, especially when you're recording too. It genuinely does feel like we get to talk with you guys. So please, do you have the name of our Patreon?
Yes,
written?
actually, I got it right here. Josh, you want to read it this week?
I would love to read it. So we have four beautiful people. Ooh.
And what are these, by the way?
These are our Patreon supporters. So our sponsors is what we call it, actually.
Yes, sir.
So they are subscribed to our Patreon, which there should be. I mean, it's linked anywhere it is, right? So they'll be able to find it. Or should I read it out? Flash Bros.
Yeah, this is just going to be if you go on our Patreon. There's a free support. Otherwise, if you want to be a paid sponsor, there's a link to click for that. And so this list is the people who are on our paid club, the Flash Bros Club.
Flash Bros Club. That's the best club you could be a part of.
That's right, baby.
So our first supporter, Austin Bowman, literally a legend, absolutely incredible. Wrote us in last week, right?
Yep.
Yeah, asked us about Demon Slayer, which...
He wrote us in again.
Did he?
To that.
Woo!
Yep. We got a few mail call this
Beautiful.
week. Yeah.
We have the lovely and gorgeous Annette Anderson. Wonderful lady.
Shout out to my mother.
Yes, that is Sam's mother, but I've met her on multiple occasions, and she is wonderful. And probably my favorite on this list, not trying to pick favorites, but Donald Duck.
Donald
fucking Duck is subscribed to our Patreon. And then a new one, look at this, Kendall... Oh, you gotta help me with the last name. Sutherland?
Yes.
That's a badass last name.
I know, right?
Is that your girlfriend?
That is my girlfriend.
Yeah! So your mama and your girlfriend? Let's go.
I know, bro.
Dude, this is awesome. Yeah, thank you
really
to the four of you guys, seriously, so much. Everyone who's listening, of course, thank you to all of you. But special little shout out to the Patreon sponsors. You guys are super awesome. We're doing it for you.
Yes. Josh. All right, guys. With that being said, let's jump into our... first major section. This is just a curated list. This is curated. Like this isn't
everything.
The whole list.
How big gaming is, man.
I'm not kidding. I went through this list and on each page of the date, I probably had 4 to 5 picks of 20 to 50.
Yes.
Like what?
That's crazy.
So
it's wild.
This list, by the way, today is Wednesday, September 6th.
That's today.
2023. And these release dates are North American unless otherwise stated. Yeah, Josh, just chime in if you got something to say.
I'm gonna zip my lip.
But I think all of these deserve a spot. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
And I'm gonna make a. Whoa, we just got a Patreon subscriber. Adrell Williams.
Are you serious?
Yo!
Live
instant shout out.
That's
Adrell,
insane.
he's in the other bedroom.
Of
You
course
can probably
he can.
hear us
No, he
screaming
can,
like
he can.
monkeys. We love you!
Thank you, Adrell! Love him. He's in the bathroom.
This
oh
guy.
My gosh, I love it.
Well, all right. So this is going to be for the week of September 4th through the 10th, Josh, which is this week, okay? Starting with Super Kirby Clash. This came out 4 years ago on the Nintendo Switch, 2019. Josh, you're one of the biggest Kirby fans I've ever known.
That is true.
You play this?
I did not.
Okay.
However, it's very similar to another fighting Kirby game that was on the 3DS. They are literally like Smash Bros. Clones, but then there are bosses.
Oh, yes!
Yeah, have you played those? So before Smash Bros. Came out on the 3DS or the Wii U or anything like that, it was honestly a pretty valuable game. So me and my friends used to play it. I believe it's called... I forget the name of the original.
It Battle Royale?
Battle Royale or something like... It's not Battle Royale, but it's like
Clash?
Battle Coliseum something. Battle Clash? Did you say that? Or is that the new one?
Yeah, something Clash.
So they just do that because it's kind of a series that goes... It's a spin-off series, but it was the new one that kind of came out with the... what's it called? The engine that was used to make Star Allies, which was another side-scroller. That
For
for Kirby on the Switch. So, yeah, it was kind of just a modern version of it.
Next up, we got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. This is actually the remake of the original. So this came out on PC, PS4, and Xbox One 3 years ago in 2020.
Nice.
Thought it was a little interesting. It was PS4 and Xbox One, not PS5 and Xbox Series X. But
when was this? When did it come out?
3 years ago. But a lot of games kind of go through this. I feel. They kind of want to be accessible on both.
And honestly, not a lot of people. Plus, who had a fucking 3 years ago? Who had a fucking
PS4?
PS5.
Yeah, my bad.
No one.
Nobody.
No one. Couldn't get one.
Couldn't find it.
Good game though, by the way. I played.
Did you play the remake? I didn't.
I didn't play the remake, but I played the original.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, dude, classic games.
I think I played 2 more than anything.
Speaking of classics, we got Yakuza. PS2 17 years ago in 2006. You got any kind of Yakuza is a massive series.
It's
by
also
the way.
I would say it has like a cult following.
Yes.
Like if there are people out there that just fucking love Yakuza.
Yeah. That's one of my buddies, Caleb.
Really?
Caleb loves the Yakuza series, and there's a lot of them.
Oh, really?
Dude, so many in the series now, it's silly. The newest one coming out, I think, is Like a Dragon 2. It's called something else, but it's the sequel to Like a Dragon.
Blade just bought it, and he said he was so confused.
Really?
Yeah, he started playing it. He was like, I thought I could get what was going on. He had no idea.
Yeah,
there were characters coming in and out that you see. I bet it was good for the series, but that was just what his experience was.
I heard it's basically Japanese mafia, the comedic video game.
Yes, and I really want to play it.
Yeah,
I definitely want to get into it one day. But that's all I gotta say.
Next, Puppeteer. On the PS3 10 years ago in Japan. That was 2013. You ever heard of or play Puppeteer?
Never heard of it.
Really cool. I remember it kind of blew up on gaming news for a minute when it came out because I believe it was a kind of 2D platformer collectathon, so kind of game like Mario vibes, but it was on PlayStation, so PlayStation didn't really have games like this. Basically, it makes me think of that game you loved on PlayStation,
Astro's Playroom.
Astros, right?
Which is, by the way, one of the best 3D platforms I've ever played. And I play a lot of 3D platforms.
How people are talking about Astros is like Astro's Playroom is how I heard people talking about Puppeteer.
Puppeteer, huh?
Yeah, so look it up, see what it looks like. It's very interesting.
How do you spell that? Do you know?
Pupppeteer.
Oh, I see.
Teer.
Thank you. For PS3? I just want to see if I recognize it all. I do not recognize that.
Yeah. I don't even know who the devs are. But
very cool.
I'm pretty sure it was received very well.
It says Japan Studio.
Oh, true.
Japan Studio.
I've never heard of it. They've made games on the PlayStation since the PS1.
What do they do? What was one of the game they made?
Honestly, you want to know? Huh. They made it's called Legend of Dragoon. It's a big 2-disc. Wait, I think it's a 4-disc.
What?
Game on PlayStation 1.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Huge RPG, JRPG. One of the originals, I'd say, for PlayStation.
Interesting.
And I'm pretty sure Japan Studio did that, along with a bunch of other things that are kind of like here and there that you're like, oh, okay.
Weird.
Just this dual studio.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Shout out Japan Studio.
Shout out Japan Studio. Destiny 2 came out 6 years ago on PS4 and Xbox One in 2017. You ever play Destiny, Josh?
I never did. But I do know that, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope I'm not wrong, our friend Devin, friend of the show, he loves Destiny 2.
Yeah.
He still plays it to this day. Mm-hmm. And I think he does every new thing that comes out for it.
Fuck yeah.
But I don't know much.
Yeah, so never played. My buddy Marshall, big Destiny guy. My buddy Caleb also was Marshall.
Oh, Stapleton?
Yeah.
I don't know why I shouted out his whole name. Shout out to Marshall.
Shout out to Marshall. So he told me he was really in Destiny 2 for a minute after it came out, and then after I feel like he keeps getting back into it whenever there's a new big expansion.
Yes, the expansions.
And I know they're really good at kind of keeping players in because of those expansions.
And then also if it's good, maybe I'll play it.
Yeah, but I played a little bit, but I kind of moved on. I'm not really a part of games as a service anymore.
Yeah, me
if
neither.
That makes sense.
No, I'm totally with you. I used to love I know it's not really a games of service, but I used to love Fortnite so much.
Yeah.
In high school, especially when it was just came out, it was super peak. Oh my god, everyone was playing it. I was literally like, new season dropped. I was hyped. I was like watching videos on it, and then I would buy the battle pass, and I would
you were fucking
get as much. I was in it like so hard, and then I don't touch it anymore. And I don't want to. I feel
like after my League of Legends binge, which was before I moved here, that was kind of the last time I was so into games as a service. Other than like maybe Smash Ultimate, if you want to count that, for like when they kept releasing DLC.
Yeah, but DLC doesn't count.
I know. And the hype's never left.
Yeah, exactly.
But there is that feeling though of being in it when the service is happening,
when it's happening,
and DLC's dropping, and you're like, oh, like you're on the hype train with everybody. I get the feeling, and it is really good.
It's real and it's great.
Next up, Gears 5. Xbox One 4 years ago, 2019.
Gears?
Actually crazy.
As in like Gears of War?
Gears of War.
Okay.
I remember this. I put this on this list because I actually haven't really played Gears since Gears 2.
Gears 2.
And I never beat Gears 2. I was a big Gears of War 1 fan because that was a launch or around a launch title on the Xbox 360.
Yeah.
It was kind of the Halo killer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Gears 5 was premiering the last PAX I went to. And I remember being we were kind of just walking around. I had a group of like 4 guys.
Yeah.
And one of us is like, hey, you guys want to play the preview for Gears 5? There's no one in line.
What?
So we jumped in and we played like PvP against another team.
No way.
We lost, but it was a lot of fun. We were all communicating like we were on a pro team.
Yeah. That's tough. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with the Gears series. However, I did start the first game maybe like a year ago.
Oh yeah.
And I haven't touched it a lot, but I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
I really like third person shooters that like have like almost like a different vibe to them. I really
definitely. It has a very Gears did a lot of firsts for the gaming kind of like FPSs and stuff, like ducking and all that stuff. So.
I thought it was good. I thought I touched, I thought it was really good.
Really good.
Didn't get far though. So.
Josh, you ever heard of the Disgaea series?
I think you told me something about it.
Okay.
Disgaea?
Yeah, it's the Disgaea series.
Is it Disgaea or Dat-Gaea?
I think it's Duke Gaia.
Who the fuck is Duke Gaia, dude?
I'll show you a Duke Gaia.
Duke Gaia, I barely know her.
But this guy is a series. I don't know the devs unless it's I know that the publishers in North America is NIS.
I think it's Japan Studio. I think so.
I thought it was Nipponichi Software, but I could be wrong.
No, it could be both.
But I'm pretty sure that they also are the developers for the game and the publisher. And usually NIS just publishes games pretty much over here. But
right.
the Disgaea series is like a big kind of like different take on a Fire Emblem game. I've tried getting into 3 of different ones.
Really?
One on Vita, one on Switch, and one on PlayStation 3, I think. And just didn't stick for me. I think I just I have Fire Emblem to always compare to.
Honestly, if you have something like that, it's hard to break that. Because honestly, sometimes even like if it's comparable, sometimes if you already have love for something, it's like, you can't really break that.
I know, dude. Yeah. With nostalgia's there too. Like you grew up with it.
Oh yeah.
So hard to beat it out.
Almost impossible.
But this Disgaea 4, A Promise Unforgotten, came out in PS3 12 years ago in 2011. Gotcha. Next up, we got Resistance 3 on PS3 12 years ago in 2011.
I don't know this one.
Resistance? Never heard of the Resistance series?
Maybe I've seen it, but the thing was like...
Look up the cover. It's got... It basically was... You know how we just talked about Gears of War? And that was like Xbox's kind of Halo killer. This was PlayStation's Halo killer.
I've seen this.
This and Killzone.
Yes, I've seen this. I never played it.
Yeah,
but it's like zombies, right? Or it's like aliens.
Yeah, aliens. Okay. Yeah, and it has like just a lot of like FPS. It's mainly just an FPS. You know, I think it had multiplayer too.
Nice.
But I never played it. I just wondered if you heard of it.
No, I definitely have seen it, and I definitely when I was shopping as a youngin, I definitely have seen that cover art.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah, no question. I mean? Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, next, we got The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 2. Part of a massive series these guys do. This came out in PS3 and PS Vita 7 years ago in 2016.
On Vita, huh?
Yeah. Cool. They released these simultaneously with Vita, the first 3, I think.
I love that.
Or just the first 2. But
I love Vita.
You ever heard of the Legend of Heroes games?
I have not heard of them.
I think
I might have seen them, but if they're on Vita, I probably have seen them though, because I'm a huge Vita fan.
I would actually label this series as the biggest series you, Josh, personally wish you would be a part of, but you cannot be?
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is it's very anime inspired. It's very story, like heavy story themes. Think Xenoblade level storytelling.
Okay, so why can't I be a part of it?
Well, because there's 13 games.
Whoa!
That are all 60 plus hours.
Holy shit!
So,
and they all like go into each other.
All
what
go
the fuck?
Into each other.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is making these
but
games?
They're spread across. Yeah, I know.
Why are there
right?
so many?
Shit. It's by the guys who did Yeast. You ever heard of the Yeast series?
It's Falcom.
Yeah, Nihon Falcom.
Yeah, Nihon Falcom.
Yeah. But I remember this game when it came out, and I actually
it looks cool.
Yeah.
I just looked up a bunch of pictures. If you guys are there at home and you haven't heard of this, look it up too.
Yeah, The Legend
Very
of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel. There's
Never
a bunch
heard of
though.
it.
Yeah.
I think you're completely right. I probably will never.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
they're
not
spread across
because it's too
systems.
much, and they're spread across systems.
What about, like-
and decades?
Yeah. What about PC releases though?
PC has a few, but it doesn't have all of them. Mm-hmm. And that
Okay, so who's
annoying.
a fan of these games? Who the fuck plays them?
This is the smallest niche community you'll find of just people who are hardcore about this. But
Yeah.
this is a very beloved series.
This is
You
how
look
I
up
felt.
people-
About like Metal Gear when I first
Dude,
found out about it, because it was
for sure.
like they're so spread out on other systems, and it's like, who's played Metal Gear 1?
It's the hardest.
You know what I mean?
To like
you can't find them. And then we were just talking about Rising.
Yes.
Last time with Raiden. Raiden.
Yeah.
And you can't find that. I mean, you probably could, but it's like re-release it. Give me an ability to play your game.
It's dumb.
Yeah,
I know.
ridiculous.
Just put them on Switch. Come on.
Ridiculous.
Final Fantasy VII on the PS1 26 years ago.
No way.
In 1997.
That was this week?
Monumental. Yes. Also this week, Final Fantasy VIII.
Wow.
2 years later, 24 years ago.
Holy shit.
1999.
2-year development period?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. For sure.
Wow.
Very different. For sure.
Really?
And it took a lot longer to develop.
I never played 8.
Because 7 was the first 3D and the first PlayStation, fully fledged PlayStation title. But you've never heard of 8?
No, I've never seen, or I probably have.
You play Kingdom Hearts?
No.
The first one?
No.
Or the second one?
No, I never did.
Okay. There's several characters. Like Leon is a character, and he's the main character
Of 8?
Yeah. He's got a gunblade.
What?
Yeah, very cool character design.
Gunblade. That's tough. That's tough.
Man, the only thing I really have to say on Final Fantasy VII, because that is a whole episode.
That could be an episode. Yeah. Could be.
Just one of the greatest and most influential JRPGs ever made.
Oh, no question.
It also was really like the first time JRPG or anything like that was kind of popularized and mainstream in the United States.
Absolutely. And it was very mainstream, I feel like, too.
Very.
It was probably one of the most popular OG PlayStation games.
At the time, it had the biggest budget and the biggest marketing budget ever for a video game. It was unreal.
So crazy, which is pretty fucking cool if you ask me.
I think so.
And pretty monumental.
So next up, unless do you have anything you want to say on Mr. Leon?
It looks cool.
Yeah. It looks cool, bro.
I think it looks pretty cool.
I honestly don't think I'm ever going to play Final Fantasy VIII. It's very different.
To be completely honest, there are probably only like a certain amount of Final Fantasy games that I would play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because it's like you kind of... It's almost like... I'd say it's like playing the lottery when it comes to, because I think some are really good and some I've seen that I think are very not my type, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? 7 was, though. I thought 7 was really fun. I started the original.
Remake?
Yeah, not the remake.
The original.
The original they re-released on Switch, where they could make it so there was no random encounters and you could also speed up the game.
Yeah.
It was just like a remaster kind of thing. Not a remaster, sorry, but a re-release kind of thing. Is that what you call it? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But really good. I really like the storytelling. It was funnier than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
It had like a little bit of comedy, but a lot of like, it was dark. And it just had this very strange vibe that I fucked with personally a lot.
Yeah. The writing is pretty renowned.
Yeah.
Especially like how the writing has evolved over time.
Right.
But yeah, I'm with you. I agree with you on all
and
of
look at that cute motherfucker right there.
I know, dude.
I pulled up
Mr.
a picture
Boxy
of Boxy Art Cloud.
Yeah. I actually did the opposite if you look at that picture, what we're looking at right here is he pulled up kind of one of the first Google images of what gameplay looks like of Final Fantasy VII. And if you look at it, Cloud and the characters, they are a 3D model against a 2D background. And Xenogears was literally going to be Final Fantasy VII and was rejected for the idea. But that developer broke off and made Xenogears, and it is the opposite. It's 2D characters on a 3D background. They had two different visions for how they thought kind of the future of gaming.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
That's cool. That's very interesting.
Very.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
Let's move on. We got Burnout 3 Takedown on the PS2 and Xbox original 19 years ago in 2004. You ever play any of the Burnout games?
No, never played Burnout.
One of my favorite non-Mario Kart racing games.
Oh, yeah.
And not like F-Zero. Like this is like an actual racing game with cars.
Yeah.
And just very fun. They put in good mechanics that made you want to like... A lot of the races aren't just two cars on a racetrack.
Right.
It's like you're in a city and you're not supposed to be racing, but you're against another dude and you're going around traffic and through traffic, right? Just done really, really well. My favorite being Revenge, which came out in the 360 shortly when the 360 launched.
Hell yeah.
And with Revenge, the whole point of the game is to literally get the most destruction.
To kill people.
Yes.
Yeah,
you take them out.
I like that.
You're taking out your opponents, you get rewarded for it.
I like murder.
After that, Josh, Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, 19 years ago in 2004.
Fire Red and Leaf Green.
I want to know if this is like on your list at all for Pokemon games.
I would say absolutely.
Yeah?
Definitely because I love me some sprite work on the GBA. I love GBA sprite work. I love Pokemon with sprite work. I love seeing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
To be honest, I've gotten to a point where I don't see myself really wanting to revisit that Gen, just because it's so overdone at this point.
Sure.
No disrespect on Gen 1ers. People love them so much. But, like, come on, man. Like, we've had two remakes of it so far with the OG. And every single time we get a brand new Pokemon, we get new, like Gen 1 forms. We get, like, Charizard gets a new form every game. Why did he get 2 Mega Evolutions? What the fuck was up with that? He was the only one who was in the original before the DLC who got a Gigantamax form, too. Why the fuck?
Right.
Why was it just him? There's so much stuff that I'm like, and obviously you have more nostalgia for it than I do. So I'm kind of like, let's just move on. Let's, like, I love Pokemon. I love OG too. I watched the anime when I was a kid. I have so much love for that first gen, but let's move on.
Oh, yeah. All I got to say for its time, it came out at a good time. And ever since then, Gen 1 has been abused. I agree with you.
Definitely.
So many things. Even like, I was just thinking about it too. The only two Pokemon who have 2 Mega Evolutions, it's Mewtwo and Charizard.
Mewtwo and Charizard who are both Gen 1.
Literally.
It's so funny. Yeah. And it's so funny right now because they have this special event that just started a couple days ago for Scarlet and Violet, where they literally mystery traded you a free Mew, and you can do Terra Raid battles. There's Black Crystal Terra Raid battles to get a Mewtwo.
Shit.
And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. You know, it's cool. But it's like Mew and Mewtwo, dude.
It's like Mew and Mewtwo,
Come on. They're the OG, like...
I don't know if you've ever heard of Pokemon the first fucking movie.
I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Mewtwo. It's Mew and Mewtwo. It always is.
Let's move on, Josh. Please. We got Kingdom Hearts, Birth by Sleep. Came out in the PSP 13 years ago in 2010. I have to say, was a massive Kingdom Hearts fan.
Really?
This was one of the biggest hype trains for the series ever. Was
Seriously?
This game? Yes, because
I feel like I've
take
never
you on a lore train.
Please.
Kingdom Hearts was so successful when it came out on the PS2. It broke records. And they started a huge development cycle. They got a lot of hype for Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2, my hot take, is one of the best games I've ever played.
And you've told me that before.
It was such an incredible game. And something cool that they did at the end was, if you beat the game under certain conditions, and that your difficulty defined this. Yeah. So there was an easy, there's a normal, and a proud. If you beat the game on proud, all you had to do was beat the game. And if you beat the game, I'm pretty sure there might have been like maybe a couple of major chests, but you beat the game, it unlocked a hidden cutscene.
What?
That you can only watch, and it's like for the time, the quality of this cutscene was like better than any CGI movie you've ever seen. Seriously.
Wow.
It was a Final Fantasy production is what it was.
Right.
And they showed the next Kingdom Hearts, which showed like a Keyblade graveyard. They showed these figures in
This was in
armor.
2? This was in 2?
This is the end of 2. And at the end of this thing, it just says Birth by Sleep. And you're like, oh my god.
That's pretty crazy.
What is this? Yeah.
And
so the hype behind this game, there was a lot of it.
Wow.
You ever hear anything about Birth by Sleep?
Okay, my relationship with Kingdom Hearts is obviously, these games, especially the first and the second one, are 2 games that I know I will play. And that I have intention to play.
For sure.
And that I want to. Blade and Dorian, 2 friends of the show, they both played, I believe, both of these games, and they just said they loved it. They said it was so good. To be honest, like, Blade is kind of similar to me, where if he's bored by a game, he won't play it. Yeah, and I'm cool with that. I think that, and it's really interesting because Donkey said at one point, a critic having a different opinion than you doesn't mean something bad. It almost is like you can trust their opinion to stick by it and say what they feel about it. And so I feel that way about, like, Blade's opinions on games, but also, like, Kingdom Hearts itself. The fact that, that game is beloved by him, but also you and Dory. So, gotta play it.
Gotta.
However, I know that the timeline, and this is kind of a meme at this point, the timeline in the games, it's like kind of all over the place, right? It gets a little crazy. I think they just, with Kingdom Hearts 3, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not mistaken, they kind of rebooted it to a degree, a little bit, with Kingdom Hearts 3, and now Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to come out, and then it's going to kind of be a part of this. It's not a new timeline. You may
be right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, you never played 3? Okay.
No, I played 3, and that's a big reason I'm not really a huge Kingdom Hearts fan anymore. Like, I just didn't...
You didn't like 3 then?
I liked it, but there's a lot of things I didn't like about it, and the biggest thing for me is... Because I'm like you to a degree. If I just kind of like nothing is keeping me immersed or pulling me to the game, I'll just drop it.
Totally.
And
I think that's reasonable as fuck.
Yeah.
If it's not
Time
fun,
is precious.
Why bother?
I got so many games to play.
You got shit to do, man.
Let's move on. We got Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. 13 years ago in 2010. So you're a big Spider-Man fan. I wanted to know if you ever played this or anything.
Yes, I am a huge Spider-Man fan, but to be honest, this kind of missed my radar when I was a little bit younger.
Oh, yeah.
However, if I'm not mistaken, Adrell, our roommate, it's like his favorite Spider-Man game. If I'm not wrong.
I think you're right.
If I'm not wrong. And same thing with Azzy, I think. Okay. Obviously, they love the new PS4 one. That one's so good. But literally, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to speak for him, but he has told me on multiple different occasions that Shattered Dimension is incredible, which introduced kind of the multiverse to the mainstream.
That's literally what I was going to say.
Which is huge, too, to Spider-Man because, nowadays we got Spider-Verse, which is an incredible film series, but wouldn't be possible without Shattered Dimensions because one of the main characters in that one was obviously based on the comics, but it was literally Spider-Man Noir. He was one of the playable characters in there. Yep. And guess who else was one of the others? Spider-Man 2099, Mr. Miguel O'Hara.
Wasn't he?
One of the main antagonists of the brand new the movie that just came out.
Yeah.
And
his name was the same?
Yeah, Miguel O'Hara. Yeah, it's the same guy, same lore, for the most part. They kind of switch it up in the movies every once in a while, but for the most part, same exact character, which is really cool because you finally are getting to see like a bit of the Spider-Verse, and the Spider-Verse was obviously a huge comic book series, but the amount of potential that was there, not only was it like I think just kind of the awakening to everyone that these stories are not only valid, it's what fixes the idea of Spider-Man and the reboots that happen. We saw that recently with No Way Home. Originally, truthfully, you could look at Spider-Man where it's like, Tobey Maguire, those movies ended after the third one. Andrew Garfield had 2, Tom Holland has 3, right?
Yeah.
But the way that we view it now, the way that the Spider-Verse has opened up, truthfully, the way the webs have unraveled, the way Shattered Dimensions kind of, shattered our perspectives, was that now we look at it differently. We see Tobey Maguire in his own universe. He is his own Spider-Man. Andrew Garfield is his own Spider-Man. And then Tom Holland is his own.
Yes.
And all of them can share a world together. They can be all alive at the same time, which is a beautiful sentiment. And I think this whole idea of the Spider-Verse has given Spider-Man power beyond anything that any comic like could have done for it. So I admire Shattered Dimension a lot more for what it's done for our literal like spider society and everything that we've kind of appreciated over the years. I think it's just done a fucking incredible job. It's created, that mindset. It didn't create the Spider-Verse. It's obviously a web series, but it was the first to kind of, do something with it. And that's how most people learned about it. So, love the game, never played it. Love the game, never played it.
I never played it either. But on the same topic, Marvel's Spider-Man came out 5 years ago on the PlayStation 4.
Marvel Spider-Man?
Marvel Spider-Man.
As in my second favorite game
your second
all
favorite game
time.
Of all time.
Don't get me started. I was already talking about Spider-Man for so long. Sam, this game, and everyone else who's listening, Sam and everyone else, this game is one of the most, I would say, addicting games I've ever played. Addicting has a very negative connotation to it. However, you haven't played it, have you? You got a little far.
I've only played. I went to E3.
Okay.
When this game had not come out yet. That was my E3 year.
Yes.
And I got into a line to play it.
Nice.
First, right?
And you got to play it.
I got to play it.
Nice.
And it was awesome.
Good. Still is.
I don't really like those kind of games. Kind of like the just open world, just like, I don't know, swinging around like in the older Spider-Mans, or like even in there's that one game where you're like on PlayStation, Infamous, dude. Yeah, I know. It just didn't grab me in the way that it grabs so many of my friends. And
dude.
people.
I love Infamous. Oh my god.
But it is on my list.
Yes,
it is. I will play it.
I would say, you definitely kind of hit the nail on the head when it comes to. I would say it's much more similar to Infamous than most other things. It's that open in New York City, very it's very story heavy, but there's an emphasis on the fact that it is an open world, and the world is massive. It's huge. It's literally all of the main of New York City. Incredibly massive. They don't have Queens. They don't have a couple other spots, which is totally fine. But they're gonna have them in the sequel, baby. That's okay. That's okay. But huge world, so many things to do. Every corner of the map has something to be done. I literally will be looking at like something. I'll literally click down the stick. I'll see enemies that you got to take down because there's like a crime kind of like sensor you have. You can see when something's going on. Go swing down, do that. Oh, I'm right next to a backpack. I'll go take care of that. I'm right next to a Taskmaster challenge. I'll go take care of that too. You will be playing for so long.
I feel like it complements ADHD.
Oh my god,
so well.
But listen, the reason it's my second favorite game is because what are two very big things you would think about me? I'm gonna ask, but I'm very ADHD.
Yep.
Right. Definitely. But I'm also I think a very kind person. And
for sure.
What is the point of Spider-Man? To be good. To be a good person.
Yeah.
And so not only is my head is involved because of the ADHD, my heart is involved. There are these
beautiful.
There's so much things that there's so many things, I'm so sorry, that tug at my heart when it comes to Spider-Man. This idea of having this ability that others don't have and sacrificing your life in order to do what is right, in order to be what you are meant to, because that's your responsibility.
Absolutely.
That's what you have to do. And I try to look at myself in that same way. And so not only am I like, oh, let me go take down, do all these things, I'm also like, let me go stop Taskmaster because he is a terrorist who's trying to kill people innocently. Let me get these backpacks. Let me like take care of these pigeons, get them back to this dude. So many great little things, but it's all about, at its core, it's about being a hero.
Yeah.
And it's about being good, and it's about being the hero that others, being the strength that others don't have. And there's so many metaphorical parts where you're lifting things up, and Spider-Man saves people by lifting things up. And obviously it's a button mashing part, but there's something more than that. It's about
that's
being the strength, and that's what I want to be for people. But I also, it complements my ADHD pretty damn good.
Love that.
I am, and last episode we talked about most anticipated, Spider-Man 2. I could not be more excited.
Yeah,
I think it was the first one I said because it is.
I think it was
number one.
Yeah,
it is number one. What I'm most excited for. So go to game.
Thank you.
Incredible fucking game. I cannot wait for you to play it because I think you'll love it too.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that and Miles Morales, honestly.
Oh my God, Miles is so good. Don't get me started. Okay.
I'm gonna jump down.
Please.
Yokai Watch Blasters.
Dude.
Came out in the 3DS 5 years ago in 2018. I know you're a big Yokai Watch guy. Which if you
Who is a Yokai Watch guy, by the way?
I know. By the way, if you're not familiar with Yokai Watch, A, I'm not surprised.
No, of course.
B, it's Yokai Watch. My understanding is it's basically a whole nother idea behind Pokemon. It's kind of like if you were to take the Pokemon formula and what Pokemon is, it's just a reimagined kind of world of Pokemon.
Yes.
It's much less big because Pokemon is huge, one of the biggest IPs in the world.
Absolutely.
And Yokai Watch is Japanese origin, and Josh is a huge fan. So
yeah, I wanted to say real quick. You know, I know I've been talking so much.
I want to leave this to you.
But Yokai Watch was one of the biggest IPs in all of Japan for about 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, and they've gone bankrupt now, so they're not they're not big anymore, but to a time they were rivaling Pokemon.
I didn't know they went bankrupt.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, did you know they're making a new game?
So yeah,
Switch?
I know they're making a new game for the Switch, but it's not going to get localized because they don't have enough money. So they already have a Yokai Watch 4, which I never got to play because it only came out in Japanese and I can't play it. I'll say real quick though, Blasters is a spin-off, but the original is definitely a reimagining of that Pokemon idea because the original director of Pokemon, his vision was that, when he was a kid, it's very big in Japanese culture as a child because of the weather over there, beetles and cicadas and all these things, they are very, very, they're very potent, I'd say. There's a lot of them, but they're also, they're potent, but they're very beautiful. You get big beetles. That's the idea of Animal Crossing. It's kind of where that thought came from.
Every time I hear, what kind of bug did you say?
A cicada?
Cicada.
Yeah, cicada.
Yeah, it's a type of beetle, right?
Yeah. It's a type of beetle, but it's the ones that make the sound outside.
Oh, yeah.
On a summer day, if you walk out, it's like, and you're like, what the fuck is that? Is that annoying ass noise? Like, why do you have to do the most annoying thing? I always think of
Animal Crossing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's really funny? I think of anime because you always hear that in the background. But the whole point is children would go out and they would catch beetles, they'd catch cicadas, all these things. And they would kind of compare them with each other. Beetles were a huge thing. Little boys love beetles. And the creator of Pokemon wanted to do that, but with creatures. He was like, what if you go out into your backyard, catch a fucking, a Vulpix, you know what I mean? And then you could show that off, or even like the original one, Pinsir, was it? Yeah, the one with the head. Yeah. That was literally based on. That was one of the first Pokemon designed because it's based off of one of those beetles. That idea of what it was going. So the idea with Yokai Watch is similar, but it's a different approach, which is it's about kids going outside and catching things, but it's not exactly catching. It's more like. Every single yokai is based on a Japanese yokai, a literal yokai. So all of them have this almost lore to them, which is really cool. And once they're discovered, instead of catching, you can befriend them. You have there's no way to, one of the biggest differences, there's no way to throw a yokai ball. You can't catch them. If you beat a yokai, there is a chance that it will want to become your friend. And that is the only way and it'll give you a friendship token. And that's the only thing. And then the whole way that it works, it's a strategy game. It's not it is turn-based, but it's more strategy than anything. The way that you place your yokai in your circle, and the ones that there's 3 that can be on top, and then 3 can be on bottom. The 3 on bottom, their things will their abilities won't work, but if they're on top, they will. And some abilities work better together, so you have to move it around. Very cool.
Yeah.
However, let me get back to Blasters. It was a spin-off that came out for the 3DS, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And it was one of the first spin-offs that they did, and it was kind of like this, kind of like Blast 'em All game. Very, very different. Was not a JRPG at all. Didn't have any element to that.
Shit.
However, you did play as the yokai, and you played as like Jibanyan was like the Pikachu essentially of Yokai Watch, and then you had him, and then Whisper and all those characters. So I bought it, I have it, but I never played it, and it's still sealed. Just because, to be completely honest with you, I I never finished Yokai Watch 2. I never even opened it. Because I just killed the first game so much. I played the shit out of it.
Yeah.
And I wanted to play the other one, and then the burnout came.
Yeah.
And I still haven't picked up a 3DS game in a while. So anyway, that's a lot of lore, but a lot of cool stuff to be said about Yokai Watch.
Yeah,
great stuff.
I really thank you for chiming in on that. I would have absolutely said nothing about Yokai Watch other than
of course.
Yeah, it's one of Josh's favorite games, bro.
The one.
Well, Josh, next up I got Tales of Exilia, part of the Tales of series.
Tales of.
PS3 12 years ago in Japan in 2011.
Very cool.
And Tales of Exilia, I just want to tell you, because I know that you haven't played any of these Tales of games, but this was the first of the next-gen Tales games.
Okay.
I have a big, vivid memory of
it's
this
on
game
PS4,
coming
you
out.
said?
This is PS3.
PS3?
Yeah.
Next
came out
gen,
just
huh?
after I graduated. Yeah. Nice. So this was like the first, like, Tales of Symphonia was kind of like the last really big Tales of game.
Right.
Those Tales of Graces, but we actually didn't get that until that came out in the Wii. And it was re-released on the PS3 in English, and that's when we got it.
Nice.
That was after Exilia. Exilia was the first time they had a whole kind of like I don't want to say direct, but announcement thing on it. I don't know if it was E3 or not, but it had two main characters: a guy named Jude and a girl named Mila.
Okay.
And it was you choose which character you're following their story, and you get to experience a lot of things. They're together in the party, but you probably miss a 30% of the story, depending on who you.
Because you're a different character,
literally, right? It's their perspective,
totally.
And it was big, bro. I remember I went all out. This is the first ever collector's edition that I ever bought.
No way.
Tales of Exilia.
It should be known that Sam has quite a few collector's editions.
Yes, sir.
And has appreciated them in the past. So that's very cool to hear that. I didn't know that was.
It came with a statue of Mila, and it fucking like all these other little things. But it was
cool.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. My ex hated the statue though.
Fuck the statue.
Ended up,
I was gonna say fuck your ex, but I don't want to
to
say that.
No, I'm not gonna say that.
Please
because I would never do that. So moving on, we got
respectfully
Spyro the Dragon.
Ooh.
PS1.
OG.
25 years ago.
Wow.
This is the OG Spyro the Dragon.
Have you seen
in 1998
footage of that original? Have you seen it in a long time?
Oh yeah.
Dude.
Oh yeah. I have played through that. That's
really?
one of my games.
Oh, wow.
Before the remake that came out a few years ago.
Yeah.
I would go back and play Spyro the Dragon.
Right.
And I just play it. Because you could beat that game in one day if you really grind. It's kind of like Mario 64.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
If I'm not mistaken, it looked a little rough, did it not?
It looks
or
rough,
is it?
But it's not as rough as you think.
Maybe I'm picturing.
It's not Crash Bandicoot. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Right? There's often the Spyro and Crash kind of like comparisons. Spyro is a good fucking game.
Yes.
It has its issues, but one of my favorite childhood kind of collectathon kind of like vibes like Mario 64,
right.
You know? I actually think I might like it a little more than Mario 64.
Really?
Yeah, just because of all the things that they have in it.
In Spyro?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
I thought that Mario 64 was one of your favorite games.
It is.
Wow.
I think if I'm being honest,
yes,
I would rather play. If I pit these two against each other, I would put Spyro above.
Wow.
I would put Banjo-Kazooie and then Spyro and then Mario 64.
This is big to me. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
I didn't know
and the remake. Oh my god, that is an amazing game.
Oh yeah.
If you just want like a really really good like what was gaming like in 1998. Play the Spyro the Dragon remake.
Talking about the remaster.
The remaster, remake remaster is beautiful.
It is a remake though. You're right.
It's basically a spitting image of the original. They didn't add anything.
Right.
So definitely a must play. There's sequels.
I haven't played it,
and I have played most of the second one and some of the third, and I think that nothing touches the first.
Really?
Yeah. They add cool things, and I know there's big fans, but the first is just such a special game.
Yeah, I haven't played it, but I probably will one day. The only Spyro game I've played was Skylanders.
I didn't know you played that.
Yeah, I had a bunch of Skylanders when I was a kid.
Fuck!
Yeah,
why am I not surprised?
I probably have most of them left.
Actually?
I think so. If I didn't sell them, they're somewhere. but they're either in my storage unit.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Disney Infinity almost made this list. Did you ever get into that?
No, I was Skylanders all the way.
Yeah. Okay. Because they came out at like the same time, right?
But yeah.
That was like the competitor.
It was the competitor. Absolutely. So there was 3 that came out in similar times. Lego Dimensions, of course, Disney Infinity, and then Skylander.
Yeah.
Of course. Those I got into big time. Got a bunch of them. But weirdly, I never got into the sequels. There was a giant game, and then there was like a riding game. I don't remember. I don't know them very well.
Shit.
But big.
I remember. Oh, I worked at Fred Meyer at the time.
Oh,
so
yes.
I was in charge of stocking all those motherfuckers, bro. Yes. And there were so many.
So many. It was probably my love. It was my love for Amiibo before Amiibos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually,
I
think specifically for me, my love for Amiibo before Amiibo was that there was the combined wasn't it a Bowser character?
Oh my god!
And it was a Skylander and an Amiibo. In one.
And they had
Donkey Kong.
Yes. So that one was crazy because you could literally flip a switch at the bottom of the base that would turn it from a Skylander to an Amiibo because it was 2 different like NFC scanning things the way that it worked. Which was crazy. I know, which is so wild. So.
Well, moving on here, Josh.
Yeah, please.
Sonic Adventure, the original, came out on Dreamcast 24 years ago in '99.
I gotta say, real quick though, the Dreamcast vibe has one of the best vibes of any fucking console.
It is a vibe console.
It is a travesty that thing failed, man.
I know.
Seriously, it's such a travesty. For anyone who doesn't know too, you should definitely look up what a Dreamcast controller looked like.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
But honestly, so comfortable.
Yeah.
Have you held one in a long time?
It looks way less comfortable.
It looks like it wouldn't be.
Actually is.
You put it in your hand, you're like, this is like sinking in. It was like perfect. For me personally, I know a lot of people disagree. I felt that way about the Wii U gamepad. I felt like it was like,
for sure,
it's sunk in perfect.
Yeah. My only issue with the Wii U gamepad was kind of the disorientation with how wide it was. Yes. And not looking at it. So to me, it gave me a handheld feel, but when I'm playing it on my big screen, I didn't like that feel. I felt like my hand should be closer together. And it shouldn't be as heavy.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
No, I totally agree, and I'm completely with that. The worst part for me was actually with the gamepad, and we'll get back on topic in a second, but with Super Smash Brothers on the Wii U.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever did this, but I always did LRA start. You can't do it on the gamepad. You know why? Because your hands are all down. You hold them all down, and then you can't reach over to start. So what I did was I literally did this LRA start, and I hit it with my nose. With my nose. With my nose.
Fast.
Yes. So I literally did it. I did it all the time because it was like LRA start. I played like competitive Smash back then. I used to go to tournaments, and I would use the Wii U gamepad. So anytime I'd quit, I was just so used to it. I would hit it with my nose, and it was probably one of the funniest gaming like. Because you have to hit A, you can't. The 2 buttons are down there, so all your fingers are taken. So it's just gotta hit it, bop it on the nose.
I love that actually.
Anyway, so Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
I've heard really good things.
Incredible game.
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure 2 is honestly where it's at.
Really?
But the original Sonic Adventure is a beloved game for me. One of those games that I would say it deserves the reviews, but you should still play it. I don't even know if you'd love it if you were to play it.
I think I would. I love the charm.
If you like old school charm, it's everywhere.
I find some things funny, like Tails' voice is horrible.
It's terrible.
It's so bad.
The mouth and how it
the
moves,
way it looks,
bro.
but just that actor too.
Yeah.
Like I know he was a kid. No disrespect on child actors. You know I know they go through it, but that kid is shit. That kid is horrible. You guys listen out there. If you have not heard it, look up Sonic Adventure Tails voice lines because it is literally like whatever happened to Sonic. Like he's reading it off of a piece of paper. It's so fucking bad. It's seriously so bad.
That's literally a line.
No, it is. Because I listen to that and I think about that all the time.
That's so
Where's
funny.
Eggman? Where's Eggman? Whatever happened to Sonic?
All right, Josh. Yes. Next up is Advance Wars on the Game Boy Advance 22 years ago in 2001. Familiar?
Never heard
series.
of it.
Advanced Wars was, I think, made by the same studio who makes Fire Emblem. And if not, then it's the same publishers. But
very cool.
It's a strategy game, just like Fire Emblem, just done in a different way. It's very different from being like this kind of like medieval fire and dragon feel. It's like modernized, kind of like it's tanks and war. It's like it's you take the game War and make it into the same.
Wait, it's called Advanced Wars.
Advanced Wars.
I might have heard of it.
Yeah,
I might have heard of it, but I
there was a few on the Game Boy
it.
Advance and maybe a DS game, and then it was just cut.
And the third one, so it was Advanced War 2, and then the third one was on DS, and it was called the DS Wars. I'm just kidding. That was a lie.
I was following.
No,
I'm
you
like,
were with me.
Wait,
I wish you guys could have seen the light in Sam's eye.
I was like,
I feel
he
so
knows.
bad. Yeah, I feel so bad now. It was a joke.
After that,
yes,
we got Mega Man Zero on the Game Boy Advance.
Dude.
21 years ago, 2002. You ever played Zero?
Loved it.
Really?
One of my first Mega Man that I ever played.
Zero is a different character,
A completely different character.
Yeah.
So Mega Man Zero, it's really
black?
interesting. No. It's Zero.
You didn't see I didn't just yell black with nothing else. I made a motion with my hands. I'm like black, and then I did like this motion over my. You know what I'm talking about,
dude? No. He didn't do any motion. He just asked if he was black.
Is Mega Man Zero black, bro?
I am so dead from that. No, he did. He was doing it. He did like a mohawk motion. He said, "Is he like black?" Like, I'm like, yes, he's African American.
Oh, is that bass?
No. You're thinking of bass. You're thinking of bass, and then so he's the red one with the cape. Mega Man. It's Zero. So it's the story of Zero and his It's like
this is older Mega Man.
It's a No. It was on the Sega. No. It was like 16-bit. It was it was like newer.
Yeah.
But it was in the same style as. I can't even describe it, honestly. It's beautiful,
Is it like X
beautiful sprite
style?
work, kind of like X.
Okay.
I'd say it's more similar to X, but the sprite work's a little bit better, to be completely honest. Yeah,
okay.
It's really good. It looks beautiful. The character designs are incredible. It's got a really dark story. It has. I played it on my PC when I was a kid, just because my older sibling downloaded it.
Oh yeah.
And we fucking loved it. We loved it so much. We played the shit out of it. The first mission, you start off as like. It's like a staple in those kind of Mega Man style games, but it was like a train car.
Yeah.
So then it was like everything was moving behind you, and then it's kind of like all the platforms are like shaky.
Oh yeah.
And there's enemies.
Fuck yeah.
I thought it was so good.
Okay.
Haven't played it in years, but I know they released a collection on
They did.
Switch. Yeah. So I could replay it, but nothing but good things to say. We'll see.
Well then, I don't think these have to really. You're gonna have much input, so I'm just gonna kind of throw these out there. We got Dot Hack Outbreak, which is part 3 of the Dot Hack series that released on PS2 20 years ago.
You know, I read the manga, right?
No, I didn't know you read the manga.
I have the manga in my room.
I thought you just picked it up and we just had a short conversation about it.
Okay, so I have read the first manga.
Yeah.
But I haven't read that much further.
Okay.
But I have the first 3.
Yeah.
And I remember really liking it. It's like Sword Art Online. It's like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
like pre-SAO.
Yes, exactly.
To SAO.
Exactly.
Yeah. For sure.
But when you told me it was based on a video game, I thought that was really cool. But
Yeah.
I always really liked the character designs. I like the world a lot.
For sure.
I really like the main character. I thought was really cool too. I really liked all of it. So anyway,
Dot.
His name's Hack.
Well, then the original Destiny, Josh, came out 9 years ago this week. PS3, PS4, 360, and Xbox One in 2014.
Yeah. I have nothing bad to say, but also never played it.
Yeah. I played it a little bit. I played it at launch. I was kind of on the hype train. Definitely did not hit me like Halo hit me, though. It was kind of like the expectations I feel for me was I wanted it to be the new Halo, and it just wasn't the new Halo.
Totally. Which is understandable.
Then, Josh, after that, I got one for you. Splatoon 3.
Whoa!
Came out 1 year ago.
Wow.
On the Switch.
Very
2022.
cool. To anyone who doesn't know, I'm a huge Splatoon fan.
Yes, sir.
I played the shit out of Splatoon 1. I was obsessed on the Wii U. I thought it was amazing. I was really on the hype train for Splatoon 2 well. I got
Which I think we talked about in a previous episode.
Yes. I also, little fun fact, I bought Splatoon 2 twice. Because I originally bought it as a physical copy, and then I was getting so tired of switching out the cartridges that I just rebought it on the eShop. So I just had it twice.
Damn, let's go.
And then I paid $30 for the so I bought it twice, which is $120, and then I paid $30 for the DLC.
Yep.
For Splatoon 2. So in a single game, I have spent $150 on that game, and there's no microtransactions beyond DLC. So that's a fun little fact.
Honestly, if you can justify it, then fucking all you, bro.
It was great. I don't have to switch out the cartridges, man.
Well, Josh, I think most of these on this list, I don't think you've played. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Please.
Dragon Fantasy, The Black Tome of Ice.
Nope.
On PS3 and PS Vita 10 years ago in 2013.
Love me
this
some
game's
Vita,
pretty
though.
cool because if you look up gameplay of this, it kind of looks like an old school Final Fantasy.
Okay.
It actually was called Dragon Fantasy Book 1.
Okay.
And they fixed a bunch. There was a lot of game-breaking bugs. It was an indie game. So they fixed the bugs, and then they re-released it and rebranded it as Dragon Fantasy.
Different game?
The Black Tome of Ice. They just took away Book 1. But it's cool because the main character has a beard and he's kind of bald, and he just kind of looks like a basic hero or a basic person as like a hero main character.
Right.
And I looked into some of like the I guess like the lore behind the game, and the main developer, I think if I'm not mistaken, his dad passed, and he dedicated the main character to his dad, and that's what his dad looked like.
That's really sweet.
Something like that.
Wow,
So,
that's really sweet.
I thought that was really cool.
That's a really cool little piece of real life lore.
Right? Yeah.
That's cool.
Then after that, it's Killzone Mercenary for PlayStation Vita 10 years ago, 2013.
Yeah, I have the game.
I do too.
Yeah, I have it on Vita.
I played it a little bit.
I played it a little bit too.
I mostly wanted to really... For those who don't know, PlayStation Vita was Sony's last handheld console.
Yes.
And it was meant to be two things.
Whoa. Did you see the PlayStation Portal?
That's actually a part of this episode, my friend.
Is it really?
It is a part of the news.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So we'll get to the
I will
Portal.
say,
Yeah.
it is not a portable handheld, but it is handheld.
Yeah.
It is a handheld device.
We'll get to the Portal.
We will.
But concerning the Vita, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Vita was meant to be two things. It was meant to be the successor to the PSP, which
Absolutely.
the PSP was one of Sony's best consoles they ever
very,
had.
very popular.
And it also was meant to be they wanted to really make the Vita shine as a console experience on the go.
Yes.
Basically what the Switch is.
Yes, sir.
They were trying to beat it to the
Yes, sir.
punch, okay?
They
so
tried.
Killzone Mercenary was advertised as this game to show that off, to be
A shooter.
full-fledged first-person shooter
Yep.
in the palm of your hand.
Yep.
Right?
And what did you think? Because we both played it.
Yeah. I thought it was good.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Honestly, my only problem with the game was the screen is only so big.
True.
So how can you like make it a comparable Halo style experience on such a tiny screen?
I agree completely.
Even on my iPad, I would have a hard time.
I agree to a degree. I think sometimes
maybe let's
because like
buy
a
iPad
Switch. I
Switch.
think, but the Vita, truthfully, and I am a Vita lover. I love the Vita.
Same.
I'm still playing it. It is smaller than my phone screen. It is a very, very small screen.
It is.
And the reason they did that was because they wanted it to be a pocket device. But you can't experience console level things on a pocket device. It's just not possible.
It's not possible.
And like I said, I mean, the reason the Switch I think really just made its mark was because you need a carrying case for it. It is a gaming experience. You can play any game, especially an OLED. Holy shit! You can just like experience shit on a handheld.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely too small. I felt that about that one. And then did you play the Call of Duty shooter?
I didn't, but I heard it was not great.
It was not that good. Honestly, Killzone Mercenary was better.
Yeah,
like I didn't play an insane amount of both of them, but right off the gate, you can really feel it. Like I forget what it's called. It's like Call of Duty something.
Declassified.
Yeah, Declassified. Yeah,
Black Ops Declassified.
I think it is. Yeah, it's Black Ops Declassified.
Yeah,
really not insanely terrible, but like. It's just
insanely terrible.
Yeah, that's the rating we're giving it. No, it's not insanely terrible. I wouldn't say it's like oh, this is dog shit, but it's just not that good. And if you've already played Killzone, it kind of feels you can have a good feeling shooter on there. So yeah, very good, very good.
Then Josh, 10 years ago. This blows my mind. 10 years ago,
I'm scared.
already on PlayStation 3 was Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 remix.
Wow.
Which has Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 in HD for the first time.
And that was 10 years ago?
10 years ago.
Crazy.
That's crazy because we were just talking about it, and I remember living with Reese.
Yes.
Living with Reese.
That's wild.
Pre being married.
Yep.
This game came out and playing the shit out of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2.
That's so nutty.
You know? And that's a vivid memory I've got.
Shout out to Reese, by the way. I don't know if Reese you're gonna listen to this. However, shout out to him. He was just over last night. You guys have been friends for so long.
Yeah, one of my longest like friendships I've ever had.
You guys
bro.
are still homies.
Yeah, since the year 2000.
So real.
Unreal.
Since the year 2000.
Yeah, that's when we became friends. That's crazy, bro.
That was the year I was born.
Well, next up, Josh, to wrap up the list,
please.
We got Super Mario Maker 8 years ago in Japan. That's a Japanese release date. On the Wii U.
Yep.
Then we've got Blasphemous, which was Nintendo Switch, PC, PS4, and Xbox One 4 years ago in 2019. We have The Walking Dead Telltale Definitive Series. So this is the whole, complete series of The Walking Dead, which is what Telltale kind of became famous for.
Yeah, I bought it on my PC.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm playing the first episode. It's really good.
Dude,
it's really good.
I've only played the first episode, and the first episode had DLC called 100 Days.
Yes,
I played that too.
That's with Michonne.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Michonne? Yeah, and then Michonne is its own thing, right?
It is.
Yeah. So that was PS4, Xbox One, and PC 4 years ago.
Very cool.
2019. Life is Strange, True Colors. Came out on PC, PS4, PS5, Stadia, Xbox One, and Series X.
No way it came out for Stadia, dude.
2 years ago.
Wow,
yeah.
2 years.
And
Stadia,
Life is Strange is a series I really want to play. If you don't know what Life is Strange is, it's basically a Telltale game, but it's made by Square Enix and a whole internal team by Square.
Yes.
And it basically I've heard nothing but great things.
Me too.
About the Life is Strange
literally
series.
have not heard anyone say that they don't like that series.
Yeah.
If you've played it, I just feel like people have said, and it's kind of one of those things too. It's got a very big fandom. It's got a lot of people who love it. So yeah, I want to play it.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the latest one in the series.
It's the latest one, which is I think the third one, right?
Yeah.
Because there's Life is Strange 2, and then this new one.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Then we got Tales of Arise. Came out 2 years ago. Yes, sir.
Very cool.
So, talk about the old one that came out 10 years ago, right? This came out 2 years ago, okay? PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X.
Wow. No Stadia?
No Stadia.
Oh, no.
Stadia couldn't handle this, baby. It runs on 120 frames per second.
Is it really?
It is a
120?
You can turn up a setting to do 120 if your TV can handle it.
Shit.
But otherwise, it runs 60, and it is beautiful.
Wow.
It looks
just
like. Have you seen gameplay of Final Fantasy 16?
16?
16.
No.
Like the newest.
The
Final
newest
Fantasy.
one. I haven't seen any of it. That's like the medieval knight one.
Yes, and it's some of the most gorgeous, cinematic graphics.
I saw the trailer that came out a little bit ago.
Okay, yeah. So gameplay wise, Arise matches up. It's like all the particle effects, that. So my buddy, shout outs Caleb once again, is playing through right now. He's trying to beat it because he kind of he has a hard time finishing games too,
right?
Because of just everything there is, and there's if it's not capturing him, it's not really just engrossing him in it.
Totally.
Just drop it, right?
Totally.
So he's back on it right now, trying to finish it.
Reggie Fils-Aimé said
the last on the list right now, Josh, is WarioWare Get It Together. Came out 2 years ago. That was the last.
Oh, Get It Together,
game.
yeah. Yep. We played that a little bit. Didn't we
did, yeah. When it first came out,
it was cute.
Came out on the Switch in 2020. 2021.
2021.
And that is it for the segment, Josh. Let us take a break, my man.
Take a quick break.
Let's take a quick break.
Everyone out there, too, please take a little quick break. Grab some pee. Drink some water. Screw it.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back, Joshy. How are you feeling? Well,
amazing.
We did a little intermission, actually, because our roommate at Drell needed to take a shower.
Actually, he's our Patreon supporter.
You're right. Sponsor.
Sponsor. Thank you.
And Josh is like, yo, can I kick your ass real quick and smash? And I said, you know what? I'd be down. And kick my ass, he did.
Hold up. Who are we playing?
I always do these classic Cloud versus Sephiroth
It's such a good matchup because they're almost so similar.
Yeah.
And if anyone has played Smash, you know that characters like that are meant to be battled. They are meant to be going on one-on-one. They have the same, it's just so similar. The way that they're set up.
Tell me why. I know we say these things a lot, but for our listeners out there, tell me why Cloud from Final Fantasy, Sephiroth from Final Fantasy,
he's the one.
Their best game together in a fighting match, it's not in their own game.
No, it isn't.
It is in Smash Bros.
It's in Super Smash
What the
Brothers.
fuck?
We have had some epic moments that are literally like the hero versus the villain. Maybe the villain prevails, which is perfect too, because the victory screen is literally him burning an entire village down. So pretty epic.
Mario and all of his minions.
He killed everyone.
All of them.
Holy shit.
The Mushroom Kingdom is down.
Oh my god.
Josh, let's jump into news and updates.
Please.
Before I have you start us off on these news pieces, I actually got some things I'm going to add at the beginning here. First up is as far as channel updates. First thing we got is we are now on YouTube. I announced that earlier, but that's we just wanted to make that known that we are now on 3 platforms, which is...
You got it.
We're on Apple, Spotify, and on YouTube.
There's the ones.
Yes, sir. So next up, we have I'm doing a poll now, or a Q&A on every Spotify episode. So if you look on Spotify, you'll see this at the bottom of the episode.
No way.
So for last week's episode number 2, I asked, what is your taste? With 3 options.
Ooh.
We had video games, anime, and neither really. Okay? With neither really having 0%, thank God. Video games at 60%.
Okay.
And anime at 40%.
Anime at 40.
There was 10 total votes. So 6 to video games, 4 to anime.
Well, that's kind of a pretty good ratio, I'd say. For especially the way we structure these episodes. At least so far.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Seems like it's about where we're at.
Yeah.
So awesome. And then right before we get into the news, we got corrections. So corrections from last week's episode.
Perfect.
Yeah.
This is what I ask for every time. I say correct me if I'm wrong.
Perfect. We got one written in correction. This is by Caleb.
Okay.
He said, remember that title of Xenosaga, which was also Sprach Zarathustra?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He said it is German, and each Xenosaga game has a German subtitle.
Okay.
So this means, thus spoke Zarathustra.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
wow.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah.
News to me.
Yep.
I thought it was the goofiest name on the planet.
I did too. I'm really glad he wrote in.
Zarathustra.
Right. I was
very
like,
glad
also Sprach. Like,
you said
what the fuck is
who
that?
wrote that in?
That was Caleb.
Caleb?
Yep. Big Xenosaga fan.
Appreciate you, Caleb.
Yes. Thank you, my friend.
Very, very cool.
Also, we talked about Until Dawn.
We did.
And in that, you and I talked about the developer. And I said Supergiant.
Yes.
And you said Quantic Dream.
Quantic Dream. Yeah.
Neither of those are right.
Fuck! I was really hoping I was.
I know. But I wanted to point out what they are. So Quantic Dream created Detroit Become Human.
Detroit Become
Heavy
Human.
Rain. Beyond Two Souls.
Yep.
So similar games.
Yeah, I
really
just mixed them,
games.
I think, in my head.
Yeah.
What a goober I am.
And I said Supergiant. Supergiant actually has made Bastion, Pyre, Transistor, and Hades.
Wow. Very different.
It's just the naming that got me. Okay. You had the right idea.
Yes.
But the name of the company is Supermassive. Supermassive Games.
Okay. Yep. I'm with that.
I'm with it,
I'm totally with it, 100%.
I just want to let you know.
Hey.
And please, write us in, guys.
Oh, my God.
If we fuck something up, we're not ashamed to admit it.
I think that Sam and I are only a part to this conversation. If people are not correcting our bullshit, how the hell will we ever learn? We won't. So I appreciate that, and a true man will accept when he's wrong.
Absolutely. And this is a podcast of brotherhood.
It is true.
Is it not?
No, it definitely is.
With that being said, my brother, please start us off with the first piece of news today.
Let's get into the news. Dude, that sounded like Keemstar. I hated that so much. Holy shit. Keep it in though. I like it. That sounded like Keemstar. That was cringe. I hated that so bad. But keep it in. Oh, we should have a song for the news. It goes news, whatever. News. All right, news, baby. Okay, so you're a fan of Pokemon, are we not?
Big fan, I would say.
So, there's a brand new anime web anime that's coming out.
Okay.
So there's
I'm
multiple
interested.
episodes going to be coming out. It's called Pokemon Paldean Winds. Very cool name in my opinion.
First question was going to be, is it Paldea?
It's very Paldea. So it's more akin to maybe a web series than an actual full. But it is anime. It's an anime, fully animated, like 11-minute episode.
Okay.
But it's not very story based from what we saw from the first episode. Very much so, just like kind of showing off Paldea. There's cute little things that are happening. There's characters, but it's not exactly a show. It's no Pokemon Generations or anything like that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
And maybe this will echo what any listener who has the same question has, but
please.
For someone who pretty much only takes in anime on like streaming services,
right.
What is a web anime? What is a web comic?
So very great question, by the way, because I feel like not a lot of people ask. So simple answer. Very, very, very simple. It's something that you exclusively get off the interwebs. That could be a website, obviously, or even just YouTube. So a web anime series is usually something that's uploaded to YouTube from the official Pokemon company. At least with this example, the Paldean Winds is one that was exclusively on online, essentially, on YouTube and other platforms. So the same thing is said with a webcomic, besides the publication that would be able to be done through like a physical publication. There's no publishing that's needed to be done. So webcomics and webtoons, all digital, and it has complete creative control from the person who creates it. So the person who makes it, there's not really a publisher who has to make sure that everything is completely like in line with I don't really know what publishers do, to be completely frank with you. But I can tell you what webcomic artists do. Yeah. They draw shit and then they post it. And I think that there's a lot of respect that I have for that idea, because there have been some big ones. One Punch Man started off as a webcomic.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, man. A crudely drawn webcomic. Anyone out there who's a fan of One Punch Man and you're not aware of this, look up the original. It's very, very interesting because the artwork is... I'm actually going to look it up for Sam so you can have a live reaction.
I didn't know this
at
all.
And while I'm looking this up, I want you guys to look it up at home. But yeah, One Punch was created by the creator One. He is a webcomic artist. And he also did Mob Psycho, which Mob Psycho never got a... dude, it's crazy stuff, to be honest.
I knew that.
I think you did know that. I might have told you that too. But let me just show you some of this artwork. This is from one of the first panels of One Punch Man. In the webcomic. Yeah.
All right. For you, the listener, if you're not looking this up, if you're driving
but you should. Yeah. If you're driving,
I'm gonna give you a picture in your head. You ever see like Captain Underpants? You ever see like the original Captain Underpants, like black and white? Yeah. It looks worse.
Yeah, no, it's the issue is it does not look that good.
It doesn't look polished at all. It looks very, very... Saitama is already a very basic looking character. Yes. Even Genos?
Genos.
Yeah, Genos. Yeah. It's just rough detailing. It's very rough.
It's definitely done by someone who is drawing a comic without the intention to make it look as massive and insane as some other. It
almost looks as if he didn't edit any of it.
Right. So
it's a very rough draft.
It's very rough draft. Obviously, I will say his art has gotten much better. But this is a far cry from the manga series. I'll show you a picture now. Incredible detailing. Probably some of the best detailing you'll see in any kind of.
All right. So
some of the best action.
For what Josh is showing me right now, to put it to his words that he's saying. He's showing me a picture of one of the characters, Garo, which is, I believe, your favorite character.
He's my favorite anime character.
Favorite anime character ever?
Well, no. Well, I can't say now, but definitely from One Punch.
Well, from One Punch. Yeah. It is an incredibly detailed picture that shows every fiber of muscle
He's talking about
body.
the brand new the manga that was a remake of the webcomic.
Yeah.
So as you can see, obviously, there were moments in the manga and the anime where the whole joke with Saitama is that he's got a very simple looking face. He still makes the exact same face he does in the original webcomic, even though it's like some incredible fucking artwork, some of the best.
That's really funny.
But one of the coolest things was he got to really just write it his own way. And Mob Psycho never got a remake in the way that it did. So any Mob Psycho that you see in my manga shelf, those are the original artworks of one.
Yeah.
So the original guy who made the webcomic. So getting back to the news just a tad bit, Paldean Winds is an exclusively, it's a web series. So it's a web anime. And then the first episode just came out on the freaking 6th. So as of now, that was
literally came out
today. Yeah.
Yeah.
As of today, which I wanted to squeeze this in here because it's very, very. I think it's very important for you and I. You know, we love some Pokemon.
Please.
So yeah, no, we're loving it. We're loving it.
Is that all for that news piece, or is there more?
Well, it's just that it came out.
Okay.
Much.
I have a question.
Not much else to be said.
Is this the first time that's ever happened with Pokemon? I thought that they had their own TV, it's called Pokemon TV.
Yeah.
And that's where you streamed Pokemon shows?
So, yeah, Pokemon TV was a little bit different, if I'm not mistaken. This isn't the first time at all that they've done a web anime series, especially with Pokemon. They did the same thing with Sword and Shield. They had some short videos that they had going on.
Okay.
This one's a series, so there's going to be multiple episodes, but they did a couple when it came to Sword and Shield. They had a couple web series dropped, which was very cool.
Cool.
And the animation is incredible.
Yeah.
I wish I could show animation through to these beautiful people at home. Yeah, just right into your brain. Whoa!
You guys see that?
Holy shit, that's amazing. Animation is incredible. Coloring, so good. Seriously, worth.
Fuck yeah.
It's free too.
Have you seen any of it?
I watched a couple clips. To be honest, it just came out today.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a lot of time.
But then interest to watch it all?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
I'll take it.
Absolutely. All right.
All right. Well then,
on to the next
Josh,
piece.
News article number 2.
Please.
Sea of Stars surpasses annual sales goal.
Wow.
In 4 days.
4 days, huh? Very impressive.
Actually, I believe I misspoke. I believe it's a week.
So you lied.
I tried to add to the title.
News,
it's really just Sea of Stars surpasses annual sales goals, which is the truth.
Okay.
So developer Sabotage Studios revealed that the indie RPG has sold over 100,000 units during launch day. For an indie game, that is extremely impressive.
That is wild.
And now has topped 250,000 units after its first week since launch. The official Sea of Stars Twitter account, actually their X account, tweeted out, quote, "We had projections for the first year, but it only took you all a single week.
Wow.
Thank you."
Very beautiful.
Sea of Stars is currently sitting at an average of 90 on Metacritic.
Hey, it seems well deserved too.
Yeah, bro. I just wanted to say that was pretty big. I thought it was relevant because you all know how much I love Sea of Stars right now.
Oh, we love it.
And it's pretty crazy that they literally, dude, it is. We're gonna talk about it every episode. You want to rename the episode Sea of Stars?
Probably have to. Might need it.
But over 250,000 units was their annual goal. Is basically what they said, and they reached it within a week. That's pretty significant.
That's very significant, and also it has a lot to be said about. I think there's a lot of in any industry there I feel like you experience kind of lazy developers, and sometimes you deal with like stigmas that are put onto these, and I think this is very, very awesome that there is still pixel art that is this viable, and this truthfully resonates with people, kind of goes against what that that guy said, the guy from Sega said, the Sonic Team guy said about how it's like games move forward by upping their graphics.
The guy from last week.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just not the case. You know what I mean? You see it with this kind of stuff. It's just not what happens.
No, bro. Pixel art's a dying breed.
It's a dying breed. We're moving on, bro.
We need something that ages well.
Fuck no. Fuck you. No offense to that guy. Actually, full offense to that guy.
Yeah, bro.
Fuck him.
You don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, no.
I mean, do we really want to be taking life lessons from Sonic the Hedgehog right
That's
here?
what I'm saying.
Like one of the most failed mainstream series ever.
I wonder what happened to Sonic.
In terms of yeah.
Come on.
We'll leave it at the voice acting.
Come on.
Okay? Josh, what's number 3?
All right, so this is actually, it almost feels like a little staple because we talked about this in our first episode.
Okay.
Do you remember what I told you about that new Studio Ghibli movie?
I do.
Yes.
Can I make a guess right now?
Yes.
I think I saw in the news today that they released the North American release date. Yeah. In December.
Yes.
It's like December 8th.
It's December 8th. Absolutely.
Let's go.
Attaboy, you did amazing. So yeah, and it also has surpassed. It's only growing higher. It's the 88th. This is
it's already out, right?
Yes, in Japan. Yes.
Yeah.
It's in all of history of Japan, it is the 88th highest grossing film in all of Japan, and the second highest grossing anime film in Japan. They also had a teaser that came out, obviously, a full trailer for the North American release, which is very exciting because I am a huge Hayao Miyazaki fan, yet a Studio Ghibli fan, of course. And from what I've seen, I didn't see the full trailer. I wanted to, but I didn't. I don't know why I didn't, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, I should have. I was like, yeah, I'll watch it later. I never did. But
me all the time.
It like seriously, those movies really push what is kind of the norm, to be completely honest with you. And I know you've seen a couple, or what have you seen?
I've seen
you saw Kiki's, right?
Kiki's Delivery Service,
and that was it.
And the next on my list was House of Moving Castle.
Howl's Moving Castle.
Howl.
Yeah. No, anybody who's seen Studio Ghibli, seriously, they know they are magical films. They are incredible, animation incredible. The character designs are weird and not traditional, and honestly, like, from what I've seen from the little clips that I saw from the trailer, it's just gonna do more of that incredible what we're used to of the stakes in which Studio Ghibli have already set, and I love it. This is
called The Boy and the Heron.
The Boy and the Heron, yes sir. So like the bird, right? The heron. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Not to be confused with Harem.
The Boy and the Harem, which is a X-rated film. I do not recommend watching that one.
Hey, but Japan wants it because it's the highest grossing ever.
Are you kidding me? It made 7.7 billion freaking yen. Oh my gosh.
Holy yen, dude. So it's only like $5.
So about $2, I think.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, next news.
Next piece.
On the
news.
4,
Joshy. I've got Nintendo reveals Super Mario Bros. Wonder details during Nintendo Direct.
Yes.
This just comes from watching the Direct. Did you watch the Direct, Josh?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw just everything that they. It was a Mario Wonder Direct, right? Yeah. I watched the whole thing.
I didn't. Okay, just to clarify.
Yes.
But these are the details that I took note of from other like news outlets.
I'm with it.
And kind of like what people said were like the big features of Wonder. So if you have anything you want to add or correct or chime in, let me know.
I'll do it.
But it looks like it's not taking place in the Mushroom Kingdom. It's taking place in the Flower Kingdom. Have we ever been in the Flower Kingdom before?
Brand new place.
Cool.
Never been there.
Okay.
Very cool.
7 different zones to traverse. And it kind of looks like it's like your usual kind of biomes.
Yeah.
But it's different.
It's very different. Yeah. It's got this new vibe to it. But obviously you got sandy, you got clouds, you got,
Right.
Kind of a staple to Mario, but done new, but the same.
Right, and a big part of that is new enemies. Right?
Very cool.
So new enemies is a big part of this. What is a Mama?
A Mama?
Yeah, it's spelled MAW.
To be completely honest, man, I have no idea. I don't remember any of their names.
I think I got this particular one from IGN, and it said Mamas are now on land. So I'm guessing that's some kind of fish creature or something.
What the fuck is a Mama?
I
swear,
I thought you know, because you know a lot of these.
I do know a lot of it, but it's a new.
Maybe that's a new one.
I swear it's new.
Okay.
Because if it was a blooper or if it was like a squishy, I would have recognized.
Right.
Not
blooper
a freaking.
For sure.
Yeah, blooper. What are the fish called?
Cheep Cheep?
Cheep Cheep, yeah. I said squishy. That's squishy? That's the ones from Kirby. That's the
true.
There's squids in Kirby, and they're called squishies.
Oh yeah, dude, you'd be the guy for Kirby.
Oh,
we
you
gotta do a
tell
whole
me.
Kirby lore episode.
We need to. Oh my god, can we do that?
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, Sam, that would be so
That's
good.
the next one I want you to leave.
Oh, dude! Okay, anyway.
Hoppy Cats
Yep.
that mimic Mario's jumps.
Yep,
so
those are so cool.
It looks fucking crazy.
Yeah. So you have to kind of like arrange yourself in a way where, because they're going to jump and you can't get over them because they're going to match your height, which is really cool because it's almost like, it's like a little puzzle
It's
thing.
a puzzle in itself.
In itself, which
like
is
the
so...
enemy is a puzzle.
Exactly, which is so cool. reminds me of this section in, just real quick, it reminds me of this section in Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? Where there's a mirror version of you and you can't get around them, so you have to manipulate the other one to kind of get stuck underneath something, and it'll constantly follow you to get around, and there'll be like a chest at the end of the... very cool.
Any enemy like that, low-key, reminds me of Shadow Link.
Shadow Link?
In Ocarina of Time.
OG? Yeah.
He mirrors you, and so you kind of have to figure out how to
figure out what you're going to do.
Maneuver him. And usually if you try to attack him, he'll block you and then attack you, and you get hurt. So how do you
That's
pass
such
that?
a cool spot, too, in Ocarina, by the way. Freaking, like, it's like a lone, like, literally endless ocean.
Yeah.
Or you just see water everywhere. So cool.
And it's like everything is a reflection. Playable characters.
Yes.
We got Mario, Luigi, Peach, Daisy, Yellow and Blue Toad, as well as Toadette.
And Toadette as well.
Green, red, yellow, and light blue Yoshi, which is really cool.
That is so cool.
That they added all. They did not have to do that.
No, fuck no. They could have done green Yoshi.
And Nabbit, which I believe Nabbit was in. Was it in Deluxe, or was that a?
You're thinking of you.
Yeah,
he's from
U Deluxe.
Which he in the original U, obviously he was like a villain. He was like a little enemy, but they made him the easy mode, so he was playable. Which it seems like they're holding that still.
It seems like, from what I read, Nabbit and all the Yoshis have this they don't take damage.
Yeah, they don't take damage,
but they also don't get power ups. So it's kind of like boring easy mode.
It's really interesting because it kind of is, but also it's like easy mode. But the weird thing is Yoshi has his flutter kicks, so he still does a little jump, and he can swallow enemies. So he seems fun, but also like, why would you not want to? Well,
the coolest part about Yoshi to me was that in multiplayer, if I'm playing Yoshi, you can jump on
top of it, and then you can just control, which is so
That's cool.
What I think, I'm totally with that, because when I look at that, I'm like, okay, someone's gonna play that, like a little brother is gonna play that, and then someone can play Mario, and then it's like, oh, hop on the ride, got the flutter kicks, can eat enemies. I just think it's a slam dunk idea. I wish Yoshi maybe could take damage. I think since you have Nabbit, you don't really need to do 2 characters like that, if not 4. How many Yoshis there are. However,
we'll see how that pans out.
We'll see how it goes. It's not out. We don't know what we can say about it.
New power-ups. We've got Elephant Mario. We've got Bubble Mario. And we got the Wonder Flower.
Yep.
Yeah. Which Bubble Mario looked cool because it showed him killing one of the dry bones. Yeah. With dry bones, you can never kill.
Can't kill
right?
Them.
Like it's just a thing that they're basically re-deads. They just get back up. So having something that can actually take care of them permanently, that's cool.
Absolutely.
Badges. Do you see this?
Did you? There was a Drill Mario too.
No, I didn't. I missed that. Drill Mario. Yeah,
Drill
straight
Peach.
down.
Yeah. It's got a drill on the top of his head, and he's able to go through.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
I don't know if Wonder Flower is a power up though.
I don't know, but you do collect it. You know what I mean?
It is something you collect.
Pick it up, and then the world changes.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a part of the stage more than it is a part of like a power up.
What if it was though? What if it was just this item that you could have?
I saw something so sick too. Have you seen Bowser Jr.'s design? Have you seen it? Okay, so I don't want to spoil or anything, but you know how he has that bandana that he puts up there? You know how he has like the bandana that he puts up? It turns into like real teeth, and he has like this purple and green design, and so he's got this massive like chomper. Cool. So sick.
That's sick.
Yeah, really cool.
Badges. This reminded me instantly of Paper Mario, because Paper Mario, that's a staple for the games.
It's huge.
You put on badges, and it modifies kind of your kit. So it looked like you can only put on 1 badge at a time, but it does make major changes. Like one of them was the grappling vine.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
So let's see, online play.
Yep.
We got launches October 20th, and that there is a Mario Red Edition OLED. You see this?
Yeah, I did see that.
It looked cool.
Because
it has a red dock, it has a red back. And the red Joy-Cons.
It's an OLED, of course.
It's an OLED.
So cool.
Anything? That's all I got for the Direct. So anything you want to add, especially because you saw the Direct?
I watched the whole thing. All I got to say is a couple confirmations. No timer, which we...
Oh, that was confirmed.
We speculated back in, I think, the first episode.
Yeah.
We were talking about that.
Yep.
And I said, I don't know. We'll have to find out because all we had back then was just the trailer.
The trailer.
And there was no timer. Confirmed, no timer.
Fuck yeah.
I know that sounds silly to be excited about that, but dude, come on.
I'm stoked.
That is such an outdated mechanic. We don't need to be timed on a fucking side scroller. Like, come on.
It's the same thing in my opinion with lives. Like,
sure,
lives largely
for the most part, but I mean, like,
let me give you a scenario. In old gaming versus modern gaming.
Okay.
Old gaming is like, okay, you're not a kid anymore. Okay, like that's the whole thing. Is like we've evolved from we're all growing up as kids and we have all this time on our hands. So a life mechanic of getting to, like, say you're at the final checkpoint on crown, right? And you're down to 2 lives left, and you had 14 to start. So now you're down to 2.
Yep.
You have 2 tries to beat the very last segment of this level. Yeah. Otherwise, you restart the entire level. That feeling sucks.
I totally agree. Terrible. I totally agree.
As opposed to you've already done the work. Yeah. Just keep retrying until you get it.
I'm totally with you on that. I completely agree. However, real quick. Yeah. Crown didn't have any checkpoints. You started from the fucking beginning.
All right.
If you died at any point.
I never played
it's
Crown
okay.
Dash Crown.
It's okay.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do. Okay. I totally am with you. And honestly, I agree. I think that it's worse done in New Super Mario Bros. U. Yeah. The fact you get kicked out of the fucking stage every time you die. Not only you lose, it's so dumb. Yeah. It's so dumb. Right. Why would I be done if I died? Why the fuck am I playing it in the first place? Right. So I could beat it. Exactly. So get my ass back in there.
Don't you expect me to die?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many chasms. You're just like, oh, I'm done now. Yeah. Ooh, I didn't know the game was going to kill me. So, yeah, exactly. Fuck that.
All right,
fuck you, Miyamoto.
Fuck you, Miyamoto. That's all I got to say.
We love Charles Martinet, though. Martinet. Friend of the show, Charles Martinet.
Throwback episode 1. Yo. We got Joshy. What's number 5, my man?
All right. So what we got going down? This one's interesting. So I've been really excited to talk about this one. Do you know what a seinen manga is? Do you know what that means?
A seinen?
A seinen.
No.
Seinin. Seinen. No? Okay. Well,
I have no idea.
Little quick.
You made that up.
I did. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Fuck you, Miyamoto. No, I'm just kidding. But okay, so real quick, I just want to give a little backstory. A shonen manga, you know what that is, right? Yeah. A shonen, that'd be like One Piece, Naruto, essentially anything. Yeah.
One Piece.
Bleach is a shonen. It's essentially a young character that is written for young men, like young, kind of like teenagers, I'd say, because it's not made for kids, because it's very bloody, they curse. It's made for like teens, right? Yeah. In the same way, I know you watch a lot of Bleach, so it's about a young man who grows in power to face someone who's more powerful, at the same time growing emotionally and learning things through other characters, and there's usually a power system that's scalable, and it's essentially like the shonen way.
It's like,
you know what I mean?
It's like a very stylized hero story.
Absolutely. Right? Yes, and it's usually a hero story. Yeah. And that's how it goes, and some of my favorite manga are hard to classify as a traditional shonen, like Seven Deadly. You start that off.
For sure.
First off, it's not about a young man. It's not about a kid. Yeah. And it's also
the character
starts off as a fucking animal. Fuck. Yeah. Exactly. So that would be technically still be shonen, but there's another classification for manga, and I'll give some examples, and I'll let me know if you've heard of any of these. But seinen is essentially adult manga. They are not made for teenagers. They're not made for kids. Okay. I feel like with One Piece, it's made for teenagers, but kids could watch it. Yeah. It's a little sketchy, but these adult ones, these are adult manga that are not made for children. They are absolutely like foolproof adult shit. Yeah, you were gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say my only question before you get into it is this a subcategory of shonen?
It's a category of manga. It's just manga. It's a category of manga itself, and in the same way that a shonen would usually be power systems, but there could be slice of life. But a seinen could be there is a power system, or it takes place in a different world, or it's medieval, or it takes place a long time ago. but
I'm
it is.
following.
Yeah, you're
What's,
with me.
What's some examples?
So Berserk, huge.
Okay.
Seinen, very, very probably
Really?
the most
I would have
popular.
thought that was a
seinen.
shonen.
No, man. I mean, with how dark it is. I don't know if anyone has seen Berserk out there.
And I haven't.
Right.
So
very, very dark.
Yeah.
Deals with a lot of topics that are, would not be touched in any shonen, essentially.
Okay.
Very violent, too. Another one, I don't know if you've heard of Vagabond. That might be one that you missed. Okay.
Yeah.
So Vagabond, a similar way. It has, it's got its moments of violence, but it's more its deep themes in Vagabond are kind of the things that elevate it to that seinen level. Another one is Vinland Saga. Very, very, very popular because it actually got a very faithful anime adaptation. I'll say really quick, too, seinen, don't get, and I promise I'm building up to the news. I want you to understand why this is
I also
a cool
have
thing.
a question.
Please, yeah.
What is the classification of Attack on Titan?
That is a fantastic question because I was just about to go into that.
Okay.
So I will say, Attack on Titan is technically a shonen, but people call it a light seinen. There are certain, and some people
That's
try
where
to,
my brain was going. Based
some
on
people
what you're
try to
saying.
say that about Vinland Saga, but later in the series it's definitely much more seinen.
Okay.
But Attack on Titan, it is technically a shonen, but I would say it's a very dark shonen or a seinen inspired shonen.
For sure.
But technically, the way that it's set up, it is made for teenagers. It's not really an adult exclusive kind of idea, if that makes sense.
It does. Yeah.
So
it just touches on like so many deeper themes.
Totally. Oh, and shonen can be deep. You know what I mean? It's not made to be stupid or anything.
For sure.
And you don't need to, be like extremely smart to enjoy seinen. I love Berserk. But that idea is that so I would say it's a light seinen. Hard shonen. Yeah. Very middle ground.
Okay.
Some people try to say that about Vinland Saga as well. Another very popular one is Monster. Monster is very good. Is a big one. That had an anime adaptation by the same people who did Death Note. And I've heard there is an episode of Monster that is one of the most highest rated in all of the anime on all of anime. So I need to check those out. But I wanted to say this really quick. Adaptations for seinen stories don't happen often. And that's why Vinland Saga, and you look at something like Vinland Saga, or even Monster to a degree, I know they changed a lot of things. They are rare. They are rare to get these because they're dark, they're violent, and they deal with things that are not very appropriate, to be 100%.
Got it.
And it's much easier to seal a book at a bookstore off than seal a show off. Where do you publish it? Where do you send that to? If it's so deep and so dark, how are you going to get ads and sponsors to be able to go with that? So just a lot of stuff so that's the idea with seinen stories. Another massive seinen story that has had an anime adaptation very unfaithful in the same way that Berserk did with the 2016 Berserk, which if anyone doesn't know, it had a original trilogy that was made for Berserk and then a 2016 and 2017 show just titled Berserk that was awful. Seriously, like I rewatched it. I'm actually right now. I love Berserk as a story, and so I enjoy watching it. But the animation is some of the worst. I'm talking worst.
Isn't that
the
low,
anime
like FPS stuff where like it's choppy?
It's completely 3D animation, but it's not. It doesn't even look good. It truly is rough. It's just not good. It's just not well done. Right. It's upsetting because that's all you get. If a big studio wants to continue to make big name things, they can't have their name completely tied to something as dark, brutal, violent, and to be honest, inappropriate as Berserk is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
With this all stated, there's a very popular seinen story called Kingdom. Have you heard about this at all?
Oh,
Kingdom.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's very popular.
Yeah.
But
we've never talked about it.
Yes, we have never.
No,
you and I have never.
Yeah, being really truthful, I feel like this has come up a long time ago.
Really?
Back in the days where I was on like anime Twitter and I was really involved in anime in that regard.
Yeah, man.
I'm talking like 12 years ago.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Is this an older series?
So it's an older manga, but it had a anime that was made of it. Okay. If you watch it, it's not 3D like Berserk.
Okay.
Actually, I think there are some 3D characters and 3D sections.
Okay.
But it is awful. It looks so ugly, like terrible animation. And me personally, I don't prioritize good animation over good story. And so, it's something I could watch. However, there is a form that it has taken, Kingdom, this story that has been pretty damn popular in Japan.
Okay.
And this is what the news is about.
Okay.
They just had the 3rd live action film for Kingdom that just was released and just hopped up to the number 3 spot. And there's some big movies out right now. The Boy and the Heron, which is at number 1, of course. And then I missed what was on number 2, but it's the third movie in this series for Kingdom, which is a big deal, to be honest, for anyone who's into anime or manga, because to be honest, I haven't seen it and the reviews are pretty good. People are saying it's all right. Live actions are rough, but also, in Japan they kind of appreciate a little bit more over there, you know what I mean, than we do over here.
Yeah.
So to be honest, I am happy for it. I think that especially after everything we've seen with live action, with One Piece,
yes,
which
sir.
came out.
Yes, sir.
Everything that we've seen, I think it's good that these stories are able to get adaptations. And
cool.
as for me personally, as kind of a storyteller in my own right, I feel like, the most important part of these stories is the fact that they're told and their point is given, and there's a reason for it to exist. And that's why I love me some seinen manga. I love Berserk. Berserk is one of my favorite fucking stories of all time. However, it's hard to get those stories out. So as long as they're getting big like ways that they can get out there, it's doing really well too. It's doing extremely well. I just think it's a huge dub in my opinion.
Cool.
And other people can say what they say because maybe they saw the movie and hated it.
Yeah.
But it's a big dub in the first place.
That's cool.
A seinen story can have a big release like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro.
Something
No,
like that.
for sure.
So,
that's great, Josh. Thank you for bringing that up.
Of course, and I just had to do a little history lesson.
Yeah.
Or a little bit of a lesson.
That's what.
For anyone who
that's
doesn't
what we're
know.
all here for. You know what I mean?
I guess so.
So to wrap this up, Josh, number 6.
Please.
Finalize the news here. Mm-hmm. The PlayStation Portal.
Oh, we
launches
mentioned it earlier.
November 15th. We did mention this earlier.
We talked about it earlier.
Full story is that Sony has announced that its PlayStation Portal streaming handheld, right? New category of handhelds here.
Brand new.
Has pre-orders now available along with its official release date via the PlayStation blog. Mm-hmm. Currently available for pre-order in US, UK, France, Germany, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Italy, Spain, and Portugal.
Yep.
Only via the PlayStation Store directly. So you cannot get this from a retailer.
Yep, not yet.
IGN's preview of the console stated, quote, "The Portal is unlikely to be someone's primary way to play PS5 games. That's what your TV is for. Mm-hmm. But for times when someone else wants to use the TV, or maybe you have small kids in the home and don't want to put God of War on the big screen, and maybe you just want to be able to play in a different room without buying another full-on TV, in that scenario, the Portal offs. I mistyped here. The Portal offers a compelling use case. Josh, what do you think about this new quote streaming handheld?
Quote streaming handheld. I will say real quick. First off. It's literally PS5 Wii U. Hey yo! It's literally that's literally how they marketed the Wii U. So that's so funny that's how they're kind of marketing this. First off, I am a huge handheld gamer. I know you and I kind of differ in that sense.
No,
I'm
big on handheld gaming.
Right. I thought you said you don't like really playing big games on your Switch.
It depends on what the game is.
Okay, yeah.
A game like Sea of Stars, that game is meant to be played portably.
Oh,
you know
yeah,
what I
absolutely.
mean? Like,
totally.
These kind of Pokemon games.
It's like Chrono Trigger
work
that was
so well. Yeah, Chrono Trigger, exactly.
Yeah.
But, would I rather play like a big like God of War?
Totally.
I would definitely rather play that on a big screen.
It
depends on what it is.
I was going to say, it really does depend on what it is. I, myself, it's really interesting. I haven't had a PlayStation thing come out in a long time where I was like, oh, that looks like it's catered towards me. Like, how the fuck did they just are making it because I wanted it.
Yeah.
I constantly have this thing happen where I can't sit up in game for, I don't know if it's my ADHD or I don't know if I just get uncomfortable quick.
Yeah.
I can't sit up in game for as long as I wish I could, especially if I don't have the option to lie down or to move positions or do something like that. Like when I was playing Tears of the Kingdom, I would play that bad boy for hours on the TV because I knew that I could move. I'd play it for hours on the TV, move to my bed. I literally would set it up and play with the Joy-Cons and everything like that. Because that was how I enjoyed gaming. I could game in my space, you know what I mean?
For sure.
And I didn't have to be married to that couch and that TV setup. And so, for me personally, I am unbelievably excited, and I'm definitely pre-ordering it. Like,
Fuck yes.
It's $200.
Is that?
Yeah.
I didn't write down the price.
Yeah,
so I'm glad
that's
you
okay. Yeah, I already know enough about it.
$200.
200 buckaroonies.
Okay.
It's releasing in November, and yeah, I'm probably gonna pre-order it next time I get my paycheck in the mail.
If I saw it right, it has all the. It's if you haven't seen what this looks like.
Yes, it's so
take the DualSense controller.
Just
split it in half and throw a screen in there.
Throw a Switch.
It looks like a PlayStation Switch.
It does, and it's just so much more different than everything because they always try to connect the controllers so much to the pad, like we saw with the Steam Deck.
Yeah,
in the same way that
100%.
they did that, it's all one beast. This one they really did controllers coming out of the screen.
Yeah.
And I honestly think the design's cool.
Honestly,
I
that
really
is my favorite part about it. This looks. Yep. If this was its own console,
oh my God.
I would get one.
Absolutely,
like straight up.
Absolutely.
I'm on the gate here, which is kind of the point of conversation.
Sure.
Is whether or not this is like you just described a perfect use case for you.
Absolutely.
I don't think I would play it. I think okay, because also the problem is $200 here, right? Which is like you could basically buy. I mean that's more than like what are those like really really fancy controllers by Xbox?
Oh
like
the
Elite,
Pro,
the
Elite,
Pro,
yeah.
Elite, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean that's a lot for a controller. That's basically what
How
this
much is that?
I think it's $150.
$150.
Yeah, if not $200.
That's a fucking price for a controller.
Yes. So price matters, I think, when you get above like $100.
Oh,
I know you spent $150 on Splatoon.
Splatoon 2 to be exact. Oh my god!
To be honest with you, like I'm a big advocate for portability.
Yes.
And I love how this thing looks because I can look at it. I already know it's gonna be comfortable as fuck. God, dude. I love the PlayStation 5
and you know that controller is the DualSense.
Absolutely.
So good.
And I'm a huge advocate for the Vita, just like you, and the Switch.
Absolutely.
But it being a streaming only device.
Yeah.
I don't think our technology is there yet.
Yeah.
In most of the world, definitely not where we are.
Right.
We have a pretty decent size, like it's a 3,100 square foot single story house. We have big internet problems here.
Oh, absolutely.
The internet
because it's old
can't,
too. It's brick, so it's hard
these
to,
walls. I even think like the router sits in our roommate Adrell's room, and he does a lot of streaming.
Patreon supporter.
So yes, check out Adrian.
Check out Adrian.
I would be shocked if you were to take your device and put it in Adrell's room right next to the router and have it stream perfectly. I've just never seen it before.
No, absolutely.
I've only ever seen, at best, small amount of lag, which that's just annoying, right? Like,
absolutely.
Like in a game like God of War, where that game, even for being a single player game, very fast reactions are required for really, or Final Fantasy VII Remake, to really make the most of these battle systems.
Right.
You need to have like tight controls, and you need to be really quick, right? Especially towards the end of the game.
Absolutely.
Find that Queen Valkyrie, are you kidding me?
Oh, hell no.
So, at best, I feel like I have only ever seen in these streaming devices a small amount of lag, and it looks pretty good.
Right.
And then at worst, it just doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Like, it just cuts in and out.
Absolutely. Did you do any remote play when you had the PS4 and the Vita at the same time?
I did.
So
I tried it a lot, and I just couldn't.
You couldn't get it to work?
I could get it to work, but a quality handheld experience, I never got to experience.
Okay, so it sounds like you and I kind of differ in that sense because I loved it. One of my favorite parts about the Vita, what really got me into it, I love moving around. Like I said, I like moving positions too. If I was playing on my TV for a while, I will lie down on my couch and switch to the Switch. Just kind of move around. I don't know. You know, that's how my body works. And what I noticed is that some games run better than other games. So I noticed that a huge thing, obviously internet is so important, but one of the biggest ones for me, I played almost all the way through Uncharted 2 on the freaking Vita.
Did you?
Yeah. Just running it, because the aiming, it worked really well. I literally felt like, because of the fact that the FPS is so good on those games, because they're remasters of PS3 games, any lag, it looked like it ran really well.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I have
that's
always,
news to me.
I was just going to say, I have always loved remote play, and I've always wanted a device that is purely there to be that second screen for it's all I'm missing for me being in love with my PS5. It is the only thing that is missing, and maybe a couple games to come out. Come on, where are the exclusives at? Todd Howard. Come on, Todd.
Hey, bro. Honestly, I really want to see what it's like then.
I hope so
if
too.
You're gonna get this,
and you know what?
I'll give it a chance.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Maybe the internet's dog shit. Maybe it doesn't work. But I was hoping that maybe because of the fact that they're going for it, it would be a little bit like it would have a little more power to it, or it has something that maybe hooks with maybe the PS5 has a more powerful remote play that I haven't seen yet. I don't know.
Because I could see it being amazing and interesting to me if the PS5 had like this incredible proprietary direct connection with this device. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, but I don't feel like the tech is there yet.
Totally.
But I'm willing to be proven wrong.
And you know what? Maybe it doesn't. And to be honest, obviously, $200 is a good amount. But honestly, if I have to try to get that perfect console, I gotta do it, man.
Yeah,
gotta give it a shot.
No, for sure. Especially if what you just said is the only thing.
It's one of the only things that keeps me off my PS5 is that I'm like, do I want to really start playing this game right now? Because I'm gonna be married to my screen.
True.
Whatever.
No, hey,
I'm weird though.
All right,
I'm a strange one.
Let's jump to our next section before our main topic here, Josh. We have our weekly game releases. So these are the new games being released this week. This is a curated list, so this is not everything.
What?
But there's a little more than last week. In the last couple of weeks, I felt like there's been nothing because it's been like the summer drought.
Oh, yeah.
So this is between, again, September 4th and the 10th.
Very cool.
2023. We're going to start with September 4th, so a couple days ago. We have Baldur's Gate 3 just released on PS5.
On console,
So this was already on PC. And was it on Xbox already?
No.
Okay.
So I think it was on... I think it just released for both.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I could be.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw PS5 on
Caleb, let us know. Write us in.
I think it already has been out for PC.
Yeah, it has been.
So this is now new to console then. I think it is. It's coming first to PS5. So I'm going to, for a little more fun, Josh, I'm adding in a little description of the game. This is directly from Steam. Just a little description of the game.
Cute little thing. I love it.
Baldur's Gate 3. Gather your party and return to the Forgotten Realms in a tale of fellowship and betrayal, sacrifice and survival, and the lure of absolute power. Mysterious abilities are awakening inside you. Drawn from a mind flayer parasite planted in your brain. I didn't read this.
What did you miss? You missed something.
I didn't know flayer was a word. I'm like,
flayer,
did I mistype that?
You got it.
Resist and turn darkness against itself.
Very cool.
Embrace corruption and become ultimate evil. Ooh. From the creators of Divinity Original Sin 2 comes a next generation RPG set in the world of Dungeons and Dragons.
Very sick. Which is exciting to me because I love Dungeons and Dragons.
Fuck yeah, baby. Yep. Next up, releasing September 5th. This is a big one, Josh.
Huge.
Starfield.
Yep.
Which is a PC and Xbox exclusive.
It
This will not be coming to PS5. For one of the first
Todd.
big Bethesda games not coming to PlayStation, which this might be the first game to really be a system seller for Xbox because they haven't done this.
They have not
on Series X at all.
There is exactly. There is nothing that is on Series X that is like an exclusive that I can think of.
No.
Can you think of anything?
No, bro, not really.
Halo Infinite.
No, because that's on PC too.
It is on PC. Well, this one's on PC.
I know this is on PC, but if you were trying to, like, okay, let's take Halo Infinite and then Starfield.
Yeah.
Those are now two big games to really be a system seller.
It is.
But I feel like Starfield is bigger than Halo, to
I agree.
be honest.
And although
for
it's
the reputation
a new
that
universe
got.
in Bethesda,
Yeah,
it's
their first new IP in over a decade, I
almost,
think.
12 years.
So here's the description, Josh.
Yep.
Starfield is the first new universe in over 25 years
Very huge.
from Bethesda Game Studios.
Huge.
The award-winning creators of The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, and Fallout 4.
There they are.
In this next-generation role-playing game set amongst the stars, create any character you want and explore with unparalleled freedom as you embark on an epic journey to answer humanity's greatest mystery. In the year 2330, humanity has ventured beyond our solar system, settling new planets and living as spacefaring people. You will join Constellation, the last group of space explorers seeking rare artifacts throughout the galaxy, and navigate the vast expanse of space in Bethesda Game Studios' biggest and most ambitious game ever.
Very cool. Just really quick, I would say that they've been kind of advertising a part of this, even with what they said in there. Unparalleled freedom, whatever they said there.
Yeah.
It's not that. It came out and it's not that at all. It is like there's no space exploration, which was kind of...
There's not?
No. You don't.
I will say to everyone and Josh, I haven't seen any gameplay.
Just
at
saying,
all.
I put this on my list last time for most anticipated games, just for what it could do with the world of gaming. And to say that I'm disappointed is a little bit of an
really,
yeah, from what I've seen, because it's a selection screen when you get to space. There's no flying. There's no man's sky, space exploration. They literally, Todd Howard promised that, which he constantly does this. He really does. Like, he'll constantly say that this is a feature that's coming. Oversell, because he's not a developer. He's just the spokesman.
guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you go to space, it's just select a planet. There's three maps that exist on a planet. It's not a fully open world. You hit edges. There's edges to a freaking
planet.
Yeah, a planet. And then it's just like, I mean, it might be cool and it might be really big, and I bet you it is. And I bet you it has a lot to it, but it's not the game changer I really wanted it to be.
It's not fully the product that you were sold
exactly.
on,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't buy it or anything,
right,
but I just wanted to see what it did, in the same way that Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild have changed gaming and open world forever. I was hoping this would be an expanse on that, but it's not.
Okay.
And that's that. So, hey.
No, and I respect your opinion.
I don't want to stick on it.
I might have more to add if I look into it, but right now I got too much on my radar. But
Facts.
I do want to acknowledge this is a big game for our generation.
It is.
September 7th. So this is tomorrow. Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis on iOS and Android. Do you know anything about this?
No, I don't.
This is big.
Okay.
Here's the description. The latest installment in the Final Fantasy VII series / another possibility for a remake.
Ooh. What does that mean?
Relive the most memorable moments from Final Fantasy VII and experience the journey of a young hero, Sephiroth.
It's a Sephiroth origin story?
Experience both classic and new stories within the Final Fantasy VII universe, presented in a retro-style look combined with modern, beautifully rendered graphics that's easily accessible on the go.
Right.
Team up your favorite characters and customize each one with iconic gear and weapons to defeat powerful opponents in solo or cooperative battle mode.
Wow.
Josh, this was revealed, I believe, around the time, if not the same time, they revealed part 2 of the remake.
I thought it was called Crisis Core. Am I weird?
No, Crisis Core is a thing, but you're thinking of something else. Crisis Core was remade at the end of last year, and that was a PSP game.
Right.
And that is the prequel to Final Fantasy VII. So that has Zack as the main character.
Right.
And that is
black-haired
Sephiroth
Cloud.
when he's younger.
Right.
Yep. Zack is
so it's another game about Sephiroth when he's younger?
So Ever Crisis is in a culmination. It's a retelling.
Okay.
That's why it says another possibility for a remake. It's basically saying that they started development of this the same time they started development of the actual remake.
Right.
But they basically are having the entire Final Fantasy VII lore and experience playable on handheld.
Interesting.
Right? So it has the original. It's going to have like the parts of remake on it. It's going to have Crisis Core playable and a whole new story. But it's all playable from your phone.
And it's a phone game.
And it's a phone game.
Okay.
And it plays, like the battle system and everything is turn-based. It's like full-fledged. Doesn't seem like it's gacha, which if it was, I'd be off.
I was going to say, phone games get me worried.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why episodic. On the phone?
I think it's episodic. So I think that they're cashing in on the episodic idea of you pay for each kind of segment, which if it's done right, you have me sold.
I'm going to look this up because this is very interesting, but also it almost I don't want to say it has red flags.
Yeah.
But it's weird, right?
It's weird.
It's strange.
It's Ever Crisis.
Okay.
Yeah. It is weird and strange, but
it's called Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis?
Yes. It literally just launched on the iOS and Android store today for you to pre-download it.
And it's free?
It's free to start. I'm not really sure. I don't really know their model, but it is free to download.
Feels strange.
But the graphics look good. The graphics and what I've seen of it looks really good. So I have high interest in this.
It looks cool.
Yeah.
And it sounds interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
And
so I'll have more to say once I play it, because I plan on playing it tomorrow.
Comes out tomorrow.
Yeah. All right, number 4, Josh.
Yep.
It comes out September 8th. Anonymous Code. It is spelled with a semicolon in it.
What the fuck?
Do you know what else is spelled with a semicolon?
A winky face.
Steins Gate.
Ooh.
It's from the same guys who did Steins Gate.
Steins
so this comes
Gate?
out
No
on
way.
PC, Nintendo Switch, and PS4.
No way.
Listen to this little blurb. This is the latest work by Steins Gate creator Chiyomaru Shikura, in collaboration with returning staff from the Science Adventure series. The year is 2037.
Wow.
Nakano, Tokyo. Paulin Tokoya and his best friend Cross Yumikawa make a living as pro hackers wherever they can. Wherever hasn't been affected by the sad morning disaster that occurred February 6, 2036. One day, Paulin declares he is going to elope, despite the fact that he is single.
Huh?
However, he meets a mysterious girl called Momo in a place no one is supposed to be.
Momo!
Suddenly, mysterious assailants appear and chase after Momo.
What?
During the escape, Poland receives the Save and Load app, which allows him to save data and start over just like a video game.
What?
Little does he realize this is only the beginning.
This is only the mechanic of the game.
The mysterious genius hacker, Cicada 3301, who organizes a series of quests that seem impossible to solve. The Gaia Institute, that reactivates the Earth simulation, which is supposed to be frozen. The thugs from Vatican's 513 Holy Office working behind the scenes. Paulin is thrown into numerous plots as a result of his encounter with Momo.
Wow.
And faces a major event that shakes the world.
What?
What truth awaits you when you use hacking, saving, and loading?
What?
Hack the myriad of branches of reality and load the ending that saves the world.
Ooh.
This is the story of hackers who will rewrite the future.
Wow. Quite the description.
I thought quite the description, and it caught my eye because Steins Gate's a big one, both in anime and
I was
in games.
gonna say, yeah, it's one of the highest rated anime on anime rating websites.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's a good anime rating website?
I don't know.
Is there?
IMDb?
Cool. No. Well,
I don't know the name of one.
Yeah,
but I could find it.
The synopsis definitely had me intrigued. It definitely sounds like an anime, like a deep anime type of synopsis.
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
Next up, 2 left. We got September 8th. Also is NBA 2K24.
Oh God.
This is coming out on Xbox Series X, PS5, PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC.
What?
Although I think if I read right, only if you have like PS5, PC, and Xbox Series X is it kind of the latest iteration, and it kind of has a dumbed down version on the other consoles.
On like
PS4,
Switch,
Xbox One, and Switch.
Wait,
I don't really know what that means. I'm not
on the Stadia.
No.
Why not?
Stadia's discontinued. My
Why?
guy. I know. Yeah, bummer.
Bring it back.
You didn't know that streaming consoles wouldn't be a thing. Or that it was ahead of the future. But I'll just say the blurb. Grab your squad and experience the past, present, and future of hoops culture in NBA 2K24. Enjoy loads of pure, unadulterated action and limitless personalized my player options in my career.
Whoa.
Collect an impressive array of legends and build your perfect lineup of my team. Feel more responsive gameplay and polished visuals while playing with your favorite NBA and WNBA teams in play now. Honestly, for it selling and being a description of a basketball game, it's pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive. Have you heard the when they got the actual NBA players to voice act in one of the 2K games?
No.
It is embarrassing.
No!
It is so
it's terrible?
bad. Like, it is like these guys are putting in zero effort. There's like a guy there's like a guy who's in there, he's like, you're a young buck and you don't know where to go. So when you he's like supposed to be like he's supposed to be like angry, and I don't think they gave him like the true proper direction of like what's going on because he's just reading.
Okay, buddy.
Dude, you're mad.
More pissed than mad.
Pretend like you're acting. Just pretend. So every time I hear 2K or I think about it, I just wish that they'd bring back, because that was a story mode they had.
That's a bummer.
I wish they would bring that back because I would play the games. A young buck like you would be when you check.
Well, the last thing, Josh, we got is September 6th. So this actually just came out today. Yep. Nice. 4 new classics are added to the Nintendo Switch Online service.
Oh, I know one of them.
I bet you do.
Kirby.
Yes,
sir.
Baby. 3 of them. It's worth noting that 3 of them were only ever in Japan with no English translations.
Which is sick.
Until now. So there's 4, and 3 of them were Japan. I will say what they are. So first is going to be Kirby's Star Stacker. This was on the Super Nintendo in Japan only.
Yep.
Watch out for King Dedede. He is out to stop you.
No.
With a few quick moves and some well-timed strategy, you can quickly outwit him and move on to the next challenging level with a little help from Rick, Kine, and Ku.
That's a hamster, a bird, and a raccoon.
Well, it's funny you say that because it says who look like a hamster, a fish, and an
fish.
owl.
I said that wrong. It was a bird,
respectively.
Yeah.
Blocks rain down from above, while whole lines appear from below with relentless regularity. Simply sandwich the stars between Kirby's pals, and you'll soon be on your way to earning a high score in pure puzzle fun.
Wow, I love them.
Downtown Neketsu March. Super awesome field day.
That's the name?
That is the name.
Or
Downtown Neketsu March. Super awesome field day.
Wow.
That was in Japan on the NES.
Love it.
And I'm going to skip these. I just honestly wanted to read the Kirby one for you.
Facts.
But also we got Joy Mech Fight in Japan. That was a Japan release also with on the NES. And then we've got Quest for Camelot.
Ooh.
On the original Game Boy.
Yes.
Josh, is there any news regarding any other like movies or anime that came out this week?
Well, you know what? I could say not much is going on. You know, we talked about JJK. There's an announcement coming out for Berserk sometime soon.
Okay.
Sometime later in September, so we'll find that out.
Cool.
We've been disappointed so many times with Berserk announcements that it's hard to get excited.
For sure.
Everyone hopes that maybe there's a new anime coming. And last time they had I'm not even gonna lie, they had a 60-day counter that counted down on the Berserk website, and everyone was just waiting. It was literally a counter. It counted down.
What happened?
Guess what? It was for a fucking DVD box set that they were gonna release of the Berserk Memorial Edition show.
Shut the fuck up. That's so annoying.
The most disappointing thing I've seen it in a long time.
Y'all couldn't see my face, but I was actually on that ride for a second.
60 days. Imagine waiting and getting excited.
No, I'm putting myself in Persona. Because one of I'm just this short tidbit, but Persona 5 getting announced, I was in that hype train.
Yeah.
So the announcement was a countdown, and it was the new some new Persona announcement.
Yep.
Everyone was freaking out.
Of course they were.
And this is what we got in the announcement. We got Persona Q, which came in 3DS.
Yep.
And then we got the intro trailer of Persona 5.
Love
and
that.
everyone shit themselves.
Of course
I'm not kidding you. If I was to go back in time and relive that, they were to announce a box set, I would be so
a DVD
pissed off.
version of the anime of Persona, and it was a new fucking Blu-ray box set. Horrible.
That's terrible.
Genuinely horrible.
That's a slap to
that
the
was
fans.
the last. It was absolutely a slap to the fans. That was the last announcement we got. So,
Rip. Well,
Oh,
Josh,
my God.
I think I have an announcement.
Ooh.
Which is that this week was the drop of the live action One Piece.
That's right, baby.
Which is going to segue into our next main
sir.
topic. And while that gets started, I gotta piss again. Let's take a break.
Yes.
Welcome back, guys. Now we're joining in on the main topic, which Josh is going to be leading us through today
sir.
With the One Piece. But we have a very special guest today, and that is moredori.
Hey, I'm Dory.
It's Dory. One of the biggest, biggest One Piece fans I've ever known. To be honest with you, from the moment I met you, really, this was not a One Piece house, and wouldn't be without you.
No, it's absolutely true.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Dorian is the one that got me into One Piece.
Yeah.
So,
you watched it. When did you start One Piece?
probably 2 years ago.
It was 2 years.
It was probably 2 years now. It took me about maybe 10 months to finish the whole thing. So
From start to finish?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So start to finish, which is
genuinely impressive.
No, honestly,
it's not like Trepto
it's no
numbers.
Trepto.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that because
For those who don't know.
What about Trepto?
He just finishes anime so quick.
Yeah.
How fast did you finish
Jake
One Piece?
Trepto watched
One
the
Piece, I swear.
entirety of One Piece in 2 to 3 months.
That is fucking elite.
That makes
He
no sense to
belongs
me.
in a jail cell.
And he recollects everything. He doesn't there's not a single part
That's
of it
crazy.
that
Genuinely
he
the goat,
missed.
Yeah.
Goated off a
Wait,
schmick.
does
no
he
kidding.
follow filler lists, or do you just watch it?
I think he did follow a filler
did.
list.
Yeah.
But honestly,
You
I
did
wouldn't
too,
be
right?
surprised.
Absolutely. And honestly, One Piece, there's not that much filler. And
actually,
You can
when they're
genuinely, sometimes you can just watch the filler for
Exactly.
One Piece, and it
Okay.
blends in with the show so well because One Piece can
Yep.
be anything.
Yeah.
That you watch the whole thing. I have a friend, so I work on a cruise ship, and one of my friends, Sydney, she's from Jamaica, never watched anime ever,
Yeah.
and I come back to this ship after having not worked with her for 2 months. And she's 300 episodes into One Piece.
So
and I was
crazy.
like, what? And she's like, yeah, dude, I just got done with the arc where all the Straw Hats forget each other and they're seeing there's a dragon. And I was like, that's definitely
It's
filler.
filler like that doesn't.
She's like, what's filler?
shit.
She's like, I'm
filler?
loving it.
I'm loving it.
I was
This is the
like,
best thing
exactly.
I've
I was
seen.
like, yeah, I mean, hey, I
And you
probably
can-
watched that too. I
Yeah.
just don't remember
Yeah.
it. 'cause
And
it-
you can tell too, to be honest, that's so funny that they have a dragon in that one. Because do you remember the first?
Always a
filler?
dragon.
It's a fucking dragon. I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting. But
Yeah.
Wano is
Well, I'm going to also start off by saying that this will not be spoiler free. So if you do not want to be spoiled on One Piece,
Absolutely.
And that being said, I haven't really seen One Piece at all. So I'm kind of in that boat. So if you guys just want to be along the ride with me and just kind of hear everything and
Sure.
not really give a shit,
do you want us
then
to
go
not
for it.
spoil though?
No, I'm you talking about small tidbits
Yeah.
here and there.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
if you guys would say anything that's just relevant to conversation,
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't want it to be a constrained episode on
I'll try not
we can't say stuff.
Yeah, I'll try not to say super crazy spoilers, but obviously there's things like Gear 5
For sure.
that the entire world knows about.
And
Yeah.
it's kind of impossible for those things, especially as someone who watched it semi recently,
Yeah.
at least compared to Dorian, because
Yeah.
Dorian started it. For those who don't know,
Yeah,
Dorian started it when he was in high school. So
I was 16.
yeah.
as a sophomore.
But how many
Yeah.
years ago was that?
How am I?
It was 22.
16, 22 years ago?
Wait, hold up.
6 years ago.
Wait a
6
sec,
years ago.
right?
It's gotta be.
Well-
It's gotta be. But anyway.
Well, so what I'm getting at is I don't want this to be a filtered episode at all. So
Yeah,
if you
absolutely.
just whatever comes to your mind, just let it flow. Obviously I don't have as much input just because I don't know as much.
Okay.
But I feel like the big overarching thing with One Piece that kind of makes it special anyway is that it's still an incomplete story.
Absolutely.
We still don't know what the One Piece is
Absolutely.
or the ultimate direction that Oda is going. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
As his fans. So
oh my gosh. Friend of the show, Devin. He is outside our window, in the same way Sophie was earlier. Alrighty. So first off, I just want to say, One Piece is very, very important to me and Dorian. And I know that one day it will be with Sam.
I'm in love with the premise.
Yeah.
Like, especially after watching everything you guys have ever said about One Piece.
Yeah.
It's not about the One Piece.
No.
It's about
it literally
the
doesn't
journey.
matter, bro.
It's about the friendship. It's about, even from what I just saw in this one episode, which is the only thing I've actually seen of One Piece in this one episode of the live action. All about how it's a different group of pirates.
Right.
Oh, well, you've never met me and my pirates,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And it's all about the adventure that Luffy and his friends go on.
Absolutely.
That's funny you say that because, I don't even think about what the One Piece is. I don't think any of us really do.
Right.
Like, no, like that's probably one of the least theorized things in the One Piece community is what is the One Piece.
For sure.
Like we do, like there are theories about it, but somebody asked me because I was with Sydney on the ship, and someone was like, "Yo, so like what, Dorian? Like what is the One Piece?" And I was like, "Oh, I actually don't know.
Couldn't tell you."
And they were like, "Isn't it like been going on for like a really long time?" And I was like, "Yeah." So you don't even have like an idea? I was like, well, no, not really.
Not exactly.
That's annoying.
No.
That's annoying. And I'm like, not really.
No.
I just, I mean, obviously, that is the overarching, like, that is the number one question. Like, it's literally the whole point of the show. What is the One Piece?
Yeah.
And yet, like, I'm just here to kick it.
I'm along with the ride.
I'm here for the grand line.
So one of the points that I want for this section is I want to talk. Excuse me. I want to talk about how One Piece is breaking records all over the world.
Fuck yeah.
It is a phenomenon. I saw the last trailer. It was called the final trailer for the live action. Obviously, I want to talk about the live action to a degree, but it's a little bit more. I want to talk about all One Piece.
Yes.
It literally said based on the world phenomenon. And I was like, abso-fucking-lutely it is. There is no story that has been, like, seriously developing the way that One Piece has for fucking 20 years, just cultivating these characters in this world. Cultivating. You can edit that right out. You can edit that out, right?
Yeah.
Cultivating these characters in this world the way that One Piece has. But beyond the story, it goes beyond that. You know what I mean? There are fans that are truly like pirates, that are truly like the way that it feels to be a One Piece fan is incredible. So I just wanted to
I want to jump in real quick.
Please.
That's a great point you said, like about the fan base and just being pirates, because like if for the most part, if you are a One Piece fan and you're caught up with One Piece, and somebody also is caught up with One Piece, and you have a conversation with them and you're like, oh hey bro, what's your favorite anime? It's already implied. What's your favorite anime that's not One Piece? Because One Piece is not a show or a series that you can like watch and then be like, oh man, One Piece is just like you can't put it in a box. It's genuinely it's on a playing field of its own. It is an experience. Like if you're in One Piece, you're just a part of. You feel like you're a Straw Hat.
Absolutely,
you feel like you are part of the crew. You are growing with the show. You're watching your crewmates grow. Like all the crewmates feel like your family. And whenever like a feat is accomplished, or somebody gets a new bounty, or we move on to a new place that we've wanted to go for so long, you genuinely feel all the emotions and all the hype alongside the crew, because it's like I have made it this far, and like I've been here the whole journey. I'm a day one. I was here when Luffy was in the barrel, bro. And now, bro, it's like I mean, I can't really say. I don't want to spoil too much, but and now seeing where Luffy is at the show now, sometimes I think about it and I'm like, I can't believe it's insane made it this far.
To think about.
Like we have really come from the bottom, and we are at the top of the globe right now. It's insane.
To go off that too, I mean, I completely agree. I think the amount of friends I feel like I've also found right off the gate, the amount of like connection you'll have with someone. If it's, I remember I was helping this guy. He was probably like my age.
Okay.
At Topgolf, my place of work, for those who don't know, and he had a Naruto shirt on. I was like, oh, dude, Naruto. By the way, Naruto is my second favorite anime. I was like, bro, Naruto fucking peak, dude. Like, that shit is so fire. And he was like, oh, man, if you fuck with Naruto, I gotta put you on One Piece. I was like, are you kidding me, bro? I'm caught up to the damn fucking manga. And him and I were just right off the gate, fucking just the fucking boys right off the gate, and it was like seriously, there is like a connection. We're pirates, and we understand and see each other.
You
get it. And so honestly, there is so much to be said about it in general. So I just to keep the topic going, I wanted to say not only is One Piece breaking records, it holds a Guinness Book of World it holds a Guinness World Record. Oda himself does. It is the most amount of copies of a book published, which is 500 million copies published of a single serialized series. No jokes at all. It's a Guinness World Record. So
500 million.
Yep. Individuals.
Hefty Barry Brownie.
You're telling me. You're telling me. So Oda holds that world record, and to be honest, he's probably not going to lose it for a long time. He also just I'm going to keep this going if that's cool with you guys.
Absolutely.
Just recently, as of August 4th, One Piece has surpassed Harry Potter in the best-selling work of fiction in history. Best-selling single piece of One Piece.
Single piece, baby. Single.
So Oda just beat J.K. Rowling, basically. Essentially,
Crimea River.
Massive. So the reason that I want to build this up, and I want to build up to talking about the live action, and to build up about talking about it, is because these are records that are unprecedented. This is not just an anime. This is not just a shonen show. It's not just a manga at this point. This is one of the most popular shows. Actually, there was a Rewind 2022, the most watched TV shows. They tracked the most watched TV shows. Number 1 was One Piece of 2022, the most watched TV show. Second was Stranger Things, which is understandable because Stranger Things is huge. Then Grey's Anatomy, which has been around for a while. Guess what? The 4th, The fucking Office. One Piece beats out The Office, which is one of the most. Is that crazy? Absurd. It's crazy, and so. Please.
It's impressive. Okay, so I have a sister. Her name's Sydney. She's 26. She lives in LA. And
Shout out Sydney.
Yeah. And she does not watch anime. She's not an anime fan. Obviously I've known her my whole life, but you know that One Piece is truly. I had a shocking moment when I was deployed. When I was out, basically. When I was at sea. I'm so happy I'm back. Holy shit!
Hey, thanks for your service, by the way,
man. No worries at all. My discount, man.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
So, my sister sent me a Snapchat, and I got my dad his last birthday. My sister and my dad are huge bookworms. They're always reading books, and so I was my dad's last birthday. I got him like a volume of One Piece. I was like, hey, I know this is a manga, but I think you would really, really enjoy this story. My dad read all of East Blue, essentially. He loves it. He loves Luffy. He loves the characters.
Yeah.
And so my sister, she sends me a Snapchat while I was on the ship. And she essentially was like, hey, Dorian, so I've heard really good things about the One Piece live action that just came out. And all my friends are telling me, it's so good, Sydney, it's so good. And they really want me to watch it. Obviously, I'm not gonna get into One Piece. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
We'll see after that.
I'm not gonna get into One Piece. It's like a lot, so many episodes. But all my friends are saying really good things. I'm seeing really good things about it. I know One Piece is your favorite thing ever. Literally on my Christmas list the past 4 years, all I've put is basically One Piece shit.
Please.
My sister got me One Piece fan. She knows nothing about One Piece, but she knows it's my favorite thing of all time.
Right.
And she's like, so I figured I'd reach out to you and I'd ask you. I don't want to watch the live action if you don't think it's a good representation of the series. So if you say it's not good or not worth watching, then I won't watch it. Because my sister and I went through the whole Avatar: The Last Airbender movie together. We both. She loves The Last Airbender.
Legendarily horrible.
Legendarily
I don't
terrible
know if
adaptation.
You've seen that?
The Last Airbender?
The live action.
Oh.
It is.
Really?
That
was a top 5.
The Last Airbender movie.
He's capping.
These guys' faces,
He's
bro.
so fucking capping.
I was like, you gotta be
literally
capping his
terrible.
No, it's horrible. It's terrible.
Ahsoka. I responded. Ahsoka's in the movie.
Dude, I can't believe it, bro. If you're an anime fan,
I respond to my sister though, and I'm like, Sydney, watch the live action.
Just watch it.
Just watch it.
Yeah.
It is so good. I will happily recommend this because it is bringing in people who don't watch anime, and they're like, "Yeah, I started that One Piece live action. It's pretty good." I'm like, it's feeding people that don't watch anime into this story, this beautiful story.
Absolutely.
And then a lot of them are probably going to be like, "I think I might just watch One Piece." From this. And that's literally what I'm expecting. I'm expecting my sister to watch this show and be like, "This is really good.
I gotta watch it."
Yeah, I gotta.
And
watch
honestly,
it.
like truthfully, I gotta say the live action has done a triumph, which is not only the fact that it is a good live action anime, but it is a good,
which is so rare.
It's so hard.
I think it's the first time this has ever happened.
Not only is it the first time it ever happened, usually it's assaulting to the fandom, and then it's impossible for anyone who doesn't watch this show to watch because it's just a jumble of mess from the TV show, right? Like the Cowboy Bebop was just so tonally fucked. Death Note, dog shit.
Death Note for me is like a top example of just terrible.
It's an insult. I remember people would come up to me and they'd be like, I'm like, "Oh yeah, have you seen any anime?" And they're like, "No, not really. I watched that Death Note movie and that was pretty good." And I'm like, "No, you didn't.
You shouldn't have done that." His name's Light Turner in the fucking movie. So stupid.
That is incredible.
So lame. So all I'll say is that I think it's a testament to One Piece as a story. Dude, can you stop fucking with that? You kidding me? Sorry. Disrespectful.
What even is that?
You're never coming back.
Slinky dog.
He has a stupid slinky dog in his hand. And he's ruining our podcast.
It's Josh's.
So a couple more facts before we get completely into live action, if it's cool with you guys.
Please.
Just some stuff that is blowing my mind. By the way, I'm wearing a pirate hat right now. So obviously, it's been the face of Shonen Jump for the past 2 decades.
Yeah.
The face of Shonen Jump, which is the most popular shonen publishing.
Absolutely.
Isn't
the
weekly manga publishing?
Like sometimes they'll show Shonen Jump and the O will literally be the skull and crossbones from
probably.
One Piece.
To be honest, probably.
They are constantly the front runner for Shonen Jump magazine.
Absolutely.
Luffy's always in front.
Luffy is the king of that. Yeah. For 2 decades, by the way, has not been uncrowned. There's not a single character.
He's a part of the original anime Big 3, and he's still on top. The other ones fell off as more shows came out, and they ended. Luffy's still up front.
He's still on top, and it's the same story.
Big 3, you're talking Naruto,
Bleach,
and
One Piece.
One Piece. Yeah,
they were all around the same at one point.
Yeah.
And then, as Bleach and Naruto finished, they had their time.
Yep.
It's a time for the new generation. One Piece is like the new generation. I'm still in my generation. I'm still going.
We haven't even peaked yet, bro.
The worst generation.
Yeah.
Bro. So this is some crazy stuff real quick.
Yeah.
8% of Japan's top 50 highest grossing Japanese films of all time consist of One Piece movies. 8%. Japan produces a lot of movies. This isn't just anime movies.
Shit.
The 50 highest grossing Japanese films of all time. 8% is One Piece. So, pretty crazy.
That's nuts.
No, isn't that nuts?
That is a lot of magnitude. I'm not kidding.
Huge.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's huge here, but in Japan, it's a whole different story.
Film Red must have been nuts.
No, it would have went crazy. We saw it in the theater and we were screaming. I saw some people doing backflips and that shit.
Crazy.
That shit was so tough. So it's the second best-selling comic book of all time as well, second to Superman himself. That is the only.
Superman?
I remember seeing that it passed Batman and all this other stuff.
Yeah, it already passed Batman.
Superman was the only one.
Bum.
How far ahead is Superman now? It's got to pass Superman.
It's gonna pass him.
It's gonna pass him.
No question.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, Superman's been coming out since the 70s, right?
No, bro, dude. Oh my God, way
60s?
before.
Before?
Yeah,
really?
Like the 50s. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Superman is so old.
Let's fact check that. Let's fact that right quick.
Check. I'm on.
This is One Piece is included in the top 10 best-selling books of all time. The list includes the Bible. You heard me. The Bible.
Jeez.
The Quran, of course, and other massive books.
Just along there with Holy Testament.
Of course.
Right
the
next
word
to
of Jesus and then the word of
Iroh
Oda.
Okay.
I was gonna say the word of God and then the Bible.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a fact checker here. Superman debuted in 1938.
No,
because he's like one of the first superheroes,
Yeah,
bro. And by the way, One Piece debuted in 1997.
And he's number 2, and I swear he's gonna be number 1 soon. He's gonna be number 1 soon.
Nuts.
And he
This
surpassed
manga is
Batman.
25 years old, man.
And
Superman
actually, sorry,
60-year head
26
start.
now. It's 2023. 26 years old.
Before we get into it once again, I wanna kind of show the magnitude of even Oda's wealth, because I'm gonna name some pretty big anime, and then I'm gonna name the net worth of the mangaka that make those anime. So Akira Toriyama,
Ryan,
you guys
know what
who,
mangaka means?
Yes, I remember hearing you say, "What's a mangaka?" I was like, "Come on, Sam.
Come on, you got it, bro."
That's what I make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, no. Do you guys know who Akira Toriyama is?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the creator of
Dragon Ball.
Oh shit. Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
He wasn't gonna say Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball. It's gotta be Dragon Ball. Yeah, Akira Toriyama. His net worth is $55 million. So that's very.
And he has his hands in a lot of non-Dragon Ball things too.
And for an author, that is extremely
also,
wealthy.
Dragon Ball is like the grandfather of anime.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
pioneered shonen.
Very true.
So the mangaka for Naruto, what's his name again? Do you remember?
Akira Toriyama.
No, it's not. Shoot, I just had his name. I should have wrote it down. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. Oh well. He is worth $30 million, which makes sense because obviously it came a lot after Dragon Ball.
Coded, yeah.
And then $50 million for the author for Bleach.
Bleach is more than Naruto?
Apparently.
That surprises me.
I know, it surprises me too, but hey, that's how it goes.
This is Naruto's mangaka?
Masashi
Kishimoto! Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. And then this surprised me, but the author for JoJo's, $13 million. Only $13 million.
Wow. Actually?
Yep. And then the author for Hunter x Hunter, who also did Yu Yu Hakusho, is $30 million. So he's up there as well. Attack on Titan, $45 million.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Iroh Oda is $230 million. He is not even on the same page as these guys.
Iroh Oda.
Dragon Ball
insane.
is $55 million. Behind him, obviously, is Bleach, $50 million. And then Attack on Titan, $45 million. They are not in the same ballpark as $230 million.
That's more than all of them combined.
Absolutely.
That's literally insane.
And so that just kind of goes with the
Oda's
magnitude.
like, I'm not even gonna finish this.
We call him Goda.
I'm already good. Yoda.
Goda. Yeah. So I kind of wanted to wrap that up and just kind of move into, because that trailer hit me when it said based on the phenomenon, the world phenomenon. It is
genuinely taking the world by storm.
Absolutely.
I'm lucky enough to basically I am the first of my friends because for a long period of time I was the only One Piece fan that I knew.
Yeah.
And it was my favorite anime like for so long. I finally meet some of our best friends, the twins, Adrel and Jarrell.
Adrel is actually a Patreon supporter.
Yeah, as of today.
As of today. Literally live on...
Yeah, I mean...
Moredori, you got an account yet?
So I've just been a One Piece fan for like a lot of my life now. And so just to see the series grow like it has and to see the impact. And like I remember the first time I was really like, this is I can't believe One Piece is like breaking this. When Gear 5 happened in the manga, I was following the manga week to week. I had been caught up for a while now, and I remember when that whole fight was happening, everyone was wondering like, yo, is Gear 5 like Gear 5 we were all thinking, yo, One Piece might not have a Gear 5. It might be Gear 4 is the peak, and then Luffy improves Gear 4 throughout the show.
And to be honest too, it doesn't seem likely that there would be a Gear 5 because Gear 4 has kind of like forms to it. Yeah. So there's like Bounce Man, Tank Man, and Snake Man.
Yeah. If I was to chime in and tell you and represent a part of our audience that has no idea what a gear is, what would you say?
So let me just give a quick rundown with Luffy. The main character.
Is this a part of like the power system?
Yeah. So Monkey D. Luffy, he ate a devil fruit, and his devil fruit is called the Gum fruit, which turned his body into rubber.
Right.
So initially, off rip, that fruit is not good, especially when you have people who can turn into lightning or mythical creatures
made of fire.
Yeah, like
a dragon,
completely broken devil fruits. Being made of rubber, also not
a dragon,
not being able to turn off rubber, turn on rubber. No, you are just made of rubber.
Made of rubber.
Forever.
That's just your body.
Like that's just your body now.
Yep.
Okay. Off rip, it's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Luffy's had it since he was a kid though, since he was 7. And he never thought that once. So he basically kind of did a My Hero type thing where he takes advantage of the fact that he is rubber and rubber, and the theme of One Piece or the theme of Luffy is rubber always bounces back.
Right.
So he will like fucking get his shit rocked, and he will always bounce back. Yes. So, and so he developed these attacks. Where he'll stretch his arm back and use the recoil as his punch, stuff like that. So he gets really, really creative.
It's creative in the sense that it's not a traditional even like fighting sense in any anime or manga.
Yeah.
And so honestly, even just seeing I remember like one of my favorite things was seeing the attacks like kind of what's the word kind of develop. Yeah.
So Luffy is extremely like he's a dumbass at heart, but ultimately his combat intelligence is insane. Yeah. He is so creative, and the way that he fights is he fights with so much freedom. He kind of just does whatever he wants, and he just comes up with shit on the fly, and he'll do it. He'll try to eat people. Like he'll blow up his head really big and just try to take a bite out of someone just because he's like, fuck it, like nothing else is working. Yeah. And so the gear system there was a point in the show when he kind of realized, he's like, dude, there are some top dogs that we need to take down right now.
Big dudes.
And I cannot like compete with these people. So he has to start getting even more creative. So he created the gear system. So gear 2 was his first gear he developed, and it's essentially where he uses since his whole body's made of rubber, he pumps his blood in his body at a really rapid rate. Like he kind of like makes his veins, like he stretches his heart, and he like makes his veins pump, so his body kind of turns a bright pinkish color. And
I'm actually going to pull up pictures.
Oh, sure.
And steam comes out of his body, so it increases his overall speed by insane amounts and his strength. So like he kind of puts his fist down and goes gear second, and boom, and like you can kind of just see he just has an insane.
It's like an overdrive.
Yeah, it's like an overdrive. He's pumping his heart. Really, this is what it looks like.
To those listening at home, we should all look up pictures of what these gears look like. If you don't know what they look like, because it is some of the weirdest and most interesting looking.
Would have never. So it's like being made basically for someone who doesn't know what this is, other than what I'm being told right now, it looks like Luffy is just kind of steaming, and some parts of his body are glowing pink, and he just kind of looks like he's going into overdrive.
He basically puts his whole body into overdrive, so he can move insanely faster, and his attacks, like the impact, he renames all his attacks like jet whatever. So like
jet pistol,
his gum
instead of gum
jet pistol, jet gatling, it all becomes super fast. Gear 3 is when Luffy blows his bones up like a balloon. Okay. So he'll take a bite out of his thumb and inflate it like a cartoon character, right? Yeah. Inflate his fist to be really big, and then he has like basically one, like he will use that giant
massive hit.
So like he's like, if he's fighting someone way bigger than him, he just blows it, and also he can move the air to different parts. So he'll blow up his fist, move it to his leg, and then just fucking like stomp somebody.
Slam someone like crazy.
That's reference. Josh just showed me a picture of his fist, and that fist was definitely like 50 times.
Yeah, it's so big. Like he'll blow it up like really, and then someone's like, you just blow that fist. Yeah. And then like the whole fist takes up the screen, and they'll just get.
One of my favorite parts about even these is that he develops even these gears over time. So at first, when he first starts using it, he
has drawbacks.
Yeah, he has drawbacks. His body goes through like these issues. Literally after Gear 3,
man.
Gear 3
Gear
was
second. Lucci, like one of the main villains, when he saw Gear second, he was like, dude, a technique like that is probably inching away your lifespan. Because, you're putting your body, like your heart rate, like so much stress on your entire body. Like, he's like, you are literally, like, destroying your lifespan slowly by using this technique. And then Gear 3, whenever he'd blow up a part of his body, and he'd have one attack, and then he would turn a little for a little bit. He would
literally become a tiny little midget.
Like a little chibi, and for like a little bit. Like, so he has to be like that for like maybe 5 minutes, right? And then there's a time skip.
Develops
another time happens where Luffy realizes like, we have to train. The new world's not a joke, and like there are some serious guys out here, like we don't stand a chance.
Big deal.
Like basically the whole crew gets wiped. They take a huge L.
Yeah.
And so during the 2-year time skip, Luffy learns how to use Haki, which is a whole other like power system. Okay. Haki basically allows you to like compete with people who have devil fruits that like. Normally, if someone's made of sand or like fire, it's like you literally can't.
You're
touch
fucked
them.
Because their body is then
intangible.
Yeah,
so it's like, how do you fight someone like that? Haki like nullifies like if I'm coating my fist in hockey, I can punch someone who's made of rubber. Like
in
in
hockey,
like, and it'll go past their ability and hurt them.
Hockey has also nothing to do with. It's not a devil fruit power.
Any living person.
It's any living person can use it, but there's specific levels to hockey and
we'll get
ways
more into that.
Yeah, we can talk about that more.
But so there's a part when Luffy's fighting a warlord way later, and at this point, it's only Gear 2 and Gear 3. But after the time skip, Luffy learns how to use Gear 2 and 3 so well that now he's pumping Gear 2nd into only the parts of his body that he's using. So it's not cutting into his lifespan anymore. He's he's efficient with it. And then Gear 3, he's just gotten a lot better at controlling it. So now whenever he uses it, he can use it way faster and way more often, and it doesn't turn him little anymore. He got rid of his job axe.
So he has those abilities, especially over time too. It's crazy to see because, I mean, obviously it doesn't even need to be stated, but because of the fact that I feel like you truly get to grow with Luffy.
Yeah.
You see him get stronger. You see him develop. You see him get stronger and
get rid of his drawbacks.
Yeah, he gets rid of his drawbacks, but even sometimes he doesn't give a fuck about those drawbacks. He will shave years off of his life
if it means
just
fighting for his friends.
To fight, to save his friends.
So Gear 4, honestly, Gear 4 was already out when I started One Piece. I think it had just came out. So I remember seeing kind of pictures of Bounce Man and being like, what the fuck?
So explain it.
Anybody who hasn't watched One Piece, if you look up a picture of Luffy Gear 4 Bounce Man, you will think, what is this goofy ass transformation? Like this looks kind of ridiculous. Luffy essentially, so instead of blowing up his bones, he blows up his muscles. And it's like a SpongeBob episode. He blows up all of his muscles and he coats his arms and legs in what's called, armament hockey. It's a form of hockey that essentially allows you to manifest your willpower into a physical, invisible armor around you. Okay. But if it's concentrated enough, it'll show like it looks like black metal essentially around you.
Got it.
So he blows his muscles up really high and then condenses them with hockey.
Yeah.
To make this insanely condensed, and he is so his elasticity is so high that he can't stand still when he's using it. So he's constantly bouncing up and down, and it sounds like a gong. It's like boom, boom.
It's so sick.
So if you watch
this is Gear 4.
This is Gear 4. Okay. This is the first time you see Gear 4, and he needs to bust it out to beat this warlord. And I remember when I was watching it, and he busted out Gear 4, I was like, what is he doing? I was like, Luffy. What? And then also the main character, the guy he's fighting, Doflamingo, starts laughing at him.
Right.
He's like, you are so bouncy, you can't even stand still. What are you doing? He's like laughing at him like, you dumbass. And Luffy's like, you will not be laughing in about 5 seconds. Luffy, he's combining Gear 2 and Gear 3 and hockey all into one form.
Yep.
And his bounciness is so potent. It sends this dude that he couldn't really hit before. It sends him through the whole city, like through buildings. Like the Gear 4. Also, he can
fly.
He can fly in Gear 4 because he sucks in his legs and then will use the elasticity.
He'll shoot it out and it just makes these waves that he can
air pressure.
What the
he uses air pressure to stay.
But it's so insane because
he's
just rubber.
He's just rubber.
He's just rubber.
It's
he's just
so
using what he has.
You forget he has a rubber fruit, right? So and during this time skip, it kind of shows that he had to fight these giant gorillas, giant crocodiles, giant giant animals, and he's like, dude, I can't compete with these guys with just what I have. Right. So he created Gear 4. And it kind of looks like Donkey Kong almost. He kind of turns into a Donkey Kong.
It's kind of got
he
that
uses
Kong.
Gear 4 to compete with big things and big enemies.
It.
Also, for reference, Luffy is 5'8". I think 5'8" and a half. Doflamingo is 10 feet tall. Yeah. So he's literally 2 Luffy's tall. And there's actually a joke in the fan base where whenever Luffy fights villains in the new world, as he's fighting villains, the stronger the villain, the taller they get. So it'll be Doflamingo is 2 Luffy's tall.
Yep.
Katakuri is 3 Luffy's tall. Katakuri is 15 or 16 feet tall, and then Kaido is 22 feet tall.
4 Luffy's,
so he's 4 Luffy's tall. Yeah. And it doesn't matter. Luffy wants smoke with anybody
and everybody. So
that's a rough.
Thank you.
Gear.
That's the gear system, and as it goes, he starts developing Gear 4 more. So just for what situations he's in, he's fighting this guy that he's like insane attack. So he's Luffy's really fat because he ate a bunch of crackers at one point, and so he turns into Gear 4 Tank Man, which is like his defense is like the sharpest things cannot penetrate because he just ate a bunch. So like his Gear 4 is now Tank Man. So like he has the ultimate defense. And he cannot be penetrated. And then there's when he fights Katakuri, the guy that's 3 Luffy's tall. This guy, his observation haki is so advanced he can see like 7 seconds into the future. So Luffy starts, because he can't see into the future yet, he develops Gear 4 Snake Man, which is like this fastest form he has. And when he activates Snake Man, it's like Katakuri can see into the future, but still can't dodge Luffy's attack.
He's also able to
too fast.
Yeah, he's so fast.
He's so fast. He literally throws punches. And so, can turn them because of his like
change
hockey.
The direction. Like see if you can look up a picture of Python.
Maybe I'll
he has this thing called Python because it's like his fists do this, and he turns it into, it's called Gum like Python or something, or Culverin. That's what it is.
Culverin,
and it will hit the air and change direction. So like Katakuri will see this fist coming towards him, see the future, dodge it, and he's like, okay, what was that? And then all of a sudden he realizes Luffy's fist is to the left of him now, and it just just hits him in the face.
Gets him in the mouth.
He's going into his blind spots.
Crazy.
It's insane. So Luffy's basically broke. He's developed his fruit to a point where it's like, what?
He's made something basic and shitty to broken.
Yeah, and then honestly, I'm not going to get too much into Gear 5. I don't think I want to because it's heavy spoilers. But Gear 5 turns it to the next level. It's perfect.
It is.
Really?
Yeah. But we're not going to go into Gear 5 because
I agree.
that's pretty recent.
I agree. I also think, I think all these things are just kind of a testament to what makes Luffy a compelling character because, not once was Luffy like, God damn it, I have the gum fruit. Yeah. Fuck, I'm made of rubber. I can't. I mean, maybe
Which is what you said. Like and in the first episode, he's not like that. He literally is like, oh,
dude, I'm fucking.
What is this?
When he accidentally ate that fruit when he was a kid, someone was like, dude, you lost your ability to swim, bro. What are you doing? And he's like, yeah, but my punches are like pistols. And he literally couldn't hit shit. When he started, he would throw a punch and it would bounce off of something and hit himself in the face.
Punch himself right
and then
in the
just
mouth.
showing 10 years later, when you see fucking Snake Man, it's like how far this man has come.
He's come.
Unbelievable.
And his heart never wavered, man.
No, yeah. I went pretty off track, but the reason I discussed all the gears just now is because at the time when I was caught up with the manga, we were all kind of under the impression that Gear 4 was like the peak.
Yeah.
There's a select few people with devil fruits. If your devil fruit is essentially like you as a if your devil fruit is so compatible with you and you've reached the absolute limit and you push past that, there's a thing called devil fruit awakening.
Right.
But there's only
in the movie. You explained that to me in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
and one of the movies we watched,
Stampede.
So it's pretty rare. Like not many people awaken their devil fruits.
We've probably seen maybe 7 people.
Now,
7.
Okay.
But when the series started, it was 4.
Yeah, it was 2.
Not when it started.
By Wano, we had seen 2 people who had awakened their devil fruit.
Okay.
So it was and Wano was the just most recent arc that finished.
Yeah.
So essentially, we were like, okay, is Luffy gonna awaken his devil fruit?
Right.
When's that gonna happen? We knew we were like, okay, he's probably gonna awaken it at some point in the series. Will that be Gear 5? Is Gear 5 gonna happen, or is he gonna awaken it and then use it with Gear 4? We didn't really know. And so when Gear 5 happens in the manga, I remember reading that chapter.
Yeah.
And at this point, I had gotten.
You're talking about Gear 5?
Gear 5. Yeah.
You said Gear 4.
Oh, sorry. Gear 5. I thought I said Gear 5.
I thought you said Gear 5.
Let's run back the audio.
I remember I had gotten Jake Treptow. I had gotten him to catch up with the manga, and I had also gotten
Azzy?
Azzy.
He didn't read manga back in the day.
I had gotten those 2 to catch up with the manga.
Friend of the show, Azzy.
And I believe Adrel was getting caught up as well at this point. He was almost caught up. But when Gear 5 came out, it essentially broke the internet just from the manga alone, and it was starting to come to a point where I'm like, dude, I don't know how much longer I can protect anime only watching.
No, absolutely not.
And so then obviously shit got going, and then more and more people are hearing about Gear 5. People are like, dude, have you heard of Gear 5? And I'm like, have I heard of Gear 5? I was like, dude, watch One Piece.
I invented Gear 5.
And so when Gear 5 was coming out in the anime, about a year and a half after it came out in the manga, it was so hyped up. This just recently happened. This was a month ago now.
Yep.
It was so hyped up
if
that
not
there was
less,
the biggest theater in France was sold out because Gear 5 was happening. Yep. Anime websites all over the place were expecting to crash.
Yeah.
Like
servers were
Crunchyroll,
beefed, everything.
like servers were like, yeah, we're not gonna make it.
And one of the I gotta say a little bit of lore real quick, just because there have been big transformations in the past from other anime, like
Ultra Instinct.
Ultra Instinct was massive. It crashed Crunchyroll servers for like an entire day, maybe 2 days. Huge shit. Yeah, it was very big. So.
Like just the episode with Ultra Instinct.
Yep, and that was Dragon Ball, and One Piece is bigger.
It was like 10 times worse than that. It destroyed, and everyone knew it. Everyone was like, "Well, they're fucked." You know, it's like this is gonna be. It is one of the most anticipated transformations to be animated of all time.
Yeah.
And because Oda, when he made it, like I said, I'm not going to get too much into it, but when Oda created Gear 5, he was heavily inspired by Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes and like cartoon.
Warner Brothers kind of
like that kind of style. Yeah. So when it's in the manga, even when you're reading it, like there's a lot of cartoon noises that's being used.
Should I show a picture?
Yeah, show Sam.
Is it what happened to Kaido? Is that Gear 5?
What do you mean?
He gains Gear 5. He gets Gear 5 when he's fighting Kaido.
Okay.
So
and he comes down. I watched that one scene. Is that?
Wait, that's Gear 4.
That's Gear 4.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh no, that's Gear 3. He's talking about.
That is actually third.
That was when Luffy first met Kaido. Yes. When he hit him in the ground.
When he's in dragon form, and he just
also
takes him to the ground.
That also didn't do shit to Kaido.
No,
Kaido for sure.
Kaido didn't feel
that's
it.
what you said.
But still,
I was trying to get a visual.
Yeah.
So actually, I got a quick question. How long then? Between Gear 5 being conceived in the manga until it hit animation,
it was like a year and a half.
About a little bit, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so I had to hold that in this entire time.
That's literally
and more people were finding out about it, and then people were like, "Yo, guys, Gear 5 is coming up in the anime."
So the thing that I feel like I experienced was that I wasn't caught up.
Oh, sorry. Can I finish real quick what I was gonna say?
Yeah, dude.
But the reason why it was going to be so overhyped in the anime is because Oda drew Gear 5 with the intent for it to be animated.
Right.
Because it's inspired by cartoons,
animation.
like Looney Tunes and like basically cartoons, like American cartoons. And so when it was coming out in the anime, it was like, this is what Gear 5 is going to be.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to be animated. And it's very animated, like comic book strip in the manga, but everyone's like, okay, this was meant to be animated. When it was, it fucking broke the internet.
And it did. I was just going to say before I was rudely
for reference, Josh just showed me Google images of Gear 5.
Yes.
So obviously don't look this up if you're trying to remain spoiler free.
Yeah, definitely.
To stuff, but not at all what you expect.
No,
not at all what you expect.
And honestly, like I remember when you were caught up. I wasn't. I was watching the anime at the time, and Gear 5 came out, and I stay. If you guys remember at all, I don't know how much you would, but Dorian definitely did. I avoided spoilers for One Piece like the fucking plague. If someone said like something about One Piece and I didn't know about it, I was pissed. I literally was pissed because I was so close. Invested and so close that it was literally impossible to avoid these spoilers. I was there when Gear 5 dropped. You couldn't go anywhere and not see Gear 5.
I deleted Instagram.
When
we were like a week, when we were a week before it dropped in the anime, I deleted Instagram because I started to see like leaked clips of Gear 5 and I was like, that's it. I'm deleting Instagram.
Holy
it's
so
impossible.
very big deal. If you guys don't mind, I want to kind of transition into talking a little bit more about the live action.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because the two of us, me and Dorian, have both seen all of it.
Yeah.
I watched it twice. I also watched it, little fun fact, at 12 o'clock when they dropped it.
This is actually crazy to me.
I binged
That's insane.
the entire series.
Which, by the way, is like 8 hours.
Yeah, 8 hours, and it was literally like it was like 7:30 when I finished. Sun was coming up. I was like, dude, that shit was so good.
Too.
I know, wasn't it?
The dawn?
It's the dawn, dude. So tough. So
actually fucking crazy.
So yeah, let's kind of talk about that a little bit.
I actually can I start off with something real quick?
Please.
Add in. Much like you were talking about earlier, I pulled some stats from the live action.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Just stuff because I didn't really know what else to contribute other than I watched the first episode last night.
Good stuff.
So I've gotten in now. That is my only piece of actually taking in One Piece.
That's your one
as
piece
a medium. That's my one piece of One Piece. Other than what I've been told by these clowns, just walking around the house or by other people.
You're talking clowns.
But so its debut took in 100 140 million hours viewed within 4 days.
Sounds about right.
For the live.
And that was just me.
That was just Josh.
According to Netflix. This is what Netflix themselves put out. And with view counts, so not taking in hours, 18.5 million for the live action.
Yep.
Which reached their top 10 charts for the first 4 days of it launching. And for reference, The Witcher Season 3, which just dropped recently, Part 1 generated 15.2 million views, that's 3 million behind.
I was going to say
One Piece. And that was 73 million hours viewed. So then if you take the views out and you just look at the actual people who stuck through and sunk in time, double.
Wow.
One Piece did double what The Witcher did.
And
Are we surprised?
I'm not surprised. I was going to say, I am not surprised.
And then One Piece is the only manga whose volumes have ranked first every year in Oricon's weekly comic charts existence since 2008.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
The only one.
Makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
That's all I got. So.
Yeah, beautiful. So you watched the first episode.
Yes.
What did you think? As a person who, because I think your perspective.
We're two One Piece
That's
dick
what I'm
riders.
saying.
For sure.
Exactly.
From the heart.
We just rode so much Luffy cock that it's ridiculous.
It's actually crazy.
So I really want to hear your perspective as somebody who has no reference, no influence.
For sure.
And obviously you only watched the first episode.
Right.
But I want to hear a little bit about what you have to say.
And I just got to be like, just like up front, out the gate, I'd probably give it a 9.
Wow.
Yeah. Other than like there was some minor kind of cheesiness, I guess you could say. But
What do you mean?
But there's so much of the writing that's meant to be cheesy, so it can kind of be hard to distinguish between what is actually cheesy or what is cringe or what is going with it. You know what I mean?
No, totally.
And I honestly a couple things happened even last night. I was watching with my girlfriend. I had a buddy over.
Name dropper.
I got Gendo.
Gendo.
It got late. I was still writing the podcast. I was contemplating not watching it.
Oh, yeah.
I was contemplating watching half and then saving the other half for after the episode.
Absolutely.
I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop watching it.
Yeah.
I started it, and about 15 minutes in, I realized that I stopped looking at the time. And you're sunk in when that happens.
Oh, totally.
Right? So I finished the whole thing, and I wanted to watch the next episode immediately. That's
Absolutely.
where I got. So just out the door. First thoughts on things Luffy as a main character didn't really realize he was an imbecile. The dude is actually
he's actually stupid.
he has no practical common sense at all, right?
Yeah.
He's very aloof. And it shows that from when he's a child, right? When he wants to be a pirate at the age of 7, like you said.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And Shanks is you drink juice, bro.
Dude, I mean and then just some other I won't get too deep. Some other tidbits is Zoro. They showed Nami and Zoro, part of the Straw Hats, and everyone's always hyped up Zoro, and just from the outside, Zoro did seem like the most badass character.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely lived up to the name in the
Iron
anime.
Zoro, yeah.
That
especially
dude,
that fight in the bar too.
Oh my god,
guys, that
dude.
fight in the bar, I had to rewatch.
Oh yeah.
So many.
Yeah.
He the guy turns. He doesn't take his
unsheath his
out.
swords.
He doesn't take his swords out.
Obviously,
Right.
He's when he knocks the stool over and he kicked the stool into the guy's legs. I was literally sitting back and I went. I was like, oh my god.
Dude, it's all done so well. Even with he didn't take the sword out, that's so intentional with the guy being like, I only need one sword.
Yeah,
You're making fun of the fact that
he's
I
don't
need
and then he just scoffs. Oh, I'm not gonna use any of them. So I'll still kick your ass.
So I just wanted to say real quick, obviously, you kind of mentioned on that, and I really wanted to mention it while we talked about it right here, but a huge part of the live action, and one of the reasons why the action literally is so good is because these actors that they chose are their own stunt doubles. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Yeah, so all of them. Obviously, they have some stunt doubles just for huge, massive things like Luffy and Nami falling out of a. They actually did that too.
Was them.
You're so right. Oh my god. So when you remember when Luffy and Nami fall out that building in the first episode. When
he's just pulling the safe.
Yes.
And he's like,
yeah. So that was the
out the
actors.
window.
They literally
Iñaki and Emily. Attached to a cord on a crane.
Yep.
And they literally fall from that building.
That was a bad example.
They get pulled out because and then they fall.
They did it themselves.
That's crazy.
So not only is it stuff like that, but I forget the name of the actor for Zoro, but he is skilled with katana.
Makenyu.
Yeah. Makenyu, he uses katanas. He knows how to use them. So anytime, one of the reasons why in like big budget things, when you see a fight and it's just choppy and it's chopped from 1,000 angles, even like some of the best action movies, like even Marvel movies, it's so choppy. You don't see people's faces and they're like fighting and the camera angles are in 1,000 places. They are holding on single shots of Makenyu fighting this Mr. Seven guy, and you see like Iñaki throwing punches, Emily actually using her staff, and it's just because they got actors who care about the character and the story.
That's funny you brought that up, because I think it was literally today or last night. My days are all blurred. I'm drinking but no, I just watched a reel on Instagram on how much the actors actually trained like prior to filming, and like all the choreographed stuff. Like they went so deep into like they showed kind of all the actors, like for example Taz Skylar, who plays Sanji. You haven't met Sanji yet,
no.
But he's this actor.
Is Sanji the guy that if you look on the cover, he's got the blonde hair?
It's
kind of
So just a minor spoiler for you. Sanji, his fighting style, he doesn't use his hands because he's a cook. So a lot of the times in the anime and the manga, Sanji's fighting style is very suave because his hands are mostly in his pockets. Yeah. Because he's like, my hands
are kind of sick.
Like, my hands are for cooking. So he'll only fight with kicks and like breakdancing and like stuff like that. He's always kicking. That's his thing. And so Taz Skylar, the actor who plays Sanji, prior to this, he is a black belt in Taekwondo. Like he trains like all these like basically MMA. He does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and all these other things. He's constantly at dojos and travels and stuff. And so there's like clips of him taking the whole crew. He's like, there's like this family I met in like fucking like Asia, like Southeast Asia. And they trained me how to use like bamboo sticks. And so like all of them will do this. But the training for this show went so deep that even the actor who plays Usopp, Jacob, he explains, he's like, I even did marksman shooting with a slingshot. Like it went so in depth.
But you can see it though.
Yeah, you can see it.
Right?
Like they are all
they know what they're doing.
Trained like to the
it's so insane. It brings this level of realism to these characters where instead of turning around from Zoro when he's fighting with his swords, you see the guy's face. He's fighting and he's not breaking a fucking sweat. Same thing with Luffy. It's never like, oh, that's definitely a stunt double. It's Iñaki throwing these
it surprised me
punches,
because there's a part in that first episode where Luffy. So I've done parkour for most of my life. I actually competed in parkour and free running for like 7 years.
Did you get any awards?
I actually did, yeah. Really? That hoodie I wear all the time from a competition.
Oh, wow.
But when I got it, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, first place, thank you. Shit. So there's a part in the thing. So like whenever parkour moves are seen are used in movies and stuff, like a lot of the time people like civilians will be like, oh, that was a cool move, but I'll instantly be like, oh my gosh, that guy just did a dash vault. Or like, oh, this guy just did
you're talking about when Luffy went over that one ring?
There's a part in the first fight in the Marine base when like they're all fighting and like somebody like gets like hit in the balls or something. They bend down and Luffy dash vaults over someone's back. Yeah. And I remember seeing that and being like, oh my gosh, that like they brought in a stunt double like to do like parkour. So like that's like a parkour move. It's like when you're running and you almost jump right above, like to where your feet get above like the platform, and then you use your hands to push your body over it. So like it's kind of just like a running motion that looks like that. Sure. And so Luffy dash vaults over somebody in the fight. Yeah. And I was like, oh, that was super cool. Like he did a dash vault. And I remember when I was watching that reel of all of them training, Iñaki Godoy is like, yeah. And I remember when I had to learn how to do a dash vault, that was crazy. And like it shows him in the gym doing dash vault, and then it shows him in the live action doing the dash vault over, and it's him. I was like, oh, he literally dash vaulted.
That's literally crazy.
I was like, they trained these people. Like it's crazy.
So that was just a little thing that I not only you notice it, even if you don't notice it, your brain notices it. Yeah. The action is smooth. It's good. Like you said, I mean, like even later towards the literally the last episode, I don't want to talk about. I won't spoil because. I truly want you to appreciate,
especially with the live action. Like, if we're talking about spoilers, I'd like to remain spoiler free for the live action. I will be finishing it within the next week or two.
Absolutely, and we'll talk about it next time on the show. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's just got this level of love and care that's put in, not just from the writers, but the whole crew. The actors are killing it. The writers just absolutely destroyed adapting the entire manga into being what it is. Yeah. So, in my opinion, me personally, I don't like giving numbers. I really don't. But I would say, but I will say, to me, as a One Piece fan, it was a 10 out of 10.
The whole thing. Yeah. I would say I would also agree with a 9 out of 10. Yeah. There was only a couple things.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I can't expect for the first, in my opinion, the first anime live action adaptation to be successessful.
Yeah.
Ever. For it to get a 9 out of 10 is absurd.
Insane. That's unreal.
I'm not gonna say my minor complaints, because honestly they don't even matter. It is so good.
I think the reason that I really do rank it a 10 out of 10 in my opinion is because the second time watching it through, there were just little details that I just noticed more. But also I was watching it with my mom, who she enjoys anime, but she doesn't like long anime. She doesn't do shonen, long things like Naruto or One Piece, anything like that. Even if I tell her it's so good, you know what I mean? She will not watch it. But she loved it. There were little things that even I didn't appreciate the first time around that she did as a casual One Piece viewer. There were characters she was pointing out, the actors that she was pointing out. She was explaining. Honestly, I won't say too much, but I don't think I appreciated Usopp as much as
that was one of mine.
You know what I mean? But, I don't think I appreciated him until the second time watching it, and it just made me see. I was like, all those little things that are added up are done because a casual viewer has to appreciate and see it. And also, One Piece is cartoony and goofy, and you can't get away from that ever. Yeah. But as an adaptation, to take those things, wear it with pride, like a badge of honor, is so commemorable. I can't do anything but give it a 10 out of 10.
Bro. Honestly, I have to touch on that as well, just a tad.
Sure.
Like you said, One Piece is the goofiest. Everybody was saying that out of all anime to ever make an adaptation, One Piece will be the most difficult, because out of all manga and anime, One Piece is the most cartoony and goofy and unrealistic. It's goofy at its core. It's a goofy manga. And so to make an adaptation, everyone was saying this will be impossible. Yeah. But then once it happened and it was a success, people started saying, wait, maybe One Piece was the best thing to make an adaptation of because it's goofy. Mm-hmm. They can, like you said, wear it on their sleeve and be like, this is goofy.
Right.
And so, versus trying to make someone like Cowboy Bebop, which is more serious, has a more serious tone, trying to make that serious and seeing these characters that look goofy as fuck, you're like, this does not look good, because they're trying to make it look serious, but it doesn't. Versus One Piece, they're like, this is goofy and we want it to be goofy. But my favorite part of the live action, I told Josh this recently because he hasn't seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. But how I'll describe the One Piece live action is they took that style of Pirates of the Caribbean, which is kind of dark, kind of like the world is cruel, but it's like there are these people that seek freedom. There are pirates, and there are good pirates and there are shitty pirates. They took that whole theme, and also there's a huge level of comedy in Pirates of the Caribbean as well. Yeah. They took that romanticized pirate idea and they just put One Piece. They basically put a skin on it. They put a One Piece skin on it, which I think is the perfect way to adapt a series like One Piece into a live action. Take something that's already successful, and then they just added the One Piece story on it.
Sam just dropped his pen, by the way. What an idiot!
I completely agree, bro. I really appreciate the insight. I feel like I did get kind of gut feeling Pirates of the Caribbean vibes when I was watching it, kind of just in a way of the premise of the world, how Goldie Rogers is just up there on the stage right away, and he's about to walk the plank basically, and the whole, even just how he announces "Go find my treasure" and everyone freaks the fuck out, right?
Flips. Yeah, and Garp is like, this was a bad idea.
But how it then kind of segues into that happened all these years ago, because I don't even know if it was 20 years ago. Okay, because it didn't even show Luffy in the crowd, right?
Oh, Luffy wasn't born.
He wasn't born yet, right? Okay, because I felt like it segued then really good to kind of okay, so obviously someone's found the One Piece by now, and then but every pirate is made fun of. Everyone who's searching for the One Piece is like, yeah. Oh, good luck.
Yeah. And also, like a lot of the world of One Piece, especially when you're still in the East Blue, a lot of people in the world are like, "Oh, he was lying."
Yeah.
Like the One Piece, people laugh at people who go for the One Piece. It's like, dude, it's not real. It's not real.
Yeah.
The One Piece is just a
legend.
Myth. It's a legend, right? It's like no one's found it. No one's gonna find it. Roger was just fucking with.
He was bugging out. Yeah, absolutely. I think that truthfully. If you guys want to talk about it more, absolutely we can. And if there's any more details we want to focus on, honestly, I'm so down to move into our next segment.
Okay,
which is
hell yeah.
I want you to announce this because this is your little baby that you're working on right here.
Before we move into the next segment, Josh, I actually have some fan mail. So this is we call this segment Telegram. No, and please answer because a lot of these are open-ended questions.
Yes.
But we got 4 this week. Which
what? Let's go.
So first up, Adrell Williams writes in, and it says favorite character or concept, and also do we like larger than life characters or more relatable characters?
Just in anime in general.
Anything?
Yeah.
Like,
can I go first?
But anime probably would be like the most easiest. But if you want to do video games, anything, it doesn't really matter. So
I gotta say, can I read that myself? Actually,
we can also keep it One Piece theme.
Yeah. We could do.
Well, we can branch off to anything because I know that you have.
To be completely honest, I'm gonna branch off. I think we should. I think that'll just make these beautiful questions that were written in by our beautiful Patreon people that much more exciting.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
what do you think?
What I'm sticking with is honestly my favorite character. To be honest, of all time, it's so tough. Has got to be obviously Spider-Man. Spider-Man embodies. We talked about this earlier in the show, but Spider-Man embodies that idea of sacrifice at the same time, bringing up what is your responsibility.
Yeah.
And I think us all as people have that responsibility. And honestly, the reason that Spider-Man is great is because he could be larger than life. You look at characters like Superman, you look at characters like even Batman to a degree, the idea of having so much money, the idea of all those things, it's larger than life. But Peter Parker, Spider-Man,
or ass dude.
Miles Morales is a normal guy.
Yeah.
He deals with shit. He deals with issues. He deals with paying rent. He deals with, like, how many other fucking heroes do you see that are missing rent payments, getting evicted? The fuck? That is just it's so relatable, to be honest. And so there is a level of this character is elevated because he is relatable, and yet he is spectacular. He has these abilities, these responsibilities, and all this stuff, and yet he is dead ass me for real.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's just like me.
Dead ass me for real.
Dead ass.
Dory, who do you got? Got a favorite character or a concept?
I want to lean up.
Someone who's larger than life. Someone who's more relatable.
Okay, so okay, perfect. So I know One Piece's dick just feels so good. I've been riding it all day.
I've been riding it since high school.
I ain't even tired, man. So I'm gonna go back to One Piece.
I'm like, yeah, surprise! Something that is.
So okay, so like Sam said at the beginning of the podcast, One Piece is my favorite thing of all time, and my genuinely going with a concept that is larger than life and a character that I think is larger than life. My favorite character, I think, of all time might be Gold Roger himself.
Yeah. Gold Roger.
Yeah. So, and I'm not gonna, because you really don't know anything about Roger at the beginning of One Piece, in the eyes of anybody in the One Piece world, like a normal person in the One Piece world. It's like Gold Roger was this terrible man. He was the king of the pirates, the king of scoundrel, a scallywag, if you will. And when he was put on the execution platform, everyone was like, dude, like, oh my god, they caught the king of the pirates, right? Man. And that's it. And you kind of see this like almost devilish smile on his face.
Right.
And so I remember, like, at first I kind of didn't really have much thoughts on him because he was like, oh yeah, it just seems like a generic. He looks like a generic pirate with a handlebar mustache. As the series goes on, you never, because Roger's dead at the beginning of the series. You find out who Roger was through the people he knew, and like you kind of find out how he lived through the people. Like they'll meet people and they're like, oh wow, Roger, yeah man, when I met him, like yada, and then you kind of start seeing people like seeing resemblances of like how Roger would act or who Roger was through Luffy. Yeah, it's like, wow, Luffy, like this kid really reminds me of Roger. Yeah, and so I have a quote from Roger. Because the whole idea of One Piece, like the biggest message is like romanticism, like chase, like follow your dreams. Like that's like the number one message of One Piece is like, if you live, even if you don't accomplish your dreams, even if you like, you know, you don't ever make it, if you live your life how you want to live and you are chasing your dreams, you can genuinely die happy knowing you were living the way you wanted to live. Absolutely. And I think that is the most beautiful. And Roger embodies that.
It shows that in the first episode of the live action.
The first episode. Yeah. That is the message that One Piece is saying. It's like, follow your dreams, like at its core. And Gold fucking Roger is that guy. He has a quote. Well, actually, you know, when he's going to the execution platform, you see a scene in the anime, like towards the very beginning, when his best friend and first mate, like he doesn't even show up to the execution. He sees him at a bar, he's drinking by himself, and Roger goes in and he's like, "It's been a pleasure, man. Like, you know, like, see you, bro." And he's like, "You really dying on me?" And he doesn't even look back at him as Roger's leaving, and Roger turns around and he goes, "I'm not dying," and he leaves. And that was his last thing. That's the last thing he says to his best friend. That they've been together for like years, like his first mate. And so Roger has this quote. It's inherited will, the destiny of age, the dreams of its people. As long as people continue to pursue the meaning of freedom, these things will never die. And so it basically, he's essentially saying like, as long as people are chasing their dreams, and like, you know, freedom and like chasing the idea of freedom, all these ideas will never die because humanity at its core, everyone wants to be free. A lot of people forget, but every person, freedom is like, that's like, you know, you want to live how you want to live. And so Roger, as you see in the series, like way later, you kind of you start to get flashbacks of like Roger and like, you know, what he was doing. Roger ultimately lived the best fucking life of any person. And the first time you ever see him, like you get a flashback way more, like when he first meets his best friend and first mate. And basically, this dude's like Rayleigh, Silver's Rayleigh is his first mate. Okay. He's chilling on a boat, like a fucking dinghy with like a flask. And Roger walks up, you know, and he's got like a bag and that's it. And he's like, "Yo, this is a nice ship you got here. Like, where'd you get it?" He goes, "My house just burnt down and I stole this boat." He goes, "All right, well, you know, let's go out, let's take it out to sea." And he's like, "What are you talking about? I just met you. Who the fuck are you? Also, get your own boat." And he's like, "Nah, man. I mean, sure, it looks kind of shitty, but like, you know, I bet you if we handled it right, it could probably handle a storm." And he goes, "You are talking crazy, man. Why would I let you on this boat? I just met you." And Roger says to him, "One day you're gonna look back at this day and realize it was the beginning of the greatest adventure ever." And then it cuts to Rayleigh as an old man crying, being like, "I used to not believe in fate or destiny, but like." This is crazy. So having Roger just be this guy, and then literally, you know, at his deathbed, he said, "I'm not dying, Rayleigh," because on his execution platform, he started the craziest age of dreams anyone has ever seen. His final words sparked an entirely new era. He said, "Yo, my treasure's out there.
The
go
great
find it."
pirate era,
and then he
was created.
He went out with
by
a
his
bang.
words.
He died and inspired all these people to be free.
In a way, did he even die? Though?
He didn't.
Right? He didn't die.
That's the thing.
That's what he said. "I'm not dying."
As long as people don't forget you and your legacy lives on, that is true immortality.
Absolutely.
Immortality is your legacy living on forever. Yeah. Like he will forever be carved in the history books as the man who started the great pirate era.
Absolutely.
And honestly, sick. Like me, like right now where I'm at in my life, sorry, I'm kind of like talking a lot, but where I'm at in my life,
you shouldn't do that on a podcast. That's fucking weird. That's really fucking weird.
Like honestly, like I can proudly say, like so many of my decisions and like the goals that I chase are heavily inspired by One Piece. I'm sure you guys see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I currently am working on a cruise ship. Like I'm traveling. I'm deployed. I'm traveling a lot more. I'm constantly at airports. I'm constantly traveling. And right now, I'm in a stage where I'm selling my car. I'm selling all my belongings. Like, I want to only have 2 bins worth of things that I can keep at like my mom's house, right?
Yeah.
And basically not have a house because I want to travel the world. I want to see every country. Like, I want to visit every country in the world. And I just like I want to live like you know.
With every
even if I don't make it,
going to every country.
If I don't make it, that's cool because I genuinely live the way I want to live. Sophie even like there's a girl staying in my room right now, so I don't have a room. Yeah. But she said, I don't like. She's like, is it like stressful? She said this morning. Is it overwhelming not having a room or a place to stay and like just selling all your stuff? And I was like, sometimes, but honestly, like maybe. I guess honestly, if anything, I'm just excited because I feel like I'm entering the stage of my life where I'm truly living how I want to live.
Yeah.
And I'm honestly like Gold Roger inspired that for me. Like that's damn, why am I not doing that?
And Gold Roger is larger than life.
He's larger than life.
He is an idea beyond.
He's an idea.
I honestly was just gonna say Hercules.
Hercules
from the original Disney cartoon.
Oh, so
he just
based
literally, and talk about a character.
Hero.
He truly is larger than life. He's a god.
Yeah.
But his whole story in the Disney movie, as Disney down as it is he is a human. And he is not God until he becomes God.
Yeah, he has to earn it.
By becoming God, you have to do something godly, like something that is so
larger
human that it's God. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. And so, like, it always gives me chills. I've rewatched that movie 10, 12 times.
I will find my way.
I can go the distance.
No, God, that movie's so goated.
You guys want to watch it right now?
Let's go, guys. We just
but like, okay, there's that final scene where he's diving in after Megara, who's in the Sea of Death.
The sea, in the underworld.
Yeah, in the underworld.
With
and
Hades.
Literally, like, Hades is warning him. Everyone's telling him, you dive in there, you're dead. Like, not only can you not save her, you're dead. And he doesn't even hesitate.
Who is?
He just looks and he's like, nah, fuck it. In the fucking water, right? You see him degrading. He's approaching age like 3,000 as like his bones and everything's breaking down. And he's not a god, right? And he reaches and you just see that scene where he's like a fingertip away from fucking Meg. And then suddenly they're gonna pull up his life strand and they're gonna cut it and you can't.
And it doesn't cut
at that moment. Just
the hands of fate.
Bling, bling, bling. Yeah. Breaks the scissors, right? And it shows him just coming, like, it's Hades is like, wait, what the fuck? It just shows him coming up out of it, holding Megara.
And he's glowing.
Yeah! And he's just, he's meat, bro. It's all muscle. It's coming up out of the fucking water.
Completely Chad Jones.
So Hades freaking out. He just, one punch, he's in the water.
Hades shitting his pants, yeah.
Bro.
Put him to bed.
It's such like this this chilling moment, kind of along the same idea of like, follow your dreams, like do the impossible because
go the distance.
You can do it. Yeah. Go the distance.
What is genuinely what is stopping?
And that is what made him a god, right? And it kind of like it's like related to your own life. Anything like you want to do, you can do it. The only thing stopping you is literally you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I think it's a really good combination of kind of
I think Spider-Man is cool because he got evicted.
He gets evicted and that's like me.
And that's fucking
so Roger
he's a fucking big strong dude who follows his dreams.
Let's jump down this list.
I love Spider-Man because he gets evicted.
Real quick here, Brad Schmidt writes in.
Brad.
And he wants to know, how the fuck can someone watch so much anime?
Is he talking to me?
He's talking about One Piece.
Ooh. I'll tell you exactly why.
No, actually no, just anime in general, I think.
Oh, and so much anime.
I think that it really is One Piece because if One Piece is this like behemoth of an anime, with the only one over 1,000 episodes congruently, okay?
Besides Sesame Street.
Anime.
Did I say that?
Sesame Street has so many episodes.
It's over 1,000?
Dude, I think it's like...
No!
It's like...
I thought you said show, but while we're on the topic...
There's memes about it. It's like One Piece, like 1,000, it's just like a small man. It's just like a Dark Souls boss, like a giant. It's like Sesame Street, and it's like 4,000 episodes. Sorry, you caught me off guard. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
It is so...
I'm going to look it up right now.
Well, okay, Dory.
4,000... Listen, 4,666 fucking episodes.
Of course it would be.
I'm getting caught up. I'm getting caught up. Brad, to answer your question, right. At least it's not Sesame Street. Yeah. Just a real answer though. Actually, there, and this is no joke. There are not enough episodes of One Piece.
That is so fast.
It is seriously not long enough. If I could double it, I would.
Wow!
So, are you kidding me?
Okay, let me ask you a different question.
That fucking series.
Let me ask you a different question, because I think it could be true that I've definitely gotten sad from games or shows ending. And the journey's the best part.
Absolutely.
It's sad because it's over, right? Even if the ending was perfect.
Right.
So, how do you find the time to watch something like One Piece?
That is honestly... When it comes to me, that's kind of a different thing than maybe say Dory or someone else who's seen
I'll give
One
my
Piece.
answer after. Yeah,
but me personally, I have simple text that I have taught to my current disciple, Dylan Collier, friend of the show.
Yes, sir.
Very very simple text. There are some episodes that are paced not as good. To be completely honest, I hope I don't lose too much street cred, but I do watch dub. I like the dub of One Piece. Could it be me? But I watched the dub, and it's so entertaining. You can have it on, and just like you'll be laughing. You don't want to turn it off. And maybe some parts are more intense than others, so you're focused, so you're locked in. But other parts you're not. It's like life. It really is like life. It is an adventure in the best sense of the way. When someone says, "Oh, you drove to California. Why do you like driving so much?" Well, that's not the entire, that's not the whole point. I was listening to music. I was talking with my boys. I was eating snacks. I was maybe, drinking and driving because I really condone that in this one. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Anyone.
Cut out that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Wait, so it just says, I love drinking and driving. The
whole thing.
So anyway. Some parts are more intense than others, and some aren't. And so, if I'm chilling and playing Animal Crossing while watching One Piece, or also playing Balloons Tower Defense while watching One Piece, or doing something while I'm watching One Piece, that's completely possible. And then when I'm locked in, I'm locked in.
Yeah,
it's just like life.
So, as public enemy number one when it comes to One Piece dick riding, I watched all of One Piece.
Is your ass okay, by the way?
It's never been better. So my answer to how do you watch that much anime? Because I get it. It is a behemoth. It is a fucking demon when it comes to and that. Honestly, that is all people have to say when people shit talk One Piece. That is genuinely, I think, probably the only thing I've ever heard. It's way too... It's
too long.
Oh, dude, why don't you watch... Oh, dude, fuck One Piece, bro. Why? Too many episodes. That's it.
Fact.
That's the only thing people ever have to say about it because that's the only downfall. That's the only thing that really prevents people from watching it. So I'm going to say the same thing that we kind of started this with. With the idea of it is the journey, not the destination. Yep. You should not... If you do ever plan on watching One Piece, whoever's listening, you should not go into it...
Brad.
You should not go into it with the idea of catching up.
Absolutely.
You should get into it and just be like, let's see if this is any good.
What I'm watching.
And don't feel rushed. There's a lot of people who will be like, dude, gotta get caught up. I'm gonna say, fuck them, and just watch One Piece at your own pace. I personally I was never pressed with getting caught up because I was the only one watching it.
Yeah.
So, at the time it was I was watching One Piece because I genuinely fucking loved it. And then I took 3 breaks. I would take, there would be I'd be at an arc and I'm like, this is kind of slow. I'm not feeling it. And I would watch a bunch of other anime.
Show.
And then, but every time, some time would go by and I'd come back to One Piece and I'm like, why the fuck did I ever stop watching this? I'm like, how did I stop watching this show? And so I would say I took 3 breaks.
Yeah.
Okay. And then ultimately after I came back after the third one, I never stopped. And I got caught up and I was I remember I was waiting for episodes week to week and I was like, I can't wait for this. Started reading the manga.
Yeah.
When I got into the manga, I got caught up so quick.
I also remember when you were in the old apartment, you were watching the Katakuri fight. You were in Whole Cake, which is right before the in the anime the latest arc. So
that's very.
So the latest arc in the anime is Wano, and then the one before that is Whole Cake Island.
Right.
And that was the arc I was on when I was in the apartment with Jake.
Okay.
And he was grinding it, and it was just I remember seeing where you were at, and then I remember watching the first episode of Wano with you. I don't know if you even remember.
I think I do remember that.
Yeah, when he rides the lion with what's her
One Piece
name?
is so good.
So good, dude. So yeah.
All right, guys. I'm actually going to. I know I had 4 pieces of mail, but I'm going to save 2 of them for next week.
Really?
Just because the time is getting atrocious.
And we just keep falling back into One Piece.
Absolutely.
And this last segment is just, I think it'd be really fun. And I want to kind of test both of you guys, both of 2 of my best friends, and also 2 of the biggest meatheads for One Piece I've ever seen.
What do you call me?
And this is One Piece trivia. So this is stuff that I've pulled from multiple sources. Not one of this is from one list.
Okay.
I've pulled stuff from the wiki page.
Nice.
I pulled stuff from people who've made, like fandoms who've made their own trivia.
Nice.
And then I looked on Wikipedia and made my own questions just based on the info that was on there.
Nice.
So
are we working together? Or?
you are not.
Okay.
And I'm going to keep score so you don't have to worry about it.
That's
I want
crazy.
your brains just fresh.
So then,
And
okay,
we're gonna
so
go.
I have a
this,
question.
This is how it's going to work.
Okay, cool.
Okay?
Thank you.
It's going to be one at a time. I'm going to ask a question. You're going to go back and forth who starts with the answer.
Okay,
And then you both answer, and I'll give you a point based on you right or wrong. You can both be right. That's okay.
Right, okay,
Okay? But you're going to go back and forth.
I was wondering if it was like a
first.
race.
Yeah.
I
No,
didn't
no
say
race.
that, yeah.
No
We
race.
just yell
This is
over
the-
each other.
There are
right.
29 questions.
Let's get it.
Holy
Okay?
shit, let's do it.
And one of them is worth 5 points. Each question otherwise is worth 1 point. Okay?
What's the
So whoever gets the most points
confused.
wins. All right?
Let's do it.
love
Let's see
it.
how it goes.
Woo.
And I'll say, Dorian's been through this, most of his life, like I said, with his background in One Piece. Josh is more of a newcomer.
Right,
So I want to
so
see if that affects
Josh
you.
is
fresh on
honestly
the brain.
is more recent.
Yes.
It's
Fresh on the
fresh.
brain.
Josh might have an upper hand.
Okay.
I might.
Number 1.
Yep.
What is Oda's biggest influence that he has said publicly on One Piece? Do you want to start, Josh?
Could I?
Yeah.
Dragon Ball.
Okay. What's your answer?
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball. That is correct. It is Dragon Ball. So that is 1 point each
Richio.
for Josh and Dorian. Number 2.
I'm like,
Dorian, you're starting this one then.
Yeah.
Number 2. Oda announced that the final saga would be beginning with chapter blank of the manga.
You probably do the math.
okay, shit. The final saga is
Yes,
it
this is an official announcement, so this is real.
1051?
Josh, what is your answer?
Say 10:52.
Bastard.
It is 10:54. You guys were both really close.
Yeah, I just tried to remember when Wano ended.
I thought it
Well,
was.
actually, we were still in Wano
Yeah,
we were.
when the final.
I thought it was a little bit later than that, so I just took a.
No,
gamble.
man, you guys, that was a close guess. You
These are
just
actually really
one
tough
closer.
questions.
Yeah, these are good. These
Yeah?
are good.
Like
Let's
okay.
keep it
I
going.
like
Yeah,
these.
I'm loving it.
All right, number 3. What year did the One Piece manga debut, Josh?
1991.
And after I move on, by the way, there's no changing answers. So, okay, 1991?
Yeah.
1997.
That is correct, Dorian.
Damn it! I knew it was a skinny number.
You're so skinny, bro. Okay, number 4. What year did the One Piece anime debut?
Ooh.
Is it me?
Dory.
1998.
But he started last time.
No, you just did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you're drunk.
I did. I must be faded.
You're drunk.
I've been drinking this
All
whole
right,
time, guys.
1998. Josh.
1998.
Well, I wonder we came up with that answer.
It is 1999. You
Oh,
will
no
be
way.
correct. It is. Yep. I looked up.
Well, actually, there's an OVA anime that was released in
fuck you, Sam.
1998.
Well, it was on Fuji TV in October 20th, 1999.
But there was an OVA.
Oh, wait, no, that's definitely right because I remember
You're both
it's
not getting
it
a
was
point.
it was 2
I need
years after the manga.
Yes.
I do remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Josh is
Josh,
fact
it's okay,
checking.
bro.
One sec. No, I need to. One Piece OVA. Defeat him. Pirate Guns. 1998. This was the first One Piece.
Wait. Scroll down to the year.
I'll scroll down. July
yeah.
26th, 1998.
Oh, but he's talking about the anime itself, like the actual official anime.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's
that-
okay. Well, I'll take the L.
I'm just saying that I am technically right.
I'll take it.
But that's okay. I don't want the point, anyways.
Yeah, all right, buddy.
Just a little knowledge for you
I'll
guys.
take it.
Just got a little knowledge.
Number 5.
Yes.
So your turn first.
Yep.
In 2015 and 2022, One Piece set the Guinness World Record for blank.
For the most. Books published.
Yeah, I'm allowing a loose answer.
I'm gonna say
You
that
don't
I
have
don't
to-
know the exact term.
Yeah.
But
Is it
I gave the fact earlier today.
like people watching an episode?
Oh, you said 2?
Well, it won the same Guinness Book of World Record. It just had 2 separate times.
It was the amount of books published.
Is it like episode viewers or something?
It was the most copies published for the same comic book series by a single author.
Nice,
So,
nice.
Josh.
I'll take that one. I said that fact.
Yes, sir.
500 million, by the way.
5,500 million.
55.
So 5 billion.
No. 50.
55.
That'd be 5.5 billion.
You said that really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 500 million copies.
500 million.
55.
That's literally insane.
Wild.
Okay.
So wild, right, guys?
That is so wild, my guy. Okay. Number 6.
Yep.
Who was the first Straw Hat to be shown in the anime?
Is it my turn?
Dorian.
The first Straw Hat to be shown in the anime.
Yes, sir.
Monkey D. Luffy.
Josh?
It was Nami.
It was not.
Fuck, you're right, because she's in the dance.
Yep,
she's
yep,
in the dance. Yeah.
She's sneaking around.
I'm thinking of the manga.
Sneaking. Number 7. How old was Luffy pre-time skip? Josh.
He was 17 years old.
17 years old.
That's correct.
Yep,
it was
he
17.
Simple.
Number 8. What was the first ever named attack used by Luffy?
Gum Gum Pistol.
He was Gum Gum Pistol.
It was Gum Gum Pistol.
Simple.
Nice job, boys.
Come on now.
Back to Josh. Number 9. How many times... You guys liking it?
You
I like this a lot, yeah.
These are good questions.
Good,
too. These
okay.
are tough.
Yeah,
These are
some of these are tough ones,
Yeah,
actually.
these are tough.
Good. Number 9. How many times did Zoro lose to Kuina?
To Kuina? Oh my god. Was it... Was it twice?
100 times.
Dorian. It was 2001.
Oh shit.
Hey, let's go.
What it?
Who's Kuina?
She's Zoro's. She was Zoro's childhood best friend and rival, and the reason he wants to become the world's greatest swordsman.
Is that who he references in the first episode of the live action?
Yeah, his promise.
he made a promise.
Little spoiler.
Hey,
Come
there
on
we go,
now.
there
Why are
we
we
go.
spoiling the series?
Hey, come
man?
on now. What did I say?
man.
What did I say?
You did say
Number 10. To Josh.
Yes, with me.
What was Luffy's first bounty?
Oh, it was 30 million.
Yeah, it was just in the live at 30 million.
It was 30
We
million.
just got a
just saw
refresher
that.
too.
Yeah,
in the
yeah, I
live
probably
action.
wouldn't remember that. if I
Also,
didn't
it
see
said
that.
the currency was berries. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes, 30
Well,
million
not like
berries.
berries, but that's just the
But
name
that's
of
the
the
name of the money?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
berries?
It's
Oh, that's
In
cool.
the live action, by the way, did you guys notice they call it berry?
Yeah,
They
like
say they don't say berries in the
it's
anime.
berry.
They say berries, but in the live action they say berry.
They say berry is like the plural as well.
Yeah. So it'd be like
Interesting.
30 million berry, and in the anime they say 30 million berries.
Okay. Well, I don't know where that's going.
Well,
I
some
don't know if I like
translations.
it, bro.
Oh my god,
They
this is
butchered it.
huge.
Some translations call it bellies too.
Yeah, but that's fucking weird.
Japan, yeah. Anyways,
50 million
Alright.
bellies.
Dorian, number 11. It's going to you.
Okay.
What was the first devil fruit to appear after Luffy's?
The chop fruit.
Wait, are we saying like physically?
To appear.
Oh wait, like to be used or like the fruit itself being
It
shown?
just says the first fruit to appear. That's all the question says.
So that could
chop
be
fruit.
Yeah. I'm also gonna go with the chop fruit.
That's because it's right.
Nice.
I was kind of sweating. I was like,
God,
Velveeta?
boy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was thinking of
What's the
Alvita,
slick
or I was
fruit or
thinking,
whatever?
yeah. Or else
Number
I was thinking-
12, Joshy.
Let's hear it.
Who was the first Marine Admiral to be introduced?
The first Marine Admiral.
I said admirable. I meant
Yeah.
admiral.
We got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marine Admiral. It was his name is
I'll give you 5 seconds.
wait, hold up.
He's looking it up.
No.
Phone away.
His name's Aokiji. I just couldn't remember his name.
Yeah, Marine Admiral Kuzan / Aokiji.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I literally was going to say
How are you
Kizaru.
forgetting that?
I was like Kizaru, and then I was like Akainu, and then I remembered that edit where he's like, Akainu's on it. And I was like, I couldn't remember it.
I'm literally terrible with names.
terrible.
I would
Yeah, no,
even
no.
if I was just proficient in One Piece, I would fucking lose these questions, bro.
What's his name again? I just forgot it.
Aokiji?
Aokiji.
It means blue pheasant.
Right.
Number 13 is going to Dory. What is the What is the only race / tribe you cannot find on Toto Land?
Lunarian. Well, there's actually two.
Okay.
It's Lunar.
It says the only race / tribe
Okay,
you
okay.
cannot find on Toto
Lunarian.
Land. Lunarian? Josh.
The fuck is Totoland?
I don't know.
Yes!
I'm saying Lunarian.
You bastard. You didn't even know what Totoland was.
The answer is giants.
Okay, so check it out. There is 2 answers. Because I was going to say there are 2 races.
Okay.
There's Lunarian, and then there's... Actually, there's...
Also, what's Totoland?
There's 3. Dude, it's Totoland is Big Moms.
Oh, Big Moms. Yeah,
okay,
there are 2 races.
Here's my argument why I think I should be right. And get a point. Because there are actually a couple of races. There's Lunarians, and there are Giants. Because Big Mom has beef with the Giants. Like, the Giants hate Big Mom.
And Lunarians are nowhere.
And Lunarians are no longer... There's 1 Lunarian left. And you find out about that series way later. Yeah. So it's only them. Also, I think Onis as well. I don't think Onis are there as well. There's 3 races.
Could have been.
So yeah, I think I should get that point.
Josh, you
because
think
he did not.
Point?
I also said the same answer, so I'm down to.
But he didn't know what Totoland was.
Josh,
I will take it.
You're not getting a point, no matter what. So.
Oh damn! I feel bad.
All right, Dory, your argument persists. So
yeah, you can take it, even though I was right about that.
Josh, I'll go to you though.
1998.
Number 14.
What's up?
Which devil fruit does Sasuke have?
Who?
Sasuke?
Sasuke? I said Sasuke.
Sasaki?
Yeah, Sasuke.
Sasuke?
Sasuke?
Sasaki. Can I see the...
Sasuke?
Sasaki.
Yeah, Sasaki.
Sasuke.
Yeah. Sasuke?
Okay. Which devil fruit does Sasuke have?
The light fruit?
Dory.
Sasaki?
Yes.
That's the only thing it says of that person's name.
Sasaki is all it says.
Sasaki. Okay. I'm gonna go... Sasaki. Fuck. I'm gonna go with...
What's your gut?
The rust fruit?
It says it is the dragon fruit model Triceratops.
Oh my god, Sasaki's one of the Toby Roppo.
I would have never got
I forgot about him.
Fuck them Toby Roppo.
Fuck them niggas, bro. They all dead
dog
anyway.
shit.
I forgot about Sasaki.
Shit.
Wow.
No, they dog shit.
I was thinking of the guy that rusted Zoro's sword. And
I literally had no idea.
Really
So I was like, because I don't remember
if it's
the
a dragon
admiral's
fruit,
name.
it's gotta be, it turns him into a dragon.
Okay.
And then it's like a different model.
So there's a weird thing with, in One Piece, Oda... so there's like 3 classes of devil fruits, and one of them is Zoan, which allows you to change form into different species. And then, but within Zoan, there are subcategories. So there's like normal Zoan, there's there's almost like a hierarchy of like they're more powerful. So it's like a Zoan, normal Zoan, then there's carnivorous Zoan, which is like turning into a wolf or like a leopard.
Yeah.
You know, something like that has like a natural predator.
Okay, yeah.
And then there's ancient Zoan, which is something that's extinct and naturally is
like
just
a T-Rex,
stronger.
a mammoth,
like
something like that.
Yeah, and then there's mythical Zoan, which are the rarest devil fruits ever, and it's like a mythical creature. Yeah. So with that's an ancient Zoan, and almost all of Kaido's like top ranking people have a dinosaur like ancient Zoan, and for some reason Oda labels the dinosaurs as dragons. So like, it'll be like dragon fruit model Brachiosaurus or dragon fruit model Pterodon.
It's a weird one.
Okay.
It's a weird. But now Kaido, his fruit is literally because he's a mythical Zoan because dragons aren't real in One Piece. And his fruit, he's a mythical Eastern dragon, and so his fruit is called the fish fruit model Azure Dragon or Seryu because it follows the legend of the koi fish that swam up the waterfall and became
like Gyarados.
A dragon.
It becomes a dragon, like Gyarados. Kaido, so yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, about halfway done.
Okay.
Back to Joshy.
These are tough.
Number 15.
Yep.
What was Luffy's bounty after the Whole Cake Island arc?
Which
you guys referenced.
What's Totoland?
It was 1.5 billion.
1.5 billion.
It is 1.5 billion.
Yeah. The 1 billion.
Damn, boys, you guys are doing good.
My bounty went down.
Yeah. There's a funny scene where Luffy sees his bounty poster after, because the guy he defeats has like a 1.1 billion berry bounty.
Okay.
And once he defeats him, he gets a new bounty poster, and he's looking at it, and everyone's like,
He's
dude,
like
what's
crying.
it say? He goes, my bounty went down. It's only 150 million.
And who's like,
and then everyone's like, what happened? I got like, I don't know. Maybe they're like trying to make him. And everyone's like super confused. And Brooke picks up the bounty and goes, oh.
He's like counting the zeros.
1, 2, 3.
It's so funny.
It's
anyway, yeah, that's how I remember that.
And they're like,
it's going along with that.
1.5 billion.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Dory, number 16. True or false?
Ooh.
Doflamingo resigned from the 7 warlords.
False.
True.
It is false.
Damn it.
Remember, he faked it.
Yeah, he did.
He faked it and he like made it seem like he resigned.
right.
He actually never did. He got his ass beat.
That's tough. That's tough.
Number 17, Joshi. How many new Fishman pirates did Luffy defeat using Conqueror's Haki?
Oh my god. 20,000?
200,000.
Two.
Is 50,000.
Damn it.
Yeah, we both agree.
Damn.
That's okay.
I'm like 200.
200,000.
Back to Dory. What is
to-
the name of Kizaru's fruit?
Okay, this is gonna be shitty because Josh said it wrong earlier, and now he's gonna get the right answer. But the fruit is called the glint glint fruit.
It's called the Glint Glint fruit.
What did you say earlier?
He said the light fruit.
Okay, but they do call it the light fruit in the dub.
No,
Yes,
they
do.
don't.
Yes, they do. I'm pretty sure they do.
Hey, how about this?
a
How about this?
retroactive
Hey, how about this? Let's look it up. If they do call it the light fruit in the dub, he gets the point.
I just said that because I'm insecure.
I'm like, why couldn't Josh have gone first on fucking this one? Because
Well, Josh is going first on this one. So, Josh, true, false. Sanji has fought using his hands.
True.
it is true.
It is true.
Yeah.
Sanji used
Who's up
kitchen
against the
knives
ramen
to
guy?
beat
A ramen guy.
On the
Wanzi.
yeah. Wanzi he uses ramen to fight. He uses ramen
And he's
tempo.
like, he goes, ramen Kempo, and he goes,
Kempo.
well, you're technically food.
Yeah.
And he's so good with the
And
knife.
he was in a
Oh my
kitchen because it was the kitchen car of the.
He literally cooked
the,
it, bro.
The peeping
That's
tom.
crazy.
Whatever the fuck
All
it's
right,
called, smoking
back to
tom.
Dory.
Text Devin.
Who defeated Miss
bad.
Doublefinger in Alabasta?
It's me,
I know
It
this.
is you.
Miss Doublefinger.
Who defeated Miss Doublefinger in Alabasta?
I know this.
Nami.
It was not me.
It is Nami. Bing, 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 bing. To Joshi. Number 21. How old is Kurika post time skip?
Who?
Kurika?
How do you spell it?
Kueka.
Kueka.
Wow. There's an R in there. Kureka.
Kureka?
Kurika?
Oh,
Kurika?
Grandma Kureka?
No, that's Kokoro.
Kokoro.
Kurika? Okay, I think I know this answer, but go.
Kureka?
Mm-hmm.
Post time skip?
I'm pretty sure I know. Don't look up a picture or anything.
Can I please see a picture?
Please.
Let me just see if there's like any kind of like discrepancy with the spelling.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure I know this character.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a discrepancy, so I'm going to say that another translation is Kureha.
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 Oh my god, Kureha.
So it could have autocorrected when I was typing.
Yes,
which would be my bad.
Kureha.
So how old is Kureha post time skip?
Well, she's the admiral, right? Kureha? Fuck. Kureha. Fuck. Say 21.
Is she 115?
Damn, 141.
Damn it!
Who is it?
Dude, Kureha was the doctor that raised Chopper.
Kureha.
She's old as shit.
Yeah, 21?
She was 139. That's what he left. Yeah, Dr. Kureha. I knew she was in her hundreds. I thought she was 113 pre-time skip, so I just added 2. But I guess she was 139 pre-time skip.
I guess so.
And still young.
It's still looking bad.
Right,
Yeah.
bad.
To Dory then.
Okay. To Dory Land.
To Dory. 22.
Excuse me.
What is the name of Brooke's old crew?
The Rumbar Pirates.
The
Joshy?
Rumbar Pirates.
It is the Rumbar Pirates.
You're a lucky motherfucker.
Am I lucky?
Yeah, you're
Am I
lucky.
lucky?
I saw your face.
Am I lucky?
The Rumbar Pirates.
All right.
We should start writing our answers down. How about that?
that right?
Yeah, that's what we should
Yeah, I
do.
bet we did.
That's what we should have done.
Honestly, I felt like it'd be more fun. I got the paper in here for that, but I thought it'd be more fun to just talk. You
No,
know
I'm
what I
with
mean?
talking.
For the
Because
Or
yeah,
we can
it's
like
too
write it
visual.
down and then we can say our answers
Yeah,
out
too
loud.
visual.
Yeah.
yeah, we need to make this an auditory experience.
Yep.
So that
Let's do
being
it again.
said, Joshua,
What's that?
number 23. What region was Sanji born?
Oh, the That's a tough question. I'm gonna say the West Blue.
Dory.
The North Blue?
The North Blue is the correct answer.
See, but he told a story from the West Blue.
No, he told a story from the North Blue, I'm pretty sure.
Oops.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Well, to Dory, 24. Who is Ace's biological father?
Oh my god, it's a spoiler.
Yeah, shit.
Damn.
Oh, should we not say it? You sound like you both know the answer.
No, I'm waiting for you.
Oh, well.
I mean, you already know the
I know
answer.
that.
Gold Roger, baby!
Gold Roger.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, he definitely.
I definitely knew that.
I can confirm
right.
he did know that.
Well, back to Joshy. Number 25.
Mm-hmm.
Where was Nami's weapon, the Climatact, first shown?
The Climatact?
Yes.
Alabasta.
Looking to Dory.
Alabasta.
It is Alabasta.
Yeah.
I was trying to
Good
think
shit.
because I was thinking of the fight
Yeah.
in Ennie's lobby, and
Yeah.
I was like, that was kind of the first time she really like.
Well, she went because she took down
did, like, the whole-
double finger.
Yeah, she did, but I'm saying like the whole Mirage attack thing. I thought of that, but I was like, no, she definitely got it.
She definitely got that Climatact down.
To Dory. Number 26. What is the name of the dog in Orangetown?
Do you know it?
I don't.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
The name of the dog.
In Orangetown.
It's a.
It's starting with Dory, so.
You can say it if you want. I don't know it.
No, I don't know it. I'm like,
Then stop wasting our time. Can we forfeit this question?
no, what the fuck?
Okay, then say it.
I'm thinking of it.
Alright, Josh is getting.
How late?
You just forfeit the question.
How late
Yes,
can you?
sir.
We're not waiting for it.
If you want time, I'll give you time.
Hold up.
I think you can get it.
I'm just gonna.
Not getting this shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, at least I'm throwing out an answer instead of giving up. I'm gonna go with Choo Choo.
It is Choo Choo.
How the fuck did you know that? How the fuck did you know that?
Goes to show when you never give up, there's always a chance you can.
Their faces was really phenomenal.
Yeah, I wish there was a camera in here to show. I don't know, Choo Choo.
All right.
It is Choo Choo. It's Choo Choo. How the fuck did you get that?
Goes to show, bro.
Can I change my answer?
Gotta change my answer.
You can this question, Joshy. Number
Oh
27.
my god, I can't believe I got that.
Why is he getting the easiest ones too?
I don't think so.
Dude, what do you mean the easiest one?
You've been
We
copying
both
on
had
his.
no
What do you
idea.
What
Number
do you mean?
27. Who was the first warlord of the sea to be introduced?
To be mentioned or introduced?
Introduced.
Mihawk.
Dory.
It was Mihawk.
It was Mihawk. Good job, boys.
Thanks, brother.
Back to Dory. Number 28. Who wrote about a fifth emperor?
Oh, Big News Morgan.
Yeah, I'm going with Big News Morgan.
It was Big News Morgan. Let's go,
He
baby.
writes that news.
Number 29. This question is worth 5 points.
What the fuck?
This is
and
the
I
hardest
start?
question. And you start.
Yeah, let's
Yep.
Yes.
Who were the
What is the
five
name of the dog?
vice ad? Wow.
Oh my god.
This one's tough.
This one's gonna be tough.
Who were the 5 vice admirals who carried out the Buster Call of Ernie's Lobby?
Ennie's
Ennie's
lobby.
lobby, but yes. Choo choo.
That is correct.
Choo choo. Light fruit. Nami.
And 21. So each name is worth a point.
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, Josh.
Yep. There's 5 total names.
I'm not gonna get. I
You're not getting any?
No, I don't remember any of them. From Ennie's lobby.
Light fruit. 21.
21. That's only 3. I don't know.
Is it my turn?
It is yours.
Okay, so
Josh is
so
conceding.
Vice Admiral Mamunga.
1.
Way.
Shit, who's the bitch with the wash fruit?
I ain't telling you shit.
Choo choo. I think his name's Choo Choo.
Light,
okay.
bro.
Vice Admiral. Oh my god, her name is
Give him a timer or something. This isn't fair.
No, I think I can get him.
This is the hardest question. You just gave really fast.
Cause I don't know any of them.
Fucking, oh my god, who's that pink-haired bitch with the cage fruit, bro?
Tell you, dog. Riveting content.
I forgot
Get this guy out of my face.
I forgot the name, but she has the wash fruit, and she's older.
Not
and
fair.
Her name is
that
I'm just throwing out a guess. I'm just kidding.
Alex said guesses.
Okay, her name is Vice Admiral. Starts with an S.
Maybe. I don't know. Suicune? Dende?
I'm gonna say Suryu. Her name's Suryu. Okay. Okay, then there's a pink-haired girl with a cage fruit. Her name is her and Smoker are like banging for sure.
Oh, definitely. And he's slamming the life out of her.
Oh my god, it's over. Hanami or something like that. Hana something.
There is no Hanami, but you're kind of close on one. But,
she wasn't in any.
Okay.
You got one.
Honestly, I'm down for the 1 point.
Okay, Momonga.
Momonga, yeah. What was
we got Doberman.
Wasn't
Momonga.
Yeah.
Strawberry.
Nope.
Onigumo.
Nope.
And Yamakaji.
Oh.
And Choo Choo.
And
yeah, okay. I would have never gotten any.
Vice Admiral.
Hey, you got 1 point, Dory.
Thank you.
Good shit.
Last question,
total?
boys. Oh, shit,
that
there's
was
one
the last
more?
Question.
I thought it was, too.
I thought it was 2, but I guess I wrote 30. So I thought I stopped at 29.
You said 29.
I know, I just didn't,
All right, well, I guess we'll deal with it.
Who's starting? You started. So
I start now.
It's going to be on you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
To Dorian.
Appreciate it.
Number 30. Which filler arc was based on a popular One Piece video game?
Let's hear it.
Josh's face.
Fucking. Is it like the Magic Dragon one?
It is not the Magic Dragon one. So Dorian's out.
One Piece. Yeah, you said Magic Dragon.
Yeah, I said Magic Dragon.
This dude shot up like he knew something.
No, I think I do.
It's One Piece. Fighting. The world.
Got it, bro.
One Piece fighting the world.
A big fat zero.
No, I don't know.
For you, boy. It's a PlayStation 1 game called Ocean's Dream. The Ocean's Dream arc was based on the game of the same name, and its sequel was Dragon's Dream.
Oh.
Which you were kind of...
No, he wasn't. He was thinking of the stupid...
He said Magic Dragon.
We also said there are 2 filler arcs that are Magic Dragons. We went over this earlier in the podcast.
Why didn't you say it?
Guys, I'm going to tally up the points here. So, Josh, can you please read this next and final segment right here?
Oh my gosh, yes, absolutely I can. This next beautiful segment is our weekly wisdom featuring Uncle Iroh. Oh my gosh. All right, so there's going to be beautiful music playing in the background, right?
Maybe.
If he's feeling like it.
Fuck it.
Or should I pull it up on my phone? Should I do that? No, it's cool. All right. Sometimes the best way to solve your own problems is to help someone else. God.
You kind of gave me chills.
Really?
I'm not going to lie.
Really?
Yeah. You sounded a little older than Iroh is, but I'll take it.
I thought it was dog shit.
I thought it was terrible. It gave me the opposite.
Let's leave the Iroh, shall we?
Guys, I calculated the points here on this trivia round. It was actually pretty damn close. Josh, with the bonus point I gave him for the anime question,
really
got 18 points.
Okay.
What's the anime question?
It was 1988.
Oh, okay, yeah. But we both said 98.
You still take the cake, Dory. You got 21 points.
No, I want 22.
With a fuck.
Fine! 22. Woohoo! Dorian, the One Piece. As he's well deserved.
Yeah, respect.
That was really fucking good.
That was really
guys.
tough. That was really
Honestly,
tough.
guys, I'm not gonna lie. When I started hearing those questions, I was sweating. There was a point where Josh was in front, and I was like, "These questions are kind of tough."
These are not sweet. I went in so confident, and I left with a fucking.
No, dude, you guys did great. This was
Yeah.
such a fun episode.
Yeah, this
to
was
be honest.
so much fun.
Yeah, I had a blast.
It
Josh, thank you so much for taking just like upon yourself to kind of lead the episode, especially for the main topic.
Of course. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Hey, I want to thank Ask Bros for letting me on the podcast.
What'd you call us?
Flash Bros.
Yeah.
I want to thank you guys for letting me.
Bros.
Yeah.
Make sure to edit that out.
I think it was so fucking fun, bro. It's literally just me talking with my best friends.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
I'm so glad you came on. Thank you.
I want to apologize for dick riding so heavy.
Yeah.
You're not sorry.
I'm not.
Yeah, honestly, Dory, where can people find you? You go
my handle on Instagram is moredori. It's MOREDORIII. There's 3 I's. My YouTube channel that I don't upload on anymore, but there's some bangers on there.
There's really good content.
Yeah, extremely good content. Just timeless content.
Timeless as fuck.
It's just moredori. MOREDORI. And ladies, my number. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, man. All right, my friends. That concludes this week's episode of the Flash Bros podcast. Woo-hoo. Thanks so much for hanging with us.
Thanks, guys.
Let's go get drunk.
I'll leave the handles out of it, so we'll see y'all next time.
Yeah. Take care, baby. Holy shit.